What's good with it? What's good with it? What's good with it? Honey, we don't need no music, baby. So we gotta talk. Listen, my school spring break isn't over till Sunday, so I've tried to be on a little YouTubecation, but we gotta talk. We gotta talk. We gotta put some. We ain't trying to figure that out or whatever. And I know we ain't minding our own business. We definitely finna talk about nobody and some things, but y'all know what's been going on in these streets. Um, hold on for a minute, y'all. Hold on. All right, y'all. Sorry about that. So listen, listen, y'all. Listen. All right. Um, when I say what I have to say on a matter or whatever, and and I give my full, information on how I feel. Everybody's gonna have an opinion. Hold on, Joe. Hold on. Everybody's gonna have their opinion. So, and it is what it is. It's not nobody's going back and forth and arguing and things of that nature and whatever. And you know, I mean, your clarification is whatever you think or whatever. I'm just the type of person like to, take my time and build upon my opinion and have it always rooted in some type of facts, some type of evidence and things of that nature. I went through and I explained um in detail why, about I didn't think about them goddamn text messages and things of that nature for is why, um it just I mean I went through the whole thing but 2 days ago. Very detailed about why I believe the prosecutors, they didn't use them, you know, but we don't know the nature behind that. We don't know the nature behind those text messages. Like I said, it could. I gave 5 different scenarios. One of them may be right. Okay, I'm just saying, and everybody could be wrong. I mean, like I said, it's a possibility that they are actually something that parent did. You know, that was the first option. And then I went through and whatever I gave the legal terminology I went through and did the exhibits and things of that nature, whatever. Like I said before, when those letters was out, a lot of people thought that were those letters were offered in by the prosecutors, but they turned out to be coerced, right? Per the prosecutors, right? And Bonjean argument uh, doesn't address the validity, so it doesn't address the authenticity of them. So the nature of them, the intent, just doesn't address that. And the prosecutors don't address it. The defense don't address it. So I'm not gonna. There's no way I can address it because I don't know. What the fuck was that? I mean, it's definitely damning to the parents if that is something that they did. I agree with. They gave a whole bunch of different stories about this, that, and the third, whatever. Your stories surrounding an event such as that. And I already dropped the link. The link. The stories around an event like that is something that would probably never forget, and it should be consistent, right? That's just me. A lot of stuff as a parent, I wouldn't have done this, that, and the third, but it's too early in the morning to go through that whole reason why the prosecutors, whoever didn't use them, why it was introduced but never talked about in court. The thing about it is, the whole point is, and I have to go along with what J-Bo says, the text messages, those particular ones were never addressed. So there is no way in the world that I can sit up there and say what is what and what's not if they were never addressed. That's not a possibility. And that I can speak it absolute, because it's not even, you know, it's not a possibility. You don't even Nobody speaks about those fucking text messages. So, but I mean, that's something that's long, past. That something happened. What, 2015, whatever. This is 2022. Um, it is what it is. But when I don't mean to be, I don't be what you call it, blunt when I tell you to refer back to the video that I did a couple days ago. When I went right through it, went through paperwork and put it together how we put it together over here. When I tell you that, that's not me being rude or dismissive. That's me telling you I did it on the board, on the community board. I did it on another live. I spoke on it extensively. And at this point, this is 2022, and it's not that serious. Whenever, if the prosecutors address it, they address if it is a new trial and J-Bo uses a new trial, she address it. Like I said, it can be more than one reason over the nature of those text messages. I don't know. There's no way that I can form an opinion because I wasn't there. I don't know what happened. I can't tell you what nobody thought, what they should have known. Can't tell you that. That's impossible. So, and it is what it is. Not those particular text messages, true. That's the whole point. J-Bo said that those text messages would have shown that the daughter did, and the mother, in conjunction with the mother, did the enticing, coercion. It's a legal thing. It's not an emotional thing. It's a how you feel thing. It's because I don't like the parents thing, whatever. It's not that. I'm just going by a legal thing. I'm not talking about how I actually feel about it, the involvement of it. Of course, as a parent, I don't agree with none of that shit from top to the bottom. That's just me. But I wasn't there. You know what I'm saying? And when the prosecutors, listen, if they thought that that would have helped their case or whatever, they never used it. But more importantly, if the defense would have thought that it would help their case, because I'm sure that they're thinking, because see, here's the judge didn't rule out nothing with those particular text messages. I'm talking about those, the one J-Bo is talking about, not the ones in the trial, in the transcript, none of that. Talking about the ones that they were talking about, the ones that was identified but was never ruled on whether they were admissible or not, that we could see. You know what I'm saying? It could have came in as a stipulation. We don't know. It's too early to tell. For me, anybody else may feel differently because of other reasons. But if those particular text messages are not, I'm not talking about what nobody said, and what the judge was referring to something else and this area and that area, whatever. I'm talking about those particular text messages, that particular evidence that was never spoken on. That is what J-Bo is talking about. Though those messages were never used at trial. That's what she said. So if they were never used, you don't know what her strategy is. She don't speak as to the authentication of them. I keep saying this: the nature of the intent or the validity, like the prosecutor did with regards to those letters. They dissected the letters, chain of custody was verified, and that's how it goes. With that, I can make an educated a guess on that. I can form my hypotheses on that because they did those steps. That wasn't done with those particular letters. You don't know when they talk about the extortion or whatever. You can't tell. We don't know if there's more text messages out there that haven't been introduced. We don't know what she was responding to or what have you. You know, and when a judge sees evidence and what have you, right? Fine, she reads it. That doesn't mean that it is authenticated. The validity of them has been defined, or what the nature or intent was. She just looked at all the discovery, all the evidence, admitted them, whatever. It comes out. All that comes out, the validity, authentication, and the nature and intent, when somebody's on that stand telling you this, that, and the third, and when chain of custody, when somebody like that agent come in with a chain of custody, like they'll get somebody, if it's an Apple phone, somebody come in from Apple, because Apple uses its own technology to support its products. You have to have an Apple technician to come in and verify their digital evidence, versus you can get pretty much any kind of expert to come in and do something with regards to Windows. Now, I'm not making this up. This is something I know. And I don't have a feeling about nobody either way. Like I said, it can truly be that the mother did all of those text messages, whatever. It could be, or the father, whoever. Oh, it could certainly be. I zeroed in on that the phone was there. I mean, fuck all that what the judge said, referred to, what you think it meant. Zero in on the fact that girl said she didn't have that phone, and she didn't see that phone when she left her family in um in in Florida, in Orlando. That's the only reason why that I said, well, damn, maybe the parents did do it. That statement, not shit, nothing else. That statement that I found. If 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 you left the phone there, the parents with the phone, you know, the parents had access to that phone for a while. The parents could have had access to another device that can operate that phone. That's the only reason. But nothing, nothing that wasn't that shit wasn't discussed or whatever. That's the only reason why I gave that scenario. But that's one of five. It could turn out to be, something else. I don't know. I don't care at this point, because this is 2022. It shouldn't be, it shouldn't keep you up all night because it's old. It's, unless it's going to be part of a defense, a part of a strategy, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to the case right now, unless she's, unless we following where J-Bo is going, and she's going to say, and anybody can hit the link because I dropped it. She's going to say that she could have she could have used it to prove what her enticement. When if that is argued, right? And you could say she argued that in the brief. That brief is just a written version of court. These filings back and forth, remember, filings are consist of, you know, pleadings and motions, right? And amongst other things. But you can consider that as a written argument, just a written version of court. Some appeals and stuff, they accept those written versions of court, which are briefs and stuff, and they can make a decision based on that. Or they may call you in for oral argument. Same when it comes to a post conviction motion, right? Those are written arguments. Take it as it's in court. The prosecution may address the chain of custody of those text messages and will address the so that's addressing the authentication of them. They'll probably address the validity of them and the nature or intent of those text messages. If so, then we'll have our answer. I believe it will lie in one of those 5 answers. I'm just not going to say that it is truly the parents doing that, right? That did those text messages. However, based on those statements or whatever about their phone was left there like that, it will kind of tell me that parents had the access of it. And so that's why that was the first scenario. But I gave 4 additional ones. I'm just saying there's no way I would, so I mean, I'm just telling y'all now, don't ask me about clarification no more. Refer to those videos, refer to that community wall, and I speak extensively on it. I give my opinion, and you best believe my opinion is based off some type of facts and evidence. So, and that's just how it is. What's good with it, Justy? What's good with it, y'all? Lord, I ain't do my check call. Lord, let me see who we got up in here. We got Truth. What's good with it, True Strong? Jennifer, Mom Life Love, Sonia Davis, Mertice Bloom. Change your picture on me. Love's Fair, Felicia, True, Shaw Baby One. Oh, you welcome. Hey, Just Me. 3 more months for those 3. Hey, Missy. Let me highlight some of y'all messages. I learned how to do that. App must be rolling through them. You gotta go on vacation too. Yeah, it's getting dangerous around here, honey. We got to talk about this aftermath of this goddamn money. Because we lost. I know I am. Somewhat, but it's some things. Yeah, I think it is more I think it's more text messages, to be honest. I really do. Oh, thank you, Andrew, for always putting stuff in perspective and using your education and gifting. Thank you. I try. You know what? As attorneys and doctors and counselors and things of that nature. Good morning. You know, we do a lot of public service work, at least we supposed to. And listen, I mean, I'm gonna apply all of that time I spent in school to my regular life, and y'all are part of my regular life, even though I keep, I used to say my online life and my offline life like it was two separate. Nah, it's actually one and the same. It's one and the same. YouTube is a part of our life. This, like it or not. And I have all new, separate online life that I'm all abandoned, fucking with y'all. Fucking with y'all. You know what I'm saying? We ain't talking nothing legal over there. Hell, just the people that call me privately and ask me some legal stuff or whatever. I don't think majority of them even know that I'm a lawyer or a law professor now. So, yeah, But yeah, spring break is over on in uh on Sunday. So listen, um, when somebody keeps going live and stuff, it's some shit brewing. It's some shit brewing. So I was catching that young lady's live. I don't like to, I don't, if a person I don't, usually talk to and things of that nature, whatever, try not to, call their names and things, but I'll just refer to them. So, but you know what I'm talking about. Um, I was listening and boy, I'm trying to tell you, I believe, and this is just my opinion, I believe R. Kelly is making phone calls. Let's collect the facts and shit and put it in perspective and apply or what a logical perspective to a theory. Because right now we don't know, but we want to talk about the theory and the money and shit like that. We're gonna talk. You know what I'm talking about? We are going to talk. Hold on, let me check on something. Okay, sorry about that. So listen, the with the acquittal, I don't think that the acquittal will be granted. With the new trial, it has a chance to be of being granted based to me off that jury situation. And if the prosecutor does not address that conflict right, I give that a little nudge too. However, I believe the prosecutor will. Um, yeah, like a couple days ago, I kind of went through it extensively, right? To address the RICO portion of it, the conflict, the jury, and all of that. I hate to keep referring people back to that video, but it was extensive. So it was a lot. Uh, shit, you see the damn prosecutors had to ask for an extension for excessive pages. Hell, so it was a lot, but it was a short amount of time. I think he has a better chance on the new trial, which I told you is still dangerous because if you are on Team Lock Hills Up, because you got to figure out what are they going to uh, what would be the reason, if it's a trial, if it's a trial court issue, a deficiency, We don't know if it's going to run into statute of limitation or double jeopardy. Definitely if it's a prosecutor issue, it will be. Um, we just don't know. So, but again, I'm still not going to get anxious until I see what the appeals court do. That's when I'll get anxious. But we'll await that. But anyway, so the goddamn okay, let's start here with the phone calls. I 100% believe that was R. Kelly on that phone. And I don't want that young lady, I wouldn't want that young lady to think that her efforts or her fight or whatever produced nothing but fake phone calls and emails and things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? That's just so I really believe that's him because it's too many R. Kelly sightings for it to not to be him. And then it sounded like him. Okay, I know R. Kelly's voice when I hear it. All right, I know his voice when I freaking hear it. So I believe that was him. I don't know all the interworkings behind the scene, how this got put together, whatever. You know, a call over there was produced out of Debo's neck of the woods. So we don't know. It looks like apparently R. Kelly do take the time to make calls and emails. Now, um, the emails, right? What I believe happened is someone that in jail with R. Kelly. I don't believe it's a implant, a mole, or anything like that. I just think it's somebody that he has doing his emails. Hell, we don't know if R. Kelly can type or not, or if he feel like it. You know. But what I think he's doing while everybody is getting a general blanket mail, because sometimes how Larry do, he will send sometimes he's sending like personal emails, right? And then he will send a mass email to a bunch of people. Now it will show that it only came to you because it's not gonna have the other people on there. But when you hear the people reading the same thing, you'll know that it's one of those mass emails. And normally, R. Kelly said, "Thank you, y'all," or he'll go down each person or whatever in his one mass email. You know, so that's what I think. Um, R. Kelly did. He just sent out a mass email. And and I believe it's him. But I believe somebody is typing them for him. I really believe that. Oh man, yeah. So I don't think it's no game or no bad intentions on that. Who's ever you know spearheaded or facilitated that to be done? I really truly believe that's him talking to his supporters and things of that nature. Now, as far as who's blocking who, depending on, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. If the sisters or anybody that don't like that lady found out or had some type of inclination that she was talking to R. Kelly, they probably, now this is all speculation and shit, like this is not grounded in no facts, whatever. I'm just using common sense and just looking at how things flow. I wasn't there, don't know nothing about it. It's different, parts of it and shit like that. And hell, I don't know. But if those sisters or anybody that don't like that lady found out that they were corresponding, they probably told them to block her. They probably told him to block her. Hmm. I believe that. I really and truly believe that. You know, I don't think a crime has been committed or anything like that. But if that man don't know who these people are, the closest people tell him to block somebody, this, that, and the third, whatever, that's probably what he's going to do. And that would be a damn shame after, she worked so hard to get him whatever. But that's just how the shit goes, honey. These streets are dangerous. So I was just coming on a bit because there's a lot going on. I was like, whoa, I'm trying to stay off the grid. Got a YouTube cation. And, we have shit to do, honey. It was crazy. It was crazy. So, did anybody see all of that? Did anybody see any of that happened? It's a whole chronicle. But I tell you what, whoever did what better fess up or talk because she's not having it. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. She called out one of the that one guest that that was on the panel that day. And she called her out. I don't know, but it was interesting. And now I think we're gonna have a series. Oh yeah, y'all gotta hit that like button. And I think we're gonna have a series Shabazz. We're gonna have to tune in. Please like me up. Yes. Let me see something. Come on, I need a few more. I need a few more. I don't see how y'all like all these different ships. Hell, I ain't gonna be long, but I want to make sure we keep it up because it might be a quiz. Hey, you might see some of this on a quiz. I mean, I think that is definitely R. Kelly's voice, and I think those email transmissions are R. Kelly's words. So you can't take that from her. But there's other stuff about the blocking and all of that. R. Kelly, whoever is typing this stuff or whatever, because I don't see a way that someone could be operating his his core links account from outside of the jail. and then inside. Now, oh, you know what? Mm, do we know if core links is, oh, do we know if core links, oh shit, she might be on something. I just thought about something. Cause listen here, once we used to put them behind bars. I didn't get too involved in what's going on in the prison. That's when the goddamn wardens and shit, they take over that process of it. They got people there stationed. But listen, do we know if core links for prisoners, do they have a system that's how it's set up? It's how their system is set up, right? Is that they have a dedicated system that they have to go to that's only inside the BOP for prison login, or is it such that if he can give somebody his access, can somebody operate it from the outside? Do we know that? No, we don't know that. Hell no. Hell no. Because I don't know from if you can kind of pinpoint the time from which she sent her last successful transmission to him to the time he was blocked. She was blocked. You can't be hanging out there on that thing all day. Wait a minute, y'all. Now, another thing is, now when she thought those messages was copied and paste. I'm gonna tell you what I did, because I followed what she was doing. I went and found a message that I had sent to JoJo, and I hit that same little button, and it highlighted it in little scrap pieces like that. So it looks like it was cut and paste, but it actually wasn't, because I know I didn't cut and paste it. So I think that I don't know what that button does. I guess it just highlights it, or it's just there for whatever reason. So that's what I'm saying. I think that those were some text messages from the thoughts of R. Kelly. Maybe somebody else typed them, but they're his thoughts. But hold on, let me see if I can operate. Let me see what I can do to core links out here. We ain't minding our own business. But hey, commentary is meant to be commented on, right? They do it shit. We ain't said nothing bad, but let me see. Let me see about this core link shit. Okay. I'm going to core links. Now. All right, core links is a way for family and friends to communicate with their loved ones incarcerated in prison. Established through a relationship between a corrections agency and advanced technologies group. This system allows family and friends to subscribe to core link services. Let me see. Let me look at. I ain't on the screen right now. Let me fool around. Look at these things. I can't sign in. I don't have any identification code, and the one I have doesn't work. It says my email address is already in use. How can I get email? How can I get an email when I get a new message from an inmate? Let me see something. Log in to www. Account management. Manage my inmate list. Check the box. We're gonna do some looking around, because it's somebody. Okay, so I put my email in. I'm not on the screen. Let me see. What does Premier count? Okay. Stay in contact with your loved ones. Okay, that's some kind of motherfucking. Now, is the interface that they have for inmates on their side and only for inmates? Or can you use the inmate system like this on the outside? If he gave somebody his login information, whatever, and somebody's operating from the outside. Now that is a fucking logic. Wait a minute. Now somebody's gonna have who is working at the BOP so they can get inside. Damn. Oh shit. We got the hold on, y'all, before I come around the front. Wait a minute. We're gonna figure this shit out. Hold on. Now, if I go to my new messages, if I go to my inbox. All right. Okay. Okay. My from okay. Let me see my new. Click here to add a recipient. Okay. Click here to add a recipient. So if that's my only option, where it says click here to add a recipient, then okay, so that probably tells me that they have a interface for family and friends or whatever, such as us, because it automatically comes up with the prisoner that I go back and forth with, I talk to. So that tells me that the prison probably have their version of it that's for prison that can be accessed, only be accessed on their end. Okay. I listen. I thought I was on to something. Listen, I'm like, did he give somebody his login and his password, and they operating the shit from outside? What do you mean on the James Brown on YouTube? Mm-mm. Honey, we are not minding our own business. We ain't minding our own business, baby. We ain't got nothing to do with it. Mm-mm. But think about it. In the off chance that you can get somebody his ID and shit, let me go to Core Links again. Hold on. Let me look at the login. Okay. Okay. Wait a minute. Let me see this. Text services. Stay in contact with your loved one, logging into your Core Links. Receive immediate text messages. So, if I put this shit in, hold on. 7 What's my phone number? Okay, that's my phone number. Wait a minute. Hold on, let me see what happens. Okay. Oh, it's giving me a code for Verizon. Hold on. Oh shit, dude. Would Larry know how to text me? I ain't on the screen, y'all. Oh, it's a charge for that. All right. Where it says receive immediate messages, receive cost range. Please know if you have already signed up. Cancel. Okay, we're not in it. Okay, we're not minding our own business now. Um, hold on. Okay. It goes log in your password, okay, wait a minute. Let me see something if I do new users. I go to my mailbox. No, come on. Oh, y'all, I ain't on the screen, but I'm trying to figure this out. If I say new users, calling switcher for family, friends to communicate with their loved one and create person. Establish with the relationship. Okay, and block inmate initiated request. Okay, hold on, let me see what this is. To block inmate communication, enter your email address and the identification code from your email. Select the applicable block option and confirm. So if you put block this inmate, block contact from all inmates from his agency. Okay. It's not even a give. Okay, you know what? So that further tells me that they have a dedicated interface that they're using for their communications, that the prisoners, you have to be on that side to send an email from him. You can't send it from outside. You can't send it from outside. But I go to look and figure it out. So yeah, you can't send it from outside. hmm So I mean, that's even more better. It's him, but it's probably he having somebody to write them, and he sends out mass emails, and sometimes he sends out personal emails. I mean, that's normal. Yeah. Now the thing about the money. Um. Now that's kind of. Mm, but the cash that part of it. Hey, Miss Molly. Yeah, I ain't gonna be long. I'm gonna get about another 7 minutes. But this is crazy, right? So the Cash App shit talking about Miss what's the name? And I think they showed that they joined in 2019. 2019 would be consistent to when we all were pretty much day ones, right? In early 2019. So I don't know if Joy would have referred to herself as Queen Kelly or this, that, and the third, whatever. Because that was established in 2019. Someone can easily go in and change their name. Hold on. Someone can easily go in and change their name. So let me look at the Cash App real quick. Okay. Let me see. It says told me I'm joined 2019. All right. Can I change my name on here? What can I change? I change my password. Can I change my name? Yeah, we ain't minding our own motherfucking business. Yep, I can change my name. I surely can. Yep. Uh-oh. Oh shit. Oh no. I don't know if it's a crime being committed. I don't know. Yep, we can go in there and change your name. Wow, if someone was blocked from Kel's email list, I just can't help but to think that he blocked them. Right. It came so I'm pretty sure that it came from inside that prison, and that if someone told him to block, block that lady, that's quite possible. You know, he doesn't know unless she informed him of her contributions, of her contributions. Then he don't know. Or if somebody told, because for it to be that quick, I don't think she said that she emailed him anything that would make him upset where he would block her. I mean, I don't know. That's usually how that go. But if somebody, you don't talk to, you didn't have a real disagreement with them, whatever, then they just come out the blue and block you. That's somebody done said something. Somebody done said, look, don't be bothered with that person or whatever. That's my take on it. We put shit in perspective over here. Like, I don't know. I don't know. That's, shit. But here's the thing, right? I wonder on their side, do they, like, if somebody return an email back, do they just go in? Do they have it like a option, like does Larry? See, that's what we need to talk to. That's what we need to talk to. I need to talk to Larry. We need to email Larry to see what is his options on his other side of his core link. We're gonna get to the bottom of it. We want to know what the fuck is going on. Well, we ain't our own business. What's good with it, the truth?
Man, what's good, Angie?
Girl, that's a
I ain't
lot.
gonna
Huh?
let me cut my TV down. I ain't gonna be long because I gotta get some sleep. I gotta go back to work in a little while. But this block thing, I just wanna see if we can figure that out real quick.
Right, right.
Yeah.
That
If okay, if somebody got blocked from R. Kelly's email list, why can't it just be plain and simple? He didn't want to be bothered.
well, that can be an option, but listen. It's suspicious because it happened during the time of this money shit. That's what makes it suspicious. After she done helped out,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
she helped out with a great chunk of it.
So all of the people, they're sending him letters, emails, and just bombarding him with all of this stuff. And, just people coming out of the woodwork from everywhere. I'm putting myself in his shoes.
Hey, the truth. All
Hey,
these motherfuckers finna get blocked.
hey,
All these cornfield motherfuckers gonna go back to the cornfield. You ain't from Chicago. Stop bombarding this man.
yeah,
You not from Chicago, and you dictating what's going on with his legal team. You dictating how he move. It's cool to be a fan, but damn, I'm the one that should be having more boundaries of doing the shit that you doing. I don't even do that shit. This man been living here all this time. I ain't do that shit then. Why would I do it now?
Mm.
Just feel like he being bombarded with all these.
Motherfucker should have known he was bombarded when he called me collect on the fucking phone. But they want to blow that off after he called me after he went through a list of blocking people.
Mm,
He went through a list, blocked all. I went live laughing about them getting blocked. And then I told them, you gonna get blocked, and you gonna get blocked, and you gonna get blocked, and you gonna get. And then they started getting blocked. Then the man called me. And they said it wasn't him on the phone. Why the fuck would I be lying about this nigga being on the phone? What the fuck am
mm,
I gonna get out of that?
mm.
I don't give a fuck. You know,
Well, Debo, how you know that he went to blocking people?
because something I can't say.
Okay.
What I did say is when they got blocked, I went live and told them they got blocked, and you gonna get blocked.
Now who had that
I
block that we
went,
know?
man, I went live and read.
Sylvia got blocked.
Look. I went live and read Sharon Winbush's letter she sent the man. How did I get the letter? How did I get the letter? Dana J, stop, man, Dana J. I promise you. And get me arrested in front of the courthouse. That was the best thing that could have happened to me. That right there separated me from all of y'all
Ho-
because
ho-
I swear to God, the man knew I got arrested in front of his court date. He knew
Hold
that
on,
they went
Debo.
up to my table. He knew that I
Hold on,
said fuck him. He knew that I was saying I'm gonna get his ass.
hold on. You read she did. You said Miss Wimbush sent in a physical letter or an email. Debo,
I'm on my way to sleep.
Debo,
Some problem.
Chicago finest. I can't hear you.
Did you call
Debo,
the Chicago Finest?
yeah, y'all Chicago finest, baby. Debo, the Boski gone.
Some probably happened.
Okay, you hear me now?
There we go.
Okay, I can hear you. Wait a minute. You
Now,
saying Miss
Sharon Winbush wrote a letter.
physically wrote a letter,
I got the letter.
and you got the physical letter and
I
wrote
got the
read it, or was
physical letter,
he?
boy. Real shit. Real shit. Hey, look.
What?
Man, she know I got the letter. Levi know I got the letter. Levi say I'm a terrorist because I got the letter. But
Mm,
but one thing Levi got to know is this, man. Chi-Town gonna stand strong, and we know when we on phones. What's understood ain't got to be explained. R. Kelly don't want all these people doing the shit that they doing. That's
that's
why he started blocking you. When R. Kelly saw me get arrested in front of his court date, because R. Kelly really don't like niggas. He like women.
mm-hmm.
He said, damn, you got arrested at my court date and you the nigga that stood in the street. That's how I got to even, before they heard that little shit on there, it was 7 weeks of that. It was 7 weeks of that. When I met Keith by chance, my first time ever going to R. Kelly court date, I sit right next to Keith. I look Keith in his eyes and I said, do you know Dana J? He said, I don't know Dana J at all. I said, will you be willing to come on my YouTube channel? He said, yes. This way before Dr. Rogers. We walked down the hallway. I told T Baby, get his number because if I pull out my phone and start talking to him for a number, people gonna know that he gave me his number. So you get the number. He was telling T Baby the number. Dana J walked up. So I walked up on him and T Baby and said, hey, you know what? Fuck the number. I don't even want it.
Mm-hmm.
I dapped Dana, got on the elevator and left. I never seen that man
Mm-mm.
until I was in New York. All them motherfuckers finna get blocked. And I want all of them to know this. Y'all really playing goofy games. You playing goofy games. You know, at some point in time, if you really gave a fuck about injustice, you can show me somewhere where you protested for somebody. It's been too much shit happening with black people. Breonna Taylor, Laquan McDonald, Trayvon Martin.
Kanika
George
Jenkins.
Floyd, Kanika Jenkins. Nobody, no. Let me see in your track record something. Show me something. Show me that you cared about somebody other than R. Kelly.
Mm.
Otherwise, man, I don't want to hear that shit from you. I don't give a fuck what you think about R. Kelly. I don't give a fuck because it's not genuine. It's a fan. They beat the fan out of me. So now I'm scrutinizing fans. They beat the fan out of me. Read the indictment. You got motherfuckers out here talking about he ain't even charged with sleeping with minors. You ain't read the fucking indictment. 12, 13, 14, 15, 15, 16. You ain't read the indictment. Then you get on platforms advocating for somebody on some half-ass shit. And then you go to YouTube and say, Deboski not for R. Kelly. Man, I don't give a fuck what you think I'm for. What I won't be for is getting indicted because of R. Kelly. What I
Mm.
won't do is go to jail for R. Kelly. What I won't do is put my family before R. Kelly. I mean, where's these people family? Where's these people friends? Where's their life? No days off. You can get on here and talk about R. Kelly, R. Kelly, R. Kelly. And through the whole shit, you never take, especially you cocksuckers from Chicago.
Mm.
Oh, God.
You didn't get on there and say nothing about Adam that was shot in the alley unarmed. You didn't get on there and say nothing about George Floyd. A lot of you motherfuckers, man, honestly,
Wait a minute, Debo. Can I stop you right there, please?
go for it.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but Adam had a gun.
Adam had a gun that he put down. Adam put that gun down. He turned around with both hands up.
It was a split second.
It
It
was a split second, and I get it. But at the end of the day, Adam was a minor, been out there misled. And my whole argument for man's rights ain't about R. Kelly. It's really about if you gonna tell me that R. Kelly accusers are his victims, if that's what you want to believe, frontal lobe didn't develop, they didn't know no better, and etc. Then I want to take this opportunity to advocate for some of my friends who I believe didn't know no better when they was 15 to 16 years old, and they still in prison right now at
mm,
38 and 39. They didn't know no better, and I honestly believe they didn't know no better with all my heart. So when we advocating about not caring about the little black girls, what about these little black boys that lost their lives in the 90s and early 2000s being misled by fucking people that told them that they was their friends, told them that they was OGs, told them that they can show them the way and lead them down the wrong path.
my
It's
brother.
motherfuckers, that never even bought a pack of cigarettes out of the stores legit, that's locked up right now, still got 10 more years to go, already in their 30s, been locked up since they were 13, 15, 16. You know, what about them people? If we let out a lot of those guys that lost their lives in their juvenile years right now, we can save our youth because these guys are reconstructed. A lot of them had time to, revisit things that they did, even though what we see get released be not a product of them, but the ones that would never get released, if they could get released, man, it would be a major difference out here in these streets. It would be a major difference. Think about this. All these cocksuckers walk the street talking about free R. Kelly, but had a problem with me asking where are the parents.
Mm.
That let me know you a fan. How can I walk the street saying free a man from some of the most heinous crimes without asking if he did it, where the parents at? I'm asking where the parents at because I want to believe it. I want to know that he did it. I'm not walking the street just for R. Kelly. The fan been beat out of me a long time ago. When Larry McGee started challenging my intelligence to read, and when I started realizing that people that was majority supporters couldn't read,
Mm.
and I hate to be honest, but I'm gonna be honest because they was honest when they told you what they think about me. I'm gonna be honest with them. They broke. How the fuck am I gonna swindle people out of thousands of dollars at a banquet hall that I spent $1,500 to be in? Dana J. How am I going to swindle thousands of dollars when this event was for us to raise money and the only thing we raised was $420?
Mm.
And instead of coming to the internet telling you it was a bust, I came to the internet and told you I raised thousands of dollars, hoping other people would do it. The rest of the motherfuckers that came there ate my chicken, ate Darlene April sides, and got the fuck up out of there. They didn't raise $100 came from me. $100 came from the motherfucker standing next to me. So if it's $420, 200 came from us. That mean wasn't no money raised, man. That shit fugazi as hell. And Levi want to go and put people in jail, Bro, Dana J is somebody that has got on the news and said R. Kelly's his mentee.
Mm.
Doc's a white lady, my baby mama. Look, I put your baby mama on my community chat. You went, put my kids on your community chat, turn around, put my kids on there, call my baby mama on her job, read out her housing information and etc. Now, the difference between me and you is I never said that I was R. Kelly mentee. I'm D Boski. And I do you wrong. And I say fuck your mama and all that shit. I never said that I was R. Kelly. What R. Kelly facing and the way you've been conducting yourself on YouTube, dude, you talking about lock up Don Russell, lock you and Don Russell up. You ain't no better than Don Russell. If Don Russell calling in bomb threats and all this other goofball ass shit through all these star six ass seven numbers, he should have known better. You call the police from a dead phone that don't work. It's still down 911. You ain't had to do all that goofy ass shit. But let's say he did it. What makes him any different than Dana J, who took Jasmine, put her pictures all on the internet, called my baby mama on her job, put my kids' picture on the internet, constantly attack T Baby, somebody he don't even know. Said that any woman standing around me that's R. Kelly supporters, he'll whoop their ass. What make you any better than Don Russell? I've been said if R. Kelly go down, they all should go down. But people talking about I associated myself with people. Association and affiliation. Check the text messages. Check the call logs. The only time you gonna see these people with me is on the live. That's it. What am I gonna talk to you about off of live? Dana J was just over there 2 weeks ago and pushing out 2 weeks ago, saying at one point in time, me and him was friends. How, Sway? How? I would never let you come to my shop. I would never let you pass my threshold. I would never take you to nobody's house that I know. How could we be friends? How? Then you made some text messages that wasn't even true and made me have to screenshot and release every text message you ever sent me because you a liar. You have no integrity. You just went on live and said, I sold Hot Rod. I sold T Baby for a chair from Hot Rod.
What?
Yeah. Do you even know Hot Rod? Dude don't even play like that.
Wow.
Yeah, he said, I sold T Baby for a chair from Hot Rod, and he can swear do 20 years right now. That's his exact words. I can swear I could do 20 years right now. My intel never wrong. I'm listening to this Negro, bro. You can't even show a woman. So why the fuck would I sell my woman?
Mm.
You niggas been on YouTube 3 years making it cool not to be with a woman when a man is only as strong as the woman behind him.
Mm.
All you niggas making it cool to live alone. Nigga, I was living alone in my prison cell for 3 years. What the fuck I need to live alone for? And I ain't scared to jag off. So what is you proving by living alone in the free world with all this pussy out here? 3 years. You can't get a woman to come to your court date. You can't even get a woman to donate to your shit to help you get where you're going. How you support R. Kelly and you don't know what Portillo's is?
Mm.
How you support R. Kelly and you know him and the only time you've been to Chicago is for a protest? Man, you niggas will get beat up, body slammed, and jacked. And that's real. And that goofball shit y'all did to me in New York, I took it with a smile. Cause I'm a real gangster. I take shit like that with a smile. I would never show my ass at no establishment, in front of no courthouse, none of that. I catch you down bad, I'ma leave you down worse. I'm a real motherfucking gangster. That's why you niggas did all that showboating, showbutting, and gyrating on YouTube, but secretly you was calling the police. This whole
Mm.
YouTube beef would have been done. Would have been done when I told y'all I'm gonna be down there. I'm coming to see what y'all been talking about my mama, T baby, my baby mama, whatever. I'm gonna be down there when y'all come, and we gonna see what's gonna go down. You was calling the police before y'all even had a protest. Calling them before the protest happened. Call them after the protest. Call them before. Everybody going to get police reports. And y'all still came on Angie Walker page and antagonized me. Still came on Angie Walker page and provoked. Still came on Angie Walker page and instigated. All along, you through the Freedom of Information Act, every last one of you niggas was getting police reports, notifying the police, telling them y'all scared than a motherfucker.
Mm.
And the paperwork don't lie. I bet y'all thought I was a fugazi nigga. I'm from the streets. Don't you know that when you write a police report, you put your address on it, you put your social security number on it, you put your motherfucking information on it. So every last one of you cocksuckers that made a police report on me, I'm gonna have your information. They can let R. Kelly out tomorrow. You still gonna have to deal with me. You still gonna have to deal with me. I'm a patient, spiteful, real dirty, nasty Negro. Especially when I feel that you don't give a fuck about me or my family. I ain't gonna give a fuck about you or yours. And that's real. And you could think I'm joking, but you could check my background and you can see I'm not joking. Check my background. You will see I'm not joking. Everything I talk about, I really did that shit. All you niggas talk about, you from Chicago. I look your background up. You got caught with 3 crack pipes and ran over a 5-year-old. You
Mm.
look my background up. You see burglaries, firearms, blowing shit up, and drugs. Ain't nothing about me ever been nothing that I didn't have to do unless I had to do it. Yeah, I blew some motherfucking shit up. They tried to extort me. Yeah, I fired off my gun. They tried to play with me. You niggas going to jail for running over kids, running to the internet, telling them you from Chicago. If that's certified what you did, no nigga, you ain't put on for no neighborhood.
Dana say that he been in Chicago since '78.
Getting being in Chicago on hosted, yeah, down there in his mini skirt on hosted, yeah, because when the getting good, if hosted booming, and that's the only place that I know where homosexuals sell their ass.
Yeah, on
If
home.
it's booming, he'll get on the flight and go out there and sell that ass. You got motherfucking hookers leave Chicago and go to Atlanta, go to the Super Bowl game and sell their ass. So if you in Chicago and you been coming to Chicago, then you will know what Portillo's is.
Hmm.
Point blank, period. Nigga still ain't had Harold's chicken. You still ain't even had Harold's chicken, nigga. But R. Kelly, your mentee, and I got a video with R. Kelly with Harold's chicken in the backseat of his car from the day before, and he looking in the car talking about why these motherfuckers leave this Harold's chicken in my car. But you ain't never even had Harold's chicken. You don't even know what Portillo's is, and this nigga Larry McGee was getting that shit ordered to his house. He
Mm.
he seduced motherfucking Tyson's son over his house with Portillo's. Little fat
Oh
fucker ran
Lord,
this on
that
my
is
mama. He told me 3, 4 times. He told you 2, 3, 4 times. He said I
well,
had
I
Portillo's.
didn't say you enticed me about no
He
potato.
said I had
What's the potato?
Portillo's.
Is that
He
a
said he
restaurant?
wanted it. He said,
Is that
he
a
said, Debo,
restaurant?
I ain't know nothing about him. I ain't asked him to come to my house, Debo. I didn't do that. He said, Levi set that up. Levi had something worked out. He told Levi everything. He beat his mama for 15 years. He told Levi everything. Man, I wish my kid would get on the phone and talk to a stranger about what the fuck go on around me and my motherfucking family. I will whoop your ass so motherfucking bad you won't pick up a phone for years.
Oh no, Debo.
How the fuck his
Debo,
son
what's
gonna
with
get on the
pillows,
phone and talk
Lord?
to a stranger about his mama to a
Jeez.
stranger? To a stranger. Do you
My
know the
Mm.
real reason I backed away from DJ? He think it was because of what Dana J said. No, nigga, it was them clear warnings from Levi. I knew Levi had went to the feds. I knew Levi really had notified them people. And I listened to his warnings. This ain't got nothing to do with you. Listen, they call you a rat, bro. Why is they calling you a rat? This ain't no shit to be calling you no rat over. They sticking to you a rat. Sticking to it. You a rat because you read it on that defense fund. Y'all always, could have got a cut. But you type of nigga like you did me. Soon as a motherfucker don't agree with you, you gonna run to YouTube. That
Debo, wait a minute. Let me stop in the middle of your rant real quick. Question. I peeped in on your live the other day. There's a few lives back. You know you do about 20 of them a day. You were showing some paperwork, and it had a stamp on the bottom of it.
mm-hmm.
What on the face sheet? What was that?
I can't fully explain what it is because it's my
Okay.
secret weapon. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying?
Okay.
But one thing was a restraining order from T Baby against Tyson that I guess he didn't see it because they only let the ones that don't go through. You can see those. It's still one pending on him. So the first time he ever get police contact, you will have a notification for court. If you keep ducking this shit, I'm gonna win by default. The other paperwork is basically everybody that think that you just made paperwork on me and you just smarter than me, you're gonna find out that you're not. I didn't walk off from Tyson downtown Chicago saying fuck his mama if my paperwork game wasn't trunk tight. It wouldn't have went from you who have been notifying the police from the 1st of March, the 3rd of March, the 5th of March, the 17th, the 18th, the 19th, for me to be down there on the 21st and still walk after all the notification that you have already done that day. Let you know that my paperwork so strung tight that I came down there to slap the shit out of you, and I knew I could have walked away with it. I don't play
Mm.
games. Everybody that did something to me, all I did was do it back to you. And I notified it as far as time, date. Everybody that look, Tyson drove past my shop. I said fuck his mama. Then you started driving past my house. From there, you continue to do it after you got a police report. What else do you got on me? Because after you sent the FBI to my house, I stopped. I kept saying fuck your mama, but I ain't keep on doing the shit I was doing before they came and notified me. They came and knocked on my door and said you sent them there. The FBI. They had the fucking blue vests on with FBI on that shit in yellow. I wasn't even there. They talked to me on the phone. I was all the way in New York. I was all the way in New York when you called them motherfuckers. Then on the flip side, you got people like uh Golo trying to get a restraining order. Bro, that shit ain't going no fucking well. Y'all niggas took me one day acting erratic, saying I don't give a fuck. And all of y'all scratch that shit out and scratch that shit out and scratch that shit out. All I gotta do is show when the first person made a police report and prove that the same thing that's in that police report is the same thing you complaining about. You can't double jeopardy me. Five
Oh
people can't make a report on the same shit. If I went to deal with the law on one situation for that same action, if I could prove that I did, you can't charge me with the same shit twice. So that shit was frivolous. What I really did was brought all the bitch out of all of y'all. And what's crazy is all y'all sitting back and think that your turn ain't coming. Dana J had a police report on me before I ever met him, and I'm gonna prove it. And Sylvia, who already admitted it, she had a police report on me before I ever met her. I told you that lady I didn't even know, and I still don't know, who gave me her body, already is indulged in stuff like what she did to me. And I'm going to
mm,
prove that. Yes, you on Pornhub and etc. I'm going to prove that. I'm going to prove it.
oh
And they and
God.
they fight me hard about your little paperwork. Your paperwork is the only one they put up a little bit of resistance on. But I'm going to get it. I'm going to get it because I know what the freedom of information is. And I understand that anytime you make a report, I can get it. So DJ Tyson, You ran to the YouTube and you told all these people I was motherfucking on your mama porch. I never went to your mama house. You and I both know that. But I know this. Your mama address is gonna be on her police report. So give it some time. I swear to God on my life, you're gonna wish that you listened to everything that I told you. When I told you, if you're gonna play with me, you know the rest.
Well, I was R. Kelly. I wouldn't want these kind of supporters. I really would.
These motherfuckers is fanatics.
Don't support me.
These motherfuckers fanatics. R. Kelly, my light's finna get cut off, but I'm gonna give you my last $1,000.
Mm,
And that man will probably tell you to keep your shit. But you got a motherfucker like Dana J saying, send it to me and I get it to him.
mm.
Y'all making this man look despicable, like he just out here thirsty as hell for money to the point that he got to tell his lawyer, man, stop that shit, bro. I'm, my situation. I'm gonna hold my head up. I can get through this. Y'all just trying to dirty a nigga name up all the way through the mud, all the way through the mud. Even if I was hurting, this ain't the way you ask for money. This ain't how you go about stuff. And if Dana J was my mentee, how the fuck you a mentee when you reading my baby mama info on motherfucking YouTube, contacting her at work? You contacting her at work. Then she gotta go make police reports on you. And y'all be mad at me when T Baby and my baby mama go make police reports on you. But y'all not realizing your beef with me. I'm not making no police report. I haven't made a police report on nobody. T Baby got every right to make a police report. My baby mama got every right to make a police report if you bring them in your shit. Your baby mama got every right to make a police report. Your mama got every right to make a police report. So why don't they? If your beef was just between me and you wouldn't even be yelling out at me in front of women, yelling out in front of court buildings and all that shit. If your beef with me, you'll be right here in my face telling me what the fuck you got to say. But you niggas know not to come 3 feet up on me playing with me. I would chop you in your neck so fucking fast, I swear to God
Mm.
on my life. I would chop you in your fucking neck and push your eyeballs out your ear.
So let me ask this.
Debo, Lord.
So let me ask this question. So if I'm a R. Kelly supporter and I get out of jail and I want to do anything I can to support going into people's private life, posting them on your walls, they keep none of that don't support R. Kelly. What makes
Man, when I went to R. Kelly birthday party, is when I really said I don't even give a fuck about YouTube no more. That's when I said I'm out that sector. Because when I went to R. Kelly birthday party, I saw way more people. I saw a whole chat, basically. It was at least 236 people in there. And none of them even know about YouTube. They don't even know about YouTube.
that I know that bad. A lot of people, like the dude you see me in the picture with, that's Twan from Trapped in the Closet, and he don't mess with YouTube at all.
Not only that, but motherfucker, it was so many people in there that actually looked it like R. Kelly. Where did all y'all decide to meet up at one time on the same day? How do y'all look like this nigga? They all looked like R. Kelly. They all rocked the bald head with the gold teeth. And
Right,
it,
well,
and they shit look real. Cause they got the shades and they got the Bulls hat and they all was buying Hennessy. Fifths of Hennessy coming to their tables with the sparkles. So if you looked around, it looked like it was like 7 R. Kellys in there.
oh no. But listen, Debo, when you talking about, people putting pictures and stuff of you and supposed, because that shit done happened to me. My child done been posted up there, all kinds of bullshit. I don't do shit like that. People that need to know what the Privacy Act
Man,
is.
I don't even care. You want to
You
put
know what
my
I'm saying?
people up there. You want to put my kids up there. You want to put my baby mama up there. You want to put T baby up there. Whatever. That's cool. But just know that they not gonna handle shit the way I'm gonna handle shit. I'm not going to the police. They going to the police. So if they want to go to the police, and you gonna drive your mama to the police, you already got police reports yourself. They got as much right to stand up for themselves as you standing up for yourself. And I'm not gonna tell them not to. But do D Bosey got a police report? My right hand to God on my kids. I ain't never made a police report on nobody. But I'm going to the feds. and I'm gonna make a report on that nigga that doxed my motherfucking ass with fuck doxing. You swatted me. You swatted me like gamers. You was upset with me over YouTube and through electronic communication, you called in false motherfucking police reports and tried to have me or my family hurt. That's a fact. And I got the paperwork. Bitch, I'm about to get your phone calls. That's why I ain't been going live because I've been emailing them back and forth, telling them I'm not gonna play it on my YouTube. But bitch, I'm gonna play that shit as soon as I get that shit. You niggas should have never been playing with me. Tell the world how y'all was on YouTube calling me bitches and hoes and was calling the police, telling them you scared than a motherfucker. And you know what? I ain't never gonna be for none of y'all. I seen how you feel. I seen what's really on your mind. And all you had to do was just let me be. Go on about your business. I go about my business. But y'all didn't want me to do my protesters in peace. You wanted to tell people not to go to my page, tell people I don't know who you know and all this other shit. Bro, I swear to God on my life, if you were smart, if you were smart for fucking over a year, I told you one specific thing. And if you were smart, you would motherfucking take my advice and motherfucker be gone, gone, gone. Because if they don't, bro, I swear to God, nigga, I'm not a real member if what I told you, if I'm not my motherfucking daddy child. And I don't give a fuck how much you put this and that type of sauce on the situation. At the end of the day, it's not about what a motherfucker say. It's about what a motherfucker can prove, nigga. It's what a
But
motherfucker can prove.
Debo, but here's the thing, right? You do know that even if somebody, just say somebody put some stuff up or whatever, whether it's yours or not, you do know that they can still be held responsible for that stuff. And what you do is,
And I know
you
how they
know,
can be held responsible, but I'm not gonna walk you through all of that. You talking to a criminal. You the motherfucker that's legal, Miss Walker. So let me
because I know the
right,
process.
okay.
You ain't got to
So
walk me
look,
through it.
look,
But what
look.
I'm saying,
It's not about what you do, it's about getting away with it if you're gonna be a criminal.
but listen, I just want to tell you, okay,
You saw John Gotti walk on 3 murders, right?
Debo, can I finish what I'm saying?
I'm just saying it could be
Okay,
done.
yeah, but can I finish what I'm saying?
Okay.
What I'm saying is this. Okay, people really don't feel things like they play with these police reports and things of that, and that's fine, whatever. And you can get that, you can get restraining orders, you can get lawsuits going or whatever. But I'm gonna tell you the thing that really stops the motherfucker from all that five fingering and googling shit is send that shit to where their lifestyle stops. That means send that shit to their motherfucking job. You understand what I'm saying? When you send, and if they have some of those positions, they
Man,
may
these
not
niggas,
get fired.
these
Hold on, they
motherfuckers
may
ain't
not
not.
get
Hey,
fired,
look, man,
but
these
they
motherfuckers,
definitely can't. That shit would be in their motherfucking
man,
files and
these
records of
Negroes,
them
look,
people.
these
But listen,
Negroes
hold on, Debo.
ain't nothing but Uber
And
drivers,
Debo,
man.
hold on, and
These
a
niggas
lot
ain't
of
nothing but Uber
jobs.
drivers.
Debo, hold on. A lot of jobs use the social media as a part of their motherfucking profile. They before they hire you, they go looking at your social media, your
Bruh,
activity on your
Uber
social media.
hired a nigga that ran
That's
over a
how.
5-year-old, man. They don't give a damn.
Listen, you listen when
Uber
you
hired a man that ran over a 5-year-old. They don't give a damn.
no you they don't know
These
they don't
niggas ain't
think they
working
know
real
all that.
jobs no more. They working computer jobs. They ain't got no
Not
boss.
all
The boss
everybody.
they app on
Not
their phone.
everybody.
These niggas that spend all their time on YouTube, the motherfucking they bosses they app on their phone. These motherfuckers ain't got no 401k.
Well, I work from home. I got a 401k. I used to
These niggas
have
ain't got no
a PSP.
401k. These niggas ain't even got life insurance, man. Real
Shit, I
shit.
got
These niggas,
several of those.
you could
I can
come on
show
here and
you
say
my premium
Deboski
just
off
came out.
medication. I'm mentally unstable. I'm stable enough to know to write out my will and know to go get me some motherfucking life insurance so my family don't need to go fund me. I'm
Mm.
stable enough to know that.
I can show you my expense account where my shit done came the fuck
Man,
out with my
sometimes I
life
just be
insurance
thinking about, you
policy.
know what, I should just drive this motherfucker off a bridge and let my kids be well paid. Cause my
No, Debo,
insurance,
don't say
I'm just
that. Don't
talking
say that.
shit. I'm just talking shit.
Yeah.
Cause I can't
But
crack a joke. These
see,
people take
you
my
don't,
joke
you
serious.
have to hit people for a long term effect. That's why
I don't think you
back
can
in,
hit these type of people with no long
yes,
term
you
effect.
can.
These
Shit,
motherfuckers just rolled
shit,
up out of tents, man. These niggas rolled.
shit,
Look, man, these
shit.
niggas rolled
You
up out of
talking to a
alleys.
specialist?
Man, Miss Walker, these motherfuckers rolled up out of their cars on YouTube. They rolled up out their back seat. Didn't even brush their teeth. Go live. Fuck you. You live here. This your car. This where you live. This your baby mama. Fuck T baby. The motherfuckers just rolled up out their car. Then they go live and say my car broke down. Help me
Oh,
get another car. You can't. These niggas ain't got nothing to lose, man. These niggas ain't even got life insurance. These niggas ain't even got no felonies. Talking about they gonna do some felony shit for R. Kelly.
you crazy.
Well, honey, I make the candy that y'all eat every single day from
Man, you do
all
some felony shit to me over R. Kelly, I'ma fuck you in your ass. You hear that? You play some felony
Oh,
shit.
when you
You
stop
ain't never
saying
got a
that.
felony in your life. Look, look, look. I've been in prison 3 years. Hard time. You trying to tell me that you out here willing to go to prison over R. Kelly? Nigga, I'll fuck you in your ass myself.
Damn.
I'll fuck you in your ass
Oh
myself,
Lord.
nigga. For real. How the fuck you get to 50 years old? All these niggas older than me. All of them older than me. How you get to 50 years old and all of a sudden you willing to throw your whole life away?
Oh,
You ain't want to do it when you were 15, 17, 18, 20, 23, 24, 25. You know, when the testosterone pumping. Now you niggas wait till you get 50 and say, I'm gonna use Deboski as an example to show that I'm a gangster. No, nigga, you gonna get your ass laid down playing with Deboski. And the next motherfucker play with me, we gonna both go to jail. We gonna both turn around and cuff up. I don't give a fuck. Next time motherfucker walk up playing with me at my table, cheers gonna be flying, cups, plates, whatever. Fuck it. I don't give a fuck. The motherfucking establishment didn't call the police. They saw y'all come up there with the goofy ass shit. There's cameras all around here with the goofy ass shit. Y'all done walked up on me once before with the goofy ass shit. So why the fuck would I underestimate you the next time you come up on me? The next time you come up on me, I'm gonna swear up and down. I'm fighting for my life. I don't know y'all. I don't know why the fuck you would be in front of a courthouse threatening me. I don't know why you would be at my motherfucking table threatening me. You bitches ain't even buy shit to eat. And I know the real scoop. You hoes couldn't even afford a fucking hotel room. Y'all whole fucking time out there in New York was chasing Deboski down. Little do y'all know, I was in the fucking Dirksen building fighting a civil case. So when y'all thought I was scared, thought I didn't show up because y'all ran me away, no, nigga, I came when I could, went back to Chicago because I had my own shit pending in civil court. Police, motherfucking brutality, came right back again as soon as my shit was over with. So I never ran from nobody, nigga. And everybody that was in my circle told me don't tell y'all shit. So in y'all mind, y'all think I ran. Y'all think I did this. But in the end, y'all overspent your money chasing me down. And I wasn't even around except for when I could be, cocksucker. And I still made motherfucking court TV yearly wrap up. And I only did a protest for 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah, that's right. But Debo, listen, there are some of the people that don't seem to be saying anything about you
Yeah,
at
because they
this
know that they
moment.
fucking freedom of information reports is coming. That's why they bitch ass is quiet.
But
That's why they
I
quiet.
want to see if you can let them
Hey,
out of
look,
this
no, ain't
beat.
no fucking letting shit go. I'm gonna tell you how
Uh,
this finna go. If you made a fictitious report against me, if you made a fictitious report against me, if you lied on your report, I am going to press charges against you to the fullest extent. I am totally against people lying to the law, are using the police for vindictive reasons. If you made a report against me and that report was false, I will have your address and I will be making a report against you for filing a false police report. You got motherfuckers talking about I went live threatening them. I got all my lives. You was lying. I got motherfuckers saying that I went live on days that I didn't even go live. And just for you make, I'm about to motherfucking not only fucking get you for making a false fucking police report or any report. My whole campaign for the enterprise, man, we want people that put in false police report against others to be charged with the same crime that that person would be facing and face the same amount of time. There's too many people out here using the police like they personal army, then running to YouTube playing gangster.
But
Dana
the
J. Dana J just said, why don't you let's go there, let's go there, let's go there. How many police reports you got? Let's go there, let's go there. Nigga, on my dead homie, on my motherfucking kids. I ain't never made no motherfucking police report over none of you bitch ass niggas. I would lay you down, nigga. I would stand over you and pump shit through you and let that shit smoke off the ground, nigga. I don't
Diva.
need to make no motherfucking police report. And to be honest with you, I'm a real fucked up dude. You shouldn't spare me. You shouldn't talk. You shouldn't even wait. You should just do it. You should
Diva.
just do it. I'm talking about for all the people that want to beat the wood, all the people that want to surround me, all the people that's outside my vehicle and all this shit. Stop playing and do it. Do it. Show me that you waited until you got 50 to be out here acting like you a thug. Show it to me. And I'm gonna show you how a thug react naturally. I'm gonna show you how this shit come naturally. 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 Nigga, I will go to Rikers Island and take over a whole fucking block in that bitch. I would go to Rikers Island and bring vice lords in New York. I would flip them niggas vice lords, bitch. I ain't scared. You talking to a nigga that did 3 years. You niggas out here, and I ain't saying you got to be tough for none of that shit. All I'm saying is, I don't believe you waited until you got 50 to get a felony. You carrying Uncle Sam gun. You ain't gonna kill shit. You ain't gonna shake a leg at a house party. If you niggas was anything you talk about, you would have already had a felony. You would have already. How is it that D Bosey got you to the point you got to confront me? You gonna do this to me? You got to do that. You got to do. You mean to tell me your boss never pissed you off? Somebody that's a co-worker never pissed you off. Your neighbor never pissed you off. But when D Bosey pissed you off, you got a thug in you. Show
Diva,
me that
everybody
thug.
don't have to go to jail to be hard.
No, they don't. They don't.
Some
But you
people
gon'
just ain't get caught.
but I guarantee you this. You run up on my table again, you better be prepared to go to jail. Cause I am.
And then you got some
I
people
am.
that you
Hey,
fight
look.
that is
The next
dishonest
time the
and go
police
call the
look,
cops.
the next time the police tell me you want if I take you to jail, I gotta take them to jail. I'm gonna say let's go. Because I know that motherfucker ain't never had his asshole looked in before. Let's go. Let's go.
Diva.
And I mean it. And the reason why I'm saying that is because ain't nothing cool about going to jail. So stop pump faking to YouTube like you really willing to go. Cause I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I done been to Will County, Cook County, DuPage County, Winnebago County, Lake County in Illinois. That's just 5 counties I done been to in Illinois. I've been to Vienna prison, Stateville prison. Show me that you willy with it. Cause I don't believe it. And you can tell
Oh
these people on you, no. I ain't playing when I say this. I'm not playing. If you gonna tell me that you willing to go through what niggas go through every day, that really got that jacket on their back for R. Kelly, over me and my words and my opinion, prove it to me. Because when I was out in the street selling drugs, I was selling drugs knowing what come behind that shit. And I took it. When I blew up motherfucking shit, I knew what came behind that shit. I took it. When I let off guns in crowds, I knew what came behind that shit. I took it. Show me you ready to do this shit, because I don't believe you. You can get on here and tell me I'm scared and all that shit, but you can't show me that you not. You can't show me that you not scared. You can't show me that you really about that. You can't show me that you willing to cross that line. When I blew people shit up, I crossed that line. When I let off my motherfucking gun,
God.
I crossed that line. When I sold drugs, I crossed that line. Cross the line, nigga. Show me you
Diva.
about it. Stop
Diva,
lying
that's
to
not
YouTube.
smart to be asking people to bring
If you
harm to
gonna
you. You
walk up to my
ain't
table and you got 6 kids at home And you gonna
Oh
beat my
Lord.
wood, and you ain't from this state, I ain't from this state. If you gonna beg for me to come across the street to fight you, what the fuck you think gonna happen if we get the tumbling? What the fuck you think gonna happen if we get the tumbling at this restaurant? We gonna go to jail. Period. You didn't ask me to meet you around the corner. You didn't follow me into the parking garage. You didn't ask me come walk down the street. You did it right here. Like you didn't care. Like you willing to go to jail. Prove it to me. Cause I don't believe you. Ain't no nigga just jumping across the line all of a sudden. I crossed that line many times. I got 5 felonies, Miss Walker. I'm not proud of it. I'm telling the truth. I got 5 felonies. That means I crossed the line 5 times. Do you think I'm gonna let a nigga that ain't never crossed that line tell me that, I'm gonna cross it at 50? No, nigga, you ain't gonna cross shit. You'll get fucked in your ass playing with me, little bitch. Real shit. You better go play with
Okay.
somebody else. You really better go play with somebody else. You niggas trying to prove some shit to R. Kelly, but you won't prove no shit for your kids. I put your kids up on my community chat. Put them on dildos. And you walk up
Oh,
talking. You walk up talking. You know why you niggas made scenes? Because you didn't want to see me in the dark. You didn't want to let me get in my car, circle around, see where you going, pull up on you. You didn't want none of that. You want to let it be known to everybody there that this guy right here has crossed the line several times. Because you a bitch ass motherfucker. I ain't got nothing to prove no more. I showed up every time. Even when they said don't support my protesters, I still came out. I walked the block with a handful of people. No worries. Told y'all bitch ass niggas I was coming down there and I could see through the Freedom of Information Act. You bitch ass niggas was scared. And when I hear that nigga in the cornfield in Carolina, I know that
oh,
every nigga around you was scared and you knew that they was scared and you knew what they was doing. Stop acting like you out here defending some motherfuckers against me when everybody around you don't believe in you. That's why they went to the police.
Debo, Trevin and Loyalty
I ain't
and
named no names.
Browntown
I ain't
and
named no
well,
names, did I?
we know who you
I
talk.
didn't
We know
name
who you
no
talking about.
names.
They haven't
And I
said
ain't gonna
nothing
name no
about you,
names.
Debo.
But
You
since
at
you want to
some
say
point
loyalty
you
though, right?
don't have to
Since you want to say
be like
loyalty,
if
right?
there's nobody
Hold
talking
on.
about you,
Let
you
me
got
get
to be like
funky.
you can't
Cause
talk
you brought
about
up loyalty.
them.
You brought up loyalty, so let me get funky, right? You know,
Not I ain't
loyalty.
but I'm
No,
telling
no,
you that
no,
them
you
people
said it.
aren't
You
bothering
said
you.
it, so I'm gonna get funky.
I said it's
I'm
not
about to
yeah
take my
because
drawers
those
off right
people
now.
aren't
I'm
bothering
about to
you.
take
Those
my
people
drawers
ain't
off,
bothering
loyalty.
you, Debo.
Loyalty. I'm about to take my drawers off, courtesy of Miss Walker. You running around here.
Courtesy of me
You
or
running
courtesy of
around here
you.
playing the I don't know role, right? But I know this though. Your people shot them 4 people over there in that chicken spot. He got out 3 years later because Kim Fox didn't want to charge him, right? Now, listen to this, Lord. Listen. He shot 4 people, right? The motherfuckers was innocent, nigga. The streets is saying them people was innocent. He didn't go and get no get back. He got the wrong people. He shot 4 innocent niggas. He shot 2 motherfuckers in front of their mama
I don't
at
know
her
what you
job.
talking about,
And
Debo.
hold on. Listen. Let him listen. Let him listen. Rattle that cage. Rattle that cage. This the raid for you bitches. The Lysol raid. So he run up in the chicken spot. He gonna shoot them 2 brothers, blood brothers, in front of their mama, man. They were innocent. Then they come out the store, shoot the other 2 motherfuckers for no reason, right? You be on here acting like you gonna see me, bro. What's worth more, me or you to the streets? My only beef come from R. Kelly. Who gives a fuck about R. Kelly? I bet somebody give a fuck about them 4 people. I bet somebody give a fuck about them 4 people. They done put my address all over the internet. Ain't nobody came. You know why ain't nobody came? Because D Boy ain't no fuck nigga. But I bet you this. It's 4 dead people. Real life, real time, real situation. They got family, they got friends, they got people that care about them, nigga. You don't know who I know. You don't know who I know. Y'all niggas still talking about I'm from Bolingbrook. A Bolingbrook nigga got y'all niggas shook, huh? A Bolingbrook nigga came down in Chicago, spooked all you niggas, had y'all go get the whole truckload of police. A Bolingbrook nigga chasing y'all down 79. A Bolingbrook nigga standing on business. A Bolingbrook nigga can get you really touched. I swear to God on my life. Your location, man, they talking about it worth 3,000. I'm talking about it worth 5, if you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying. And I'm talking real English. I'm talking real English, nigga.
Debo, my
I'm
whole
talking
point
real
was though.
English. Hey,
Debo,
listen, I'm talking real
hold on for a
English.
minute.
Fuck you
Debo,
talking about.
Debo. My whole point was talking about them is that they are not saying anything about you in
Yeah, you
anything.
know why? Because they didn't know Freedom of Information Act will give me everything that you've been telling the police about me, even though you was on the internet saying the opposite about me. All these people, I came on your platform one night, and I ain't gonna say you allowed me, but you allowed them to have they say so, and they all got up here and called me a bitch. They all got up here and told me meet them in the street, what they gonna do to me. We all saw that. But the Freedom of Information Act, I only got the Freedom of Information Act for Bolingbrook.
And Debo, you
Hey,
have
look, look,
done
look, look,
that.
look, look, look,
You
look,
have
look,
done
look, look,
that
look. So you can know why they
a
quiet.
hundred times
Hear me out so you
doing.
can know why they quiet. Hear me so you can know why they quiet. This is why they quiet. I only got the Freedom of Information Act for Bolingbrook. Now I'm getting the Freedom of Information Act for Chicago. Chicago, that shit run deep. You niggas was making police reports on me way before we even had beef. I'm going to prove it. I'm going to prove it. Not only that, but every police contact you ever made in the city of Chicago in your whole life, I'm going to have it. You know why real niggas don't make police reports, Trevor? Because we all know that anybody can pull your shit through a Freedom of Information Act. That's why I ain't never made no motherfucker. You will only find 2 police reports on me that's written by me. And I'm gonna tell you exactly what they say verbatim. I told them the police got some informants working for them that's running road. This motherfucker out here working for the police. It was 4 restraining orders, 2 against the police. The 2 police officers that I put on it, I sued them. The other 2 was informants that worked it for the police. I wrote in my report, the police got informants that's trying to provoke me, and these motherfuckers running road. I went to court. The judge told me, you can't get these restraining order on these cops. I said, but they got 2 niggas out here that's unofficial cops. They was like, where your proof at? I proved that the dude got caught with a gun and cocaine, and they let him go. When I proved that, she granted my order of protection, and I went and sued Bolingbrook police. That's how that shit went. You and you can read the fine print. I went in no jam. I went under no pressure, nothing. I wrote 2 reports against 2 police officers that was acting like they some gangsters, like they gonna get gangster. Then they had 2 other little bitch ass niggas with them doing their little dirty work, and I popped their collar. And they gonna put my kids through college, playing goofy ass games with me. I don't play. Listen, I'm campaigning for all the real niggas. Never play street games with police people. The moment you went to the police, DJ, the rest of you niggas, that's the moment I won. That's the moment you should have went on and leave it on that level. On I don't want them type of problems with you. But y'all niggas go on Angie Walker page. He a bitch ass nigga when I see him. And look, Angie, I got this video. I got this video. Play this video, Angie. Play this video of us in front of the courthouse. And I was gonna whoop him in front. Nigga, y'all niggas some bitches. Y'all niggas some
Debo,
bitches.
them people ain't said nothing to you.
Man, you ain't nothing else you gonna be able to say to me. Because
He go
every
leave them
month,
people
this how
alone.
this how you ain't gonna be able to say nothing to me. In the next 2-3 weeks, I'm gonna have Atlanta Freedom of Information Act. 2 weeks after that, I'm gonna have Chicago. 2, 3 more weeks after that, I'm gonna have New York. So what you gonna say? What you gonna say when you know your paperwork finna contradict that? I'm gonna have y'all phone recording when you called the police and you told them you was scared of the big bad wolf. You know the bad guy, R. Kelly Jr. You know you need people like me on YouTube so you can point the finger, Levi. and say that's the terrorist. You feel? So you can point the finger,
No,
Levi, and say
no,
that's
no,
the
Debo. That's
terrorist
totally
right there.
that's really counterproductive, Debo.
Hey, one thing out you should never do is write your name on a motherfucking police report with your motherfucking address on that shit, and you call their ass. I'm gonna be playing your recording, Tyson, over and over and over. And you thought you was slick. You thought you was slick, but your mama police report got an address on it. You thought you was slick, nigga. You ain't slick. I'm gonna be in the Bahamas. You niggas ain't gonna be able to lie on me. Y'all ain't gonna be able to lie on me. It's not what a motherfucker said. It's what a motherfucker did and what you can prove. Trust me, you fuck with the wrong person. You
And
fuck with the wrong person. When I tell you fuck with the wrong person, I'm smiling. I am smiling. I'm smiling at y'all because the moment I knew that y'all was calling the police, March 1st, March 3rd, JoJo, I didn't have a chance on these Negroes. They were gonna shoot me down, bro. You talking about Debo? You should have. Nah, nigga, them niggas gonna shoot me down. Motherfucker said I had a gun. Don't even tell me. Don't tell me I got a gun. Just fire me down. Damn. Damn.
and
Mm.
say something real quick, please.
Yeah, go ahead, True.
You know, like in real life, I just did getting ready. I
You
had.
going in and out.
Is it better now?
Yeah, it's better. Go ahead.
So, like I said, I just did 10 hours, and I'm getting ready to go back and do 10 hours. I came,
Wow.
I came on a panel because I really wanted to discuss the text that you
Okay.
was talking about. You know,
Yes, let's talk
I
about that
don't
text.
mean no harm, but you know how we go from talking about text.
Okay, tell me the text. Let
Wait,
me hear the
hold on.
text.
I let everybody get it out with very little censoring. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's just how
Can
this
I hear the
system
text? What's the
operated.
text? I ain't
Hold
heard
on.
nothing about no
We ain't talking
text.
about the text. Go ahead. What's your take on the text, Drew? Because I done talked about
Tell
them
me
till
the
I'm blue
text,
in the
y'all.
face.
I want to know what the text
Hold on,
is.
D-Bro. She finna tell you. Hold on. Just stop interrupting. Go ahead, Drew.
Debo, when she first opened up the live, you know, she was talking about the text and you know what's going on with R. Kelly's email and so forth. And
Oh
somebody,
yeah, I remember that.
yeah, somebody got blocked from the list, and that's pretty much what we
Yeah,
was.
I ain't want to zero in on that. That's why I sidetracked it. That's how we got here. Because it's a couple more motherfuckers about to get blocked, Miss Walker. I wish I could tell you all kind of shit, but I don't really know what side you on. So this is my way of telling you what's really going on.
What you mean you don't know what side I'm on? I'm not on the side.
Right, but I'm just saying I don't want to involve you in nothing. You a neutral person. I'm gonna keep you neutral. You don't know nothing.
Yeah, I
You
don't know
don't know
nothing. I don't
nothing.
need to know
And I ain't
nothing.
never told you nothing. So that way you ain't
Mm-mm.
compromised. You feel me?
Right.
But I did tell you I got motherfucking old girl letter. I told you that.
You told everybody that, yeah.
Right, but you know what? I FaceTime you and let you look at it.
Oh,
Cause that way you can't
okay.
get no pictures of it or nothing. I don't want you, cause who knows? They might be
So
like,
ain't
I'm
nobody finna do all that.
no, cause Levi say, man, Levi said he got Shan Winbush letter. He reads Shan Bush letter. So then he made me feel like, I ain't gonna even read it like
Did
that.
you read it? Didn't you?
Yeah, I read it. I read it. I just read. It's like she got like 8 pages. I only read one page because I really ain't into that. I just wanted to let her know that Shorty, I know what's going on for real, for real. And Sylvia, not me, but the Enterprise is a major reason you got blocked. We made sure your ass got up out of there. We made sure.
How
We
did
made sure.
they
And
sure?
I still know who on that motherfucker. I ain't gonna call y'all names out because I ain't no snitch. I ain't gonna do that.
Good Lord. The fuck is going on with the
But we
email?
wanted, we wanted, we wanted Sylvia off immediately.
Why?
Motherfucking YouTube didn't even know Sylvia got blocked. I'm the first person that told motherfucker Sylvia got blocked. Hey Sylvia, that was my work. That was my work. And that was payback
Lord.
for supporting your bullshit and you try to fuck me over. That's why I got your ass blocked.
Okay, come on, True. With the what was your take on the text messages?
Well, like I was saying, I just felt like you know what I'm saying. R. Kelly is he not illiterate to the point where he can't control his email list and who he's texting and who he's calling. If he made a collect phone call to Debo, oh well, let it be. What's the problem? But all these people, these random people coming in from all these other different places with all this foolishness, I just feel like R. Kelly don't want to be bothered with none of these people. He don't
And,
want them.
and some people don't realize with that phone call and all that goofy ass shit, man. Look, I've been putting money on R. Kelly books since he got locked up. Like I've been putting money on his book, like he was a plug thug, like one of the guys. And I got my receipts, Dana J. I guarantee you, Dana J. I promise to God, we can go live and I can show money orders for 3 years, and I guarantee you, I sent more to R. Kelly than you did. And I got my receipts. I kept all my receipts. I kept all my receipts. I've
Oh
been
wow.
first. I started off sending off Where's Waldo books. Then I started sending him all my bills, whatever I was building. Then I started sending them all my kids' pictures. I sent them every money every all the time. When I get paid, I always send them shit out of my pay. Not no YouTube shit. My pay. If I get some money, I always send it to them. I always thought to myself, man, that could be me.
Well, listen. So let me hear truth for a minute. So, truth. Now what text messages were you talking? You talking about what? Talking about the text messages in those goddamn in that goddamn J-Bo post conviction motion.
So what receipts? Oh, I show the receipts. Only way I'm gonna show the receipts. Look. I got no problem. I'm gonna shut up because I'm cutting
What?
people off.
Right. True. You gonna say something? True.
Yeah, I was talking about the text that was in the and in the court hearing in the trial.
In the motion. Yeah.
I was speaking.
We still never found out who was DJ that contacted one of these accusers.
Debo, we're not talking about that.
Cause
Stay
she
on
just said the
topic.
motion. She said the motion in the
No, we
trial.
talking about we talking about something specific. And truth, you are cutting in and out.
Let me get my phone off. Okay, I took it off. But
Okay.
I was specifically talking about the text that was mentioned in the trial. I was talking about
Okay.
those texts when
Now okay, the text that was mentioned in the trial. Now you know those are not the ones that J-Bo is talking about. The
okay.
text that's mentioned in the trial, those are the ones that was entered in as evidence and they were argued in court.
Mhm.
They are referenced in the transcripts as well.
Mhm.
So those are something totally different from the ones J-Bo is talking about in her motion. Her motion is as far as those text messages, is centered around the fact that they didn't use them to help disprove the prosecution's theory that uh R. Kelly induced, entice, coerce, and persuade Azrael. She's trying to use them to show that, along with her mom, that Jane Doe number 5 was the one that's doing all of that. So it would have if she successfully do that, then that would mean that that element wasn't proven by the prosecutor.
Mhm. So let's say you filed the motion pertaining to the text messages and they did not use them in order to prove the innocence or in order to prove that it was led by the mother. Okay, so let's say the judge awards that. Let's say the judge awards that. How is that still at this point? How is that going to prove his innocence?
Okay. Oh, okay. Hold on, because I kind of answered that. So if you look at the post conviction, because a lot of people want to use the text message to show that they bad parents or whatever, and that's fine. It could be, but I mean, I don't know. We don't. Those text messages has not been. I keep saying the same thing.
I don't think R.
Authenticated.
Kelly could be
Hold
balling.
on. Authenticated, validated, and the nature of them, have not been argued in court, so we don't know. They were just introduced or in a physical state in this post conviction motion. They can turn out to be just like the fake ass letters, and just because the prosecutor decided to offer the fake ass letters and not use the text message, it doesn't say anything. It just speaks to the the prosecutors theory of what they're trying to prove. They're using what they need to prove what they need to prove. Of course, the prosecutor when you first of all, when you come across the phone thing, right? They can't sit up there and not say they can't sit up there and omit things that could be useful to the defense, which will fall up under exculpatory. They can't really omit things you know that may not have any relevancy to this particular case, whether it's used or not. So what they'll do is they'll mark it for identification, and so they'll go and just see if it's going to be admissible, and then the judge will then say, okay, well, they'll deem it as admissible, and then that's when you'll see it has been entered into evidence or something along that line. It'll tell you, and then it tells you that if you go along in the transcripts, right? Because they're using it. They're using it to prove a theory. If the defense would have used those text messages, that's what she's trying to say, then maybe they could have been used to say, well, Azrael and her mother was the one that was doing all the enticement and all that type of stuff. But they will still have to verify the chain of cut. The prosecutor's gonna verify
It came
or
out the
trace the
device. They
chain.
know that
Hold
it
on,
came
hold
up.
on. Verify the chain of custody, the nature and the validity of them. Go ahead, Debo.
Throughout this whole thing, we've been saying that it was things said in the courtroom, and maybe now that J-Bo explained what the hell they was talking about, now we can see the disconnect in people that was there to transcript, because he was Deverick, he was making reference into something that he couldn't show and he didn't have. And before the trial even started, they said don't bring up the parents. So he probably walked up to that fence in hindsight, but he couldn't really say what he wanted to say. But now that it's on appeal, you get the full analytics of stuff that was not shown. But the main flaw in R. Kelly's case is not about the text messages, really. It's about the people who the state's attorney, while presenting a case, constantly made references to Surviving R. Kelly without playing Surviving R. Kelly in the courtroom, which would mean that they was people that watched the documentary, which mean that you are a biased individual. And we see that from the questionnaires that came through, which would mean that he didn't get his due process. There's nowhere around that shit. If you saying, I think he did this, I saw the documentary, this and such, and then you got the DA making references to this documentary, and you already know the reference point that they talking about, and they never go and play the documentary in the courtroom as a reference point to the other jurors, which mean that they knew exactly, you knew, they knew, it was already biased at that point. For the people that say all this goofball shit, now don't get me wrong, I ain't saying I was balling, sending R. Kelly money balling, he should be balling off me. But if I didn't send you 100, I sent you a 50, and I sent that either every month or every other month, and I've been doing that since he been locked up.
Well, if
And
you
he ain't.
did that,
And I want to say
that's
this
more
just
than
for
what
you
some people
motherfuckers
have
that's in
done.
the chat. He ain't the only person I do that to. You know, it's other people I just give $20. It's people that I know that like I was saying about this frontal lobe and people that's young black males that went to prison at 16 and 17 and they still in there. When Christmas come around, I send them money. On their birthday, I send them money. Certain ones that I know that didn't deserve to get the time that they got.
Okay, it's what I well, you said something I wanted to bring up. When she said that they couldn't talk to the parents, she was saying about the because she already talked about this in preliminary hearing. That there she was talking about with regards to the mental health when it came to the
No, she make the
extortion
mental
part.
health separate.
I
She
know
said,
I'm separating them right now.
okay.
When it came to the extortion and all of that, she left that open for the defense to do it. But she warned them, said that if you open that door, then what that means is that the prosecutor get to talk about it and get to argue that position as well. The point what
Anything
I'm
that she
saying is that
did,
hold on, go ahead.
anything that she did to me ain't really worth disputing. If she did it, she did it. I don't care about that. You know, because
Oh,
she did a lot of fucked up shit.
You talking about J.
What I
Cole?
care about is the undisputable fact that we can't deny, which is that jurors knew about surviving R. Kelly and that the state's attorney made references to surviving R. Kelly without showing it in the courtroom to the other jurors, which would mean that this was a biased jury. And that's it.
So,
but they have to ask sub questions to find out if the
They
jury
asked the
feels
questions
about.
and they said
I
some of them
know,
that,
but and
yeah,
that's
so that
that
means you had a
might be a
biased jury.
problem.
You
but
had
it,
a
That
biased
might be a
jury.
problem. The
I ain't
jury
never
might be
seen
a
a bias
problem.
more bias. Look, you can't even paint a biased jury. Only way you can get a jury more biased than this is the fucking Ku Klux Klan and their heydays. That's the only way. You
What you
know,
think
these
they
people up
do?
there talking about surviving R. Kelly, they all done seen surviving R. Kelly. They didn't give a damn about nothing else.
Well, so watching Surviving R. Kelly isn't a disqualification. Being if you watched it and you could be still could be unbiased. I
Yeah,
mean
but
that
the people
means
that
that
said that they watched it, they said that they couldn't be unbiased. They said that
oh
they believed
well
it.
if they said that and they still but will
That's what
see
she
that
based
there's
in
a
her
problem.
motion. She put that in her motion.
I don't think she said it like
She
that. I think
said that they put in their questionnaire, I believe he did it. One of them said, I believe he did it. I believe that if all of this stuff been following him, it must be true. One of them said, I think he married Aaliyah. Man, out of 12, at least 5 of them had already nailed his ass to the cross.
but, but, okay. How, can't find that many people today in America who.
thank you the hell.
Well, that mean that you can't try that man, let him go. He can't get a fair trial, then let him go. Man, if Jesse Smollett can make a fucking mockery out of black people and then compare himself to Emmett Till, they better free R. Kelly tomorrow.
So it's unfair if people seen the docu series. Is that
Man, that docu-series was a motherfucker. Did y'all see the docu-series on Drew Peterson, the cop from Bolingbrook who killed 2 of his wives? Because that motherfucker was dating a 17-year-old that used to work at the hotel. She worked and he was dating her at 17. He was a Bolingbrook police lieutenant dating a 17-year-old. While they was looking for his third wife. I mean, questioning him about his third wife being dead. They questioned him about this, and he was dating a 17-year-old on national TV. And that's a fact.
hey, one of my coworkers said they know you.
If they do, then they should know I'm a real ass nigga.
Yeah, one of my coworkers Ben told me they knew you when I was at work one time.
Lord, the indictment queen,
Okay,
Jesus.
but they said they knew you from off Chicago Avenue.
That's where I'm from.
Oh my gosh.
That's where I come from. I come from Chicago Avenue. I just be out south.
Okay, okay.
I'm from
Lord, the
Chicago Avenue. I'm from
indictment
L
queen,
Town.
child.
But
Ain't no
Anybody
shame in
know
my
me in
game. I
there,
grew up in
the
Austin,
Jew?
but I'm from L
Anybody
Town.
know me? Anybody on the line know me? Yeah, damn.
but
So,
I
but
I
for
no,
grew
but
up
what I
in
hold on,
Austin.
hold on.
The truth. I grew up at Oak Park, but
okay,
I'm from L Town.
Okay, I live in Oak Park now.
I know. I remember you telling me that. That's why I made clear that. And when the 4th of July come around, go to Oak Park River Forest High School. I will be there. I go every year. I've been going ever since a kid. I
Okay.
take my kids there and everything. They got the best fireworks show in the whole Chicago. They beating motherfucking Navy Pier. The white people over there in Oak Park lighting off some good shit. They talking about me living in Bolingbrook. You living in a better place than me. Cause that's
But
where I want to be at. I want to be in Oak Park.
the truth, hold on. Let me tell you this. So, like the situation with the letters, right? When they brought in an expert and talked about the chain of custody with the letter, or not an expert, but a witness that could talk about the chain of custody of the letters. When someone gets up there, when they talk about the chain of custody of those letters, that will partially solve my question about the authentication of them,
Did
the
nobody give
validity
a
of
damn
them,
about
and
the
the
chain of custody on Michael Avenatti Tate?
yeah, they're gonna discuss that. We got to, but that's in Chicago. But listen, because they have to do that with, especially when it comes to digital evidence, they have to do that. They have to have the chain of custody
I
because
think
that's
the
a
hell might be
partial
one of my
question. I'm
victims.
not going to what's going to come off my point of that. I'm not going to consider somebody a bad parent without not knowing the
Okay.
nature
Hey, look,
of the
if you ain't
letter.
considering these people no bad parents, I'll lock your ass up myself, Miss Walker.
For what? I mean, hold on,
Who
hold
the
on.
fuck gonna
That's
leave
not,
that
hold
kid
on.
with
That's
R.
not
Kelly?
necessary. Wait
Who
a
gonna
minute.
leave
Wait a
that kid
minute.
with R. Kelly?
Hold on, Debo. I got a question. But keep talking because I got a question. I look at
Who
leave
gonna
that
leave
thing.
that kid with R. Kelly? Let's just be real, man. You heard me tell that nigga, I wouldn't leave my kid with R. Kelly unless I wanted her to be there. That mean this. When I leave my kid with you and I pull up and I hit that horn, beep, 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 you better be out there. You better
Thank
be
you
out
so
there.
much.
Oh, beep,
Right.
beep, beep. Don't make me hit that beep another motherfucking time. Cause I will fucking sit the studio on flyer, rip the shit. Matter of fact, we gonna rob your ass if my door don't come out this motherfucker. How the hell, motherfucker, uh negotiating and playing games and you pulled up in your tap, man, I pull up at your friend house. I hit that beep, beep, beep. You better be out there.
But
They
what
mama,
I'm
daddy,
saying,
everybody
you
get
have to
cussed out.
consider all of their actions. And I can't, what I say now, it is some questionable shit. It's a lot of stories that don't match up. And it's definitely a lot of shit that I wouldn't do. But
Would
to
you
say
drop your
that,
daughter off with
hold
me?
on, but to say that these kids, especially when they are grown, that they don't do shit that we don't know about, they do shit
I'm
that
just
we
saying,
don't
will
know
you
about
drop your
as
daughter
a
off with
child.
me?
There is no parent that can honestly say that they know every goddamn thing their child has done. That would be a
Man,
total
look,
lie.
look, I gave my daughter a loaded phone at 15. I see every text message. I see every phone call. There's some shit she don't even know. I can see
Them
everywhere
kids
you
can
at and
slip
everywhere
into
you
a
go.
whole bunch of shit.
I bought you the phone. You so fucking happy to get a fucking phone. I got the phone loaded where it's a mirror. Everything you do, I see it.
Let me tell you a little story about my family a little bit. Just a real short story. Don't interrupt me. I want to tell you a short story, whatever. Since I have been formed, right? Because always had like a adult body, voluptuous body, whatever. But even before that, there has always been somebody that had to go with me damn everywhere up through my adult life. There's always some kind of motherfucking security that I've had with me for whatever reason. And you know what I did? I still managed to slip and do some shit behind the security back, definitely my parents' back, as a youngster and as a young adult and as an adult. I was able to hide a few things. I went into a whole bunch of mischiefs or whatever, but it was definitely wasn't some shit that I should have been doing or that I did. And what I'm saying is, I am not going to hold my parents responsible for that shit. You know what I'm saying? And based on the law, it's certain things that they can be held responsible for. And I'm saying if you cannot consent your minor child to have sex with an adult, your ass and that person you having sex with is going to, that is a law
Hold
and a
on. No,
crime.
no, no, ma'am, no, ma'am, no, ma'am.
That-
If your
what?
child not in the house at 11 o'clock, you know your child is not in the house at 11 o'clock.
Yeah, that ain't
Now,
got nothing to do with what
now,
I just said.
yeah, it do, because you saying that they did that. Oh, you don't know what your child doing, and the kids go out here. Yeah, you could do that slick ass sneaky shit, but you still got to make it here and do all that shit in a reasonable time frame before you
Right,
alert me to go get
I
that
know
belt.
that. And then a lot of right, a lot of them get that shit done. Just like
Right,
if you
but
with
these
somebody,
motherfuckers
right?
wasn't
Just
getting
like
that
if
shit done in no
you
reasonable
do,
time
just
frame.
like you with somebody, and you motherfuckers cheat. You motherfuckers can cheat, and women don't know shit about it. Never know. And
Yeah,
I
but
done
if I
seen
stay there the
situations
whole two,
where
three
people
weeks
have a
and three
whole
months,
family at the funeral, a whole nother daddy have a whole
look,
nother
a
family at the
motherfucker
funeral.
won't know if you cheating, but if you stay there for 3 weeks, they gonna know.
Right, right. You true. That's true.
Yeah, motherfucker, these
That's
motherfuckers was
true.
there with this, and I don't want nobody, because people take one sentence from me and they run with that. I swear to God on my life, I have no problem with my daughter hanging with R. Kelly. You know why? Because when I pull up and hit that horn twice, you're going to be in my car and we're going to be going on about our business.
You
Period.
different from me because I don't give a damn. My child can be 40. I don't give a damn. It's R. Kelly, Keith Sweat, Chris Brown. I'm being right there because I know how this industry, how
I'm
these
just saying she
industry
can
niggas
hang with
work.
Deboski and you don't need to be right there because this ain't no industry. This the real streets.
Listen here, I'm having somebody if I'm hanging with you. I don't trust your ass.
No, I'm hanging with your daughter, ain't hanging with you.
Hell no, you ain't hanging with my damn daughter.
Why?
Hell no, nigga.
What?
You ain't finna turn my daughter out. You
What
already
the
trying to turn
fuck?
me out. Hell no.
What?
Nope.
He wasn't
Man,
gonna.
look, I'm gonna give out 300 turkeys in y'all neighborhood, man. Just so you know I
Yeah,
changing my life.
you could do all of that in a community, but you got me bent all the way up and
What, I
down.
can't introduce her to the trainer?
Who? Hell no, nigga.
I can't
You
introduce
go
her to the trainer?
listen,
She grown. You know
listen,
what? We're gonna put a restraining order on your ass.
listen. I'm gonna tell you this, and you gonna need to. But listen, let me tell you something. I'm hip to be my age. I'm gonna get the strap. How about that?
Hey,
I'm gonna
so
get
so
the.
what's your boyfriend?
Call me
What what
Mama
what
Draco.
what's your
I'm
daughter
coming.
boyfriend middle name?
She don't have one no more. That
What's
nigga,
your daughter boyfriend middle name?
she don't have one no more. That nigga stalked her and start
Oh,
stalking
he
me.
stalked her?
Uh-uh.
Cause
Yeah,
sometimes I
and
swear
start
to,
stalking me.
hey Angie,
I
you
was
know why I
gonna
be
get them,
jumping on here?
but
Sometimes I
they
be thinking
stalked
about
me.
stalking you, Angie.
Huh?
Sometimes I be thinking about stalking
Listen,
you,
I done
man.
been stalked before.
Sometimes I be thinking about
I
stalking
don't do
you.
that.
You know, that's part of my background. Sometimes I be thinking about stalking you. You know what
Debo.
I'm saying?
Debo, listen,
At least
I'm gonna
this
get the
time when they
strap.
arrest me, it'll be somebody that I really was stalking.
Debo, I'm gonna show that Draco. I'm gonna get that Draco on your ass. Ain't
No,
that
you
what the
ain't gotta
people
get no
hollering in the
Draco.
streets?
You know what?
Whatever they be hollering in the streets. You get Big Draco.
You know what? You know what's
21.
crazy? If I walk past you in the street, you wouldn't even
Uh,
know it was me.
Debo,
You
I
wouldn't
know
even
it's you.
know it was me.
Cause I'm looking for you.
Hey, the truth, do I look like I look on YouTube?
No, you look like me.
Huh?
You look different to me.
Do I look uglier?
Do you look uglier?
Yeah. They say I'm ugly. So do I look uglier on in person or on YouTube? Which one?
Oh my God, Debo. I can't take it.
He say all kind of old shit out his damn trap.
I
He say
know
all
that y'all might
kind of.
not believe this, but I'm really gonna be a comedian. I'm already trying out and everything. I'm getting on the stage and everything. I just don't be telling y'all about it.
Debo, and I'm telling you right now, if them people start booing your ass, you gonna start talking crazy. You gonna
Man, you
get
boo
talking
me too
like,
much, I pull my dick out on y'all. Fuck y'all.
oh no. But seriously, so you can't say that the what the parents you think that what they should have known. You can kind of say that. I
All
mean,
I'm saying is when I
I
start
was
talking
I
to
mean
your
I
daughter,
should have
man,
known some shit.
when I
You
start
know,
talking
you
to your
got R.
daughter,
Kelly and my daughter. Yes, I'm going
you
on.
should have known. When I start
R.
talking to your
Kelly,
daughter, you should have
R.
known.
Kelly.
I'm R. Kelly Jr. So when I start talking to your daughter, you should have known.
What's going
Right. But
on?
what I'm saying is,
Don't be coming to Chicago with all that loud noise talking about your daughter ain't been home and all this other shit.
what I'm saying is those text messages, like any other evidence, you know, that chain of
But then
custody.
again, though, you might text me for your daughter and shit. It really be you and shit, cause you know what I like and shit.
No, it didn't. No, it ain't none of that finna happen.
You won't text me through your daughter all
Uh-uh,
my
ain't none of that
eradications.
finna. Let me
You
tell you,
won't
the
text me
most
my.
that I have done. I'm gonna tell you the most that I have done. The most, because I thought this was a good boy. I just say, you should call this guy back. She was grown. This was a couple. This about 2020. She was what, about 28, 27, 28. I said, you just a good guy. I used to date his daddy, and he thought that you was a nice looking girl. You should call him back. That's all I said.
Now, if I seen you and your daughter together,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm like, damn, Miss Walker, your daughter fine as hell. She tell you like, man, he fine as hell. You gonna be like, man, he with T baby. Don't do that. He been slaying motherfuckers for a very long time. Would you throw me under the bus like that?
Well, listen. I'm gonna throw you under the bus, and I'm gonna get my Draco.
Oh no.
I'm gonna throw you
Oh
so
no.
far on you. It must be crazy,
Oh
nigga.
no. Oh no.
Infamous
So
snake.
when you
Oh,
see us jumping out of a plane together, would you still be mad?
yes, Devo.
Damn. I
Devo,
can't. He can't be a
I'm the
walker
only
gun.
one. I'm the only one that's gonna hang around you. So
She
just
can't be a walker gun.
The parent
no.
I like older women anyway, though. Quiet as kept. I like older women anyway.
Yeah, you
Quiet as kept.
crazy.
Quiet as kept.
Listen.
Hey, baby, if you in this live, bop him in his damn head.
You know what the
Come on.
motherfucker? You know what the motherfucker told me in Louisiana about T baby? They said in another life that was my sister. That's why we always just roll together like that. It don't never be no stress. It just be laid back. And we really hang together like brothers and sisters. But we ain't no kin. But I strongly believe in another life. I honestly believe that person was that she was kin to me. She even know what I be thinking, and I don't even got to say the shit.
But see, you know what? That reminds me, like Jojo and I, we have a multi-purpose relationship, right? That's a very good man, and we have a good time for
Do
as
he use
like
Viagra?
friends. No,
Oh,
you know damn Viagra. You want to ask him?
I just
Ah,
had to throw that out there for the curve.
this spring break, you want to ask him if he use Viagra?
But as soon as he
Ah,
getting high, he better lay off that Viagra. Only take half the pill. Don't take the
no,
whole thing.
you don't
Don't
need
take
no
the whole
Viagra.
thing, man.
You don't need no Viagra.
He don't need no Viagra. He long and
Mm-mm.
hard.
Yeah, he don't need nobody. Listen here, I shouldn't be on here right now. Listen,
Okay.
listen. I'm about to end this
Hey,
live.
that nigga gonna have a problem when he find out I'm stalking you.
oh my God.
What, Devo? Listen, I'm not even gonna get. Listen, for you, I ain't gonna get no papers on your
You know
ass.
what?
You
You
know
don't
the
need no
papers.
papers on me.
Papers come in when it comes to harassment and
It's gonna be
defamation.
harassment.
When
It's
somebody
gonna be
fucking with you and
harassment.
then
You
you
pulling
ain't
up at the
fucking with
gas
them,
pump, I'm right there too.
huh?
You pull up at the gas pump, I'm pull up at the other gas pump.
Well, I don't pump no gas. I don't know
You
how to do
you
that.
you in the grocery store, I'm in the grocery store.
You crazy?
Amazon man about to drop off your package, I grab him, walk it up to the door.
Oh hell no, Devo. You need to get your shit together.
Yeah, yeah.
You need to get
Mhm.
your shit together. I'm
Then I
telling you.
put your tire on the flat, and when you come out, like, damn, my tire on the flat, bro. You want me to change your tire?
You know how to
Like,
change your tire, Devo.
hell yeah, come on, man. You ain't see me working tonight.
I know you've been working around with them motorcycles.
You see these fingers, they all nubs. These
Yeah.
hands so hard, I got 5 layers of skin on my hand.
Devo, do you know what you're doing with the motorcycles?
Yeah, man. Shit, you think I'm gonna get on something going over 70 miles an hour and don't make sure that all that shit tight?
Well, anyway, back to this evidence, whatever. What I,
You
I'm,
ever
what
felt the
I,
vibration of a motorcycle though?
no, I got on the back of one, and when he moved, he went from one end to the drive to the next. I hollered and screamed and
Oh,
got
you got to
and
get
got
on
the
there
fuck
and feel
off.
that
He
vibration.
told me because and the instructions I should have got my ass on the instructions. He told me he's talking about now when I bend the corner when I lean you got to lean. You got me fucked up. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
you
get up off.
supposed to lean. Yeah, hell yeah.
I'm not
If
doing
I'm
none of that.
leaning to turn and you going the other way, you'll
Yeah, that's what
fuck
he
up
told me.
the
I'm like,
back
you got me
end.
fucked up. I ain't doing none of that.
Yeah,
You
you supposed to
know,
lean all the way on me. You supposed to squeeze on me and feel that vibration.
now you know I'm Dennis the Menace. I'm gonna fuck it up. We gonna be on the
Most
ground.
women ride bikes for the vibration.
Yeah,
Man, you got to get on a real bike and feel that vibration.
Lord have
shit. But anyway, let's get back to what we're talking about. These things so I can get on my point. Cause you crazy, Devo. You crazy. What I'm saying is that it's kind of premature because we don't know. I mean, those text messages wasn't even used in the damn case. They they were referenced, they were identified, they were marked for
That's
identification.
because the judge said before the trial started that they not gonna be admissible. She knew that they was there, but she said they wasn't admissible.
Well, I don't know about that because I don't see that in the transcript. That would have been the
That's why you
transcript.
should have been there.
No, but her saying that would have been in the transcript.
Man, that was the wackest
You know,
trial ever. Surviving R. Kelly was better than the trial. That shit was whack.
I'm telling you, even her, saying it unless she said
Man, I can't believe I rode 12 hours for that bullshit.
out of the ear of the court, out of the ear of the jury. I'm sorry, but
And
and
then
then
they didn't
here's
even
the
play
thing.
no tape. At least in the real trial, the first trial, they played the tape. We didn't even get to see a tape. Man, that shit was bullshit.
Yeah, but if she did rule it
You exploiting this man all over the world. We might as well all watch the tape together.
Lord have mercy.
Real shit. We watched the first tape together as you run the pace.
anyway, Devo, stay on topic. So the
I ain't gonna lie
parents.
to you, Miss Walker, on the topic. I rode all the way out there to see the tape. And I ain't
I'm
even
not
see
talking
shit.
about no goddamn tape. I'm talking about the parents.
Man, them
True.
parents would sell their own ass. Look at motherfucking Angelo.
That
That
is a
nigga, that nigga
possibility.
went and did business with Shabash
But listen,
on an
here's
R.
the thing.
Kelly documentary.
There is a possibility that all that they terrible this that, and third. But there is also the possibility that other shit happened with
I,
regards to the
I
case.
ain't saying
That
that
is
they
all
terrible.
I'm
Let's say
saying.
they not terrible. Let's say they're not terrible. Why the fuck is her daddy mad when I say I want to fuck Israel in the ass?
Anybody, please stop saying that.
I'm just
God
saying why
damn.
he get mad at me when I say that, but you out here pandering the motherfucker anyway. You out here trying to
Oh,
make business deals on R. Kelly documentaries out your daughter ass. Presidents, you got some residuals from making a deal with this man on a documentary about somebody that supposedly raped your daughter. So how you fuck you gonna care about me saying I fuck her in the ass and you don't even care about that? Like, man, knock it off, man. Before I fuck her in the ass in front of you.
oh no. You go stop. Listen, I ain't about no fucking buying the ass.
You
I'm
ever
just
well, I ain't gonna ask
it's
you that. I ain't gonna ask
true.
you that. I ain't gonna ask you that.
No, ain't nobody backdoor little Joe.
You ain't
No,
never had anal sex, then you
no,
ain't, at this age, if you ain't never had anal sex, then you still fucking with the lights on.
no, I'm not.
So
Uh,
JoJo over there with the lights off. Y'all in there in the dark.
it all depends, and it's none of your damn business. Go ahead, the truth. Tell me what's your interpretation about the court, the legal process with regards to those letters, and how do you feel about these parents?
well, let's start with the parents, how I feel about them.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I want to speak about Joronda Pace's mother. Chicago during that time, if you were at school, there was a phone made to your home. And
You going in and out again? I'm sorry.
I know that during that time, if you were absent from school, there was a phone call made to your home.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to figure out, I don't want to accuse nobody of being a bad parent because I'm a parent. So I
Mm-hmm.
don't want to just
Right.
accuse somebody of being a bad
I'm
parent.
accusing you.
Debo, hush.
Debo, hush.
So,
Because just because somebody don't make the same decisions we would do at make as a parent, don't
Look,
make us bad
my
parents.
daughter was
Make
no
us bad
lie,
parents.
true
But
story. My daughter left from school one day. I swear to God, I'm not lying. Even though I crack a lot of jokes, she was walking home. A white dude pulled up on her, and he was like, "Do you want to use my phone?" You can look it up if you knew who my daughter is. You can Google it. She took off running. He chased her down in the truck. Her mama and her grandmother was on the porch waiting on her to come from school. So they seen the truck chasing her as she was running up. She told her brother older than her. He got his friends. They went around looking for dude. They was on bicycles and found him. Dude was a retired military veteran. My daughter had to take the stand and testify against him. And mid-trial, they asked for his shit to get thrown out, but he got convicted. Real life. My daughter almost got kidnapped. True stories. And the only reason dude got locked up was because her mother, when they caught up with him, her mother went out there and told him, when I tell her daddy, your ass is dead. And they looked me up and told her that they would not tell her his name. And I said, hell no. Who, what the, because I'm getting the story later. I'm like, fuck that. I said, the only way we're going to get his name, if you go down there and make a police report, don't let it, don't let the days go by, nothing, make a police report. So they went down there and made a police report. They charged them, and through the whole trial, they never told us his name.
oh wow.
Yeah, through the whole trial, they never told us his name.
wow.
And I didn't even know that they can have a trial for a sex offender and make it where the victim family won't even know his name.
Mm-hmm.
So the same way you could be a Jane Doe and a John Doe, the motherfucker that's charged can be a motherfucker that who name you don't know if they feel it could be retaliation.
Right, right. Well, what I think about, you know, somebody put in the chat that Jay Pace's mother was on drugs. That I can understand. I believe her mother being on drugs was probably, it was easy for her to get out there and chase R. Kelly. It was easy for her to end up in R. Kelly's bed. Um, as far as Alice Clary and Angelo Clary are concerned, I solely feel like their intentions was to set up and manipulate R. Kelly, and they use their daughter to do it. They had no real interest in having people there. They were thirsty.
Cutting out, you cutting out.
They were thirsty, and they were stalking celebrity ship. That's my take on that. As far as those
I can't
letters,
say Geronda mama was on drugs because her sisters made it clear that that's not true.
well, the only thing I can tell you is if my 14, 15, or 16-year-old child is not in school, if I get a phone call, I'm going to need to know where she is. And
Point blank.
there's no such thing as, I'm looking for it. No, no, I'm going through. I'm going through the doors. Like,
The
I'm
only way we gonna stop this black on black bullshit is parenting. That's the only way we gonna make it.
Hold on, y'all. Listen, I'm gonna need y'all to like me up more than that. This is crazy. This crazy. It's a like button. It's just sitting there. That's all you gotta do is hitting it. You sitting there, just hit the like button.
And
And like us up.
what's that lady name?
Hold
Missy.
on, Debo. Hold on before you say anything. We got to figure this out. Like, what's the deal with that? Just yeah, come on.
If you ain't a hater, hit the like button.
Oh, that's been used.
If you
But
got a
God
life,
damn.
hit the like button.
Yeah, this is crazy. I
If
mean,
you
all
love
y'all just
God, hit the
sitting there.
like button.
Oh, I like that. If you love God, hit the like button.
love
That's right.
You
like,
know, if you happy God waking you up every day, hit the like button, man. All of us, whether we disagree or agree, we all woke up today because of God, man.
hit that like button.
Yep, hit that like button. Hey, Trent 16, hit that like button. I
And
like
who the
you.
fuck is this
You
Miss?
like them? I mean, if you can use the word like in a sentence, hit the like button.
Mm.
Oh yeah,
You like coming over him.
I like
You like
anal
having
sex.
you here, even though if you're in the looking in the window, hit the
If you
like
like
button.
anal sex, hit the like button.
Oh, Debo. If you like money, hit the like button.
Hit that like button.
If you got more than $1, hit the like button.
That like button.
And Miss Moo, some of the shit I be saying, it just be to provoke your thoughts. I don't be really serious, man. You meet me in real life, I really don't be all pumped up like you see me on YouTube. I'm a laid back person, but I really am not for all that bullshit. I'm not no pushover dude, but I be laid back though. I
Sh-
don't I don't do too much.
Sharice just put a comment in, not only parenting, but I still believe it's village. My parents, friends still tell when they see me out. Now,
Yeah,
it really,
and it does take a village. You know what I'm saying? But um, you know, I mean, I think
The
that
truth when you
hold
hung
on,
with
I think
me,
their aspiration for their child clouded their judgment, made them turn a blind eye to some things, made them overlook some things or whatever. I believe that because I've seen, people in those situations with their children trying to make them an athlete or this, that, and the third, whatever, and you know, they do things that they wouldn't normally do, accept things that they wouldn't normally accept, and they don't pay attention to all things that they really should be. You know what I'm saying? And you have to look at, nobody's going, if somebody with several children, unless something is wrong with them, unless they got that Cinderella complex or whatever going on, they're not going to be a bad parent to just one. It's going to be a
man,
little
we ain't
process.
making no excuses for these parents, Miss Walker.
We
I ain't
ain't
about
make
to
no, I'm
tolerate
not
no shit
making
like
no
that.
excuses, but I'm just trying to be fair.
but see, Angie, you just hit the nail on the head. You literally hit it on the head. We got so many people walking around here and turning a blind eye.
Yeah,
Larry had somebody on his panel. I believe he was a friend of Barry Hankerson to that effect. And that man spoke about how he was blind towards Kelly, and they all knew what was going on with R. Kelly and with India, but they because Larry was, they wanted
you
that.
cutting in and out, true, and I want to hear what you say. You cutting in and out.
It's about people turning a blind eye.
Yeah,
That's what we do all day, every day. We walk around and we turn a blind eye as if we don't see these kids out here.
right,
And we
right.
Hold on, wait. I ain't
wait,
never
wait, wait,
seen
wait, wait,
nobody
wait.
turn no blind down, no kid being taken advantage of. I don't know nothing about nothing like that.
Let me give you a perfect example. Angie, one morning you was doing a live, and this was when I had got off at 6 in the morning. And I called you and I got on your panel and I told you it's a little girl out here. And
Yeah,
everybody that I'm telling, everybody act like it was just cool. It was on Cicero somewhere. Somewhere on Cicero. The little girl was out there no more than 13 years old, dressed like she should not have been dressed.
You should call police on their ass.
And everybody in the gas station was like literally
Man,
acting
I
like.
call the police and I call all y'all some pedophiles, all that shit, and I go live on y'all ass.
So
wait a minute,
so
people, hold on.
so I say that to say it's going on.
Did you call the police?
Debo, stop. It's going
I'm just
on.
saying, ain't no excuses for this shit. We ain't
It,
cutting no excuse for R. Kelly over here on the Enterprise. We ain't cutting no excuse for nobody. So if you saw a minor out here, did you do what you would do for your own kid? That's where the shit started.
See, what I would do for my own kid, I'm not calling no police. I'm busting heads.
I call the police if I don't know the kid. Period.
I'm
You
busting heads.
I call the police and I go live and get their badge numbers if they don't take a motherfucker off the street.
Well, you got some.
Infamous Snake. What I'm saying is that with those text messages, for me, I just need more information. That's
Yeah,
just something.
man. You know, I asked Lisa Van Allen about her daughter. And I was like, I see your daughter. She's selling these booty clips on Instagram and stuff. She was like, oh, yeah, I'm going to call the FBI. You're going to jail. You're going to jail. You bought my daughter booty pictures. You're going to jail. I said, lady, I ain't buy the booty pictures. I hit you up to tell you about your daughter selling. Why would I buy it if I'm contacting you as a parent? I put the R. Kelly shit to the side. I hit you up just one on one, and I got the screenshot. You was hostile, and then told me I'm going to jail for warning you as a parent what your kid was doing. Gonna say I made the video. How the fuck I'm gonna make a video of your daughter bouncing her ass?
What are you talking about? What's good with the new
I'm talking
people?
about
Make
Lisa
sure
Van
you like
Allen.
and subscribe.
Lisa Van Allen went on motherfucking the red table with Jada Pickett. And motherfucking when she went on the red table with Jada Pickett with her
Oh,
daughter, like 3 weeks later, her daughter was selling booty clips on her Instagram. Then I hit the I hit the mother up and I was like, hey, your daughter's selling booty clips or whatever. And she just fucking went crazy on me. Like, you going to jail. I got digital footprints. They can find you. I know you did this to my daughter. I'm like, what the fuck is you talking about? She was talking about I made up the video of her daughter bouncing her ass. I made it. Yeah, lady, you would think I made a video of your daughter bouncing your ass. I mean her ass after you took a video of R. Kelly and had him pissing on somebody.
oh Lord. But what I'm simply saying is that, and we cannot, I don't see how the transcripts and all of that is coming to play and what was said and
Man,
whatever.
that trial was mockery.
Hold
You,
on,
you keep
Debo.
on
Wait a
going back
minute.
to the
I'm not,
text messages, but you ain't.
Debo.
Why you ain't
Hold
give me
on.
nothing? Hold on, because throughout all this shit, you never gave me no rebuttal to fuck the text messages. You keep going back to these text messages, and I keep telling you the jury was not impartial, and that they said they thought this man was guilty and all this shit before they sit on the jury. And not only that, they made references to surviving R. Kelly that these juries knew without playing surviving R. Kelly in the courtroom. You never said nothing about that.
Okay, right, Miss, right, Trina. She said, as a, hold on. Let me highlight this. And we talking about the text message for a reason, Debo. It says, as a parent, you have to know what your child is doing and try to stop. But we know kids are going to do what they want to do, period. Right. And here's the thing. For a lot of stuff, if the kids are underage, they don't hold the parents responsible. For certain things, they will. And consenting to for your child to have sex with a grown man, even encouraging it, that's against the law. You can consent to have your child to marry a man as a minor at a certain age in different states.
Hey,
But
dude, they
have,
really got the nipple on the picture, man. These motherfuckers crazy.
so hold on.
Do
So
you
I mean
see
that's
that?
just it. Hold on, wait a minute, but wait a minute. So you can't use those transcripts. I mean you can if you want to, but it makes no sense. You can't use those transcripts to talk about some text messages that didn't appear in the transcript. It wasn't argued. You
Right.
know,
And them
either
transcripts
side
gonna be
either
on free.
side didn't do anything to say, to talk about the if they authentic or
Those
not. I mean,
transcripts is
it's
not going to
like
free R.
this is
Kelly.
crazy.
Those transcripts is not going to free R. Kelly because on the paperwork, it was a manufactured trial that went down the way that they wanted to. But outside of the paperwork, you see text messages now that's not
Anything
in the paperwork.
what?
Man, no
You see
fucking
what?
mother should be texting R. Kelly for her daughter. Period. I don't give a damn.
Right. All that's in the text. All that's in the transcript because they argued that in the court.
But
So
that
I can and
Yeah,
I
but
can
they argued
tell.
it without being able to show a factual basis because the evidence was not permitted to be in the trial. You keep leaving that out.
What evidence?
The text messages was not able to be permitted in trial, so Daverick Kennick, he could only go so far with the argument that then you did that this with your daughter, and I mean with your mother, and then your mother tell you to do this, then your mama tell you to dress like this. He couldn't fucking show what he was fucking making an argument off of because it wasn't permissible. Which if it showed that it might contradict her testimony and she might have committed perjury. And that's why when she was done testifying, he looked at the judge and told the judge, I want to hold her testimony for perjury. He did the same thing on motherfucking Faith Rogers. And everybody done brought up this whole thing with her thing to the police and all this shit, which Jennifer Bunjean only briefly touched on, but trust and believe. And Donnelly know what really happened. She know that, man, If they would have played certain scenes from Surviving R. Kelly in the courtroom, I would have felt like, okay, it is what it is. But if you are referencing Surviving R. Kelly, like, then you see this episode on that episode, this, that happened, and that happened, to a jury that you're not even playing Surviving R. Kelly for, it's like me telling you a hit and run is on camera, you know? And I played a motherfucking video of the hit and run, and everybody in the courtroom see this shit, then you know it was a hit and run. You saw this person pull off. If I'm telling you Surviving R. Kelly and I'm not playing the video in the courtroom, but I keep on referencing Surviving R. Kelly and you keep on knowing the reference that I'm talking about without the fucking video, that's a fucking clear violation of due process rights. Come on, ain't nobody dumb.
I think that
Huh,
might be the whole problem right there. In like in real,
what?
I think that's the problem. We keep focusing on surviving R. Kelly. I don't think some of the supporters actually know that this has been in play. He was investigated way before surviving R. Kelly. He was known as a pedophile years and years and years
Yeah,
before.
with no charge. With no charge. So now since the men don't got no charge, you got a motherfucking DA going on national TV calling people to bring charges against a man with no charges. Then on top of that shit, you got motherfucking uh the DA taking a RICO charge and manufacturing a whole fucking case, all because if R. Kelly was a predator, man, it would have been a 15, 16, 17-year-old girl on Surviving R. Kelly crying those tears that I saw
That's
motherfuckers
not
40,
What you mean?
45,
A
39,
current, a
29.
current, a current. Because I well, hold on, because I hear y'all saying, and I want to say something back to about what you said about the text messages. Are you saying a current girl that would be 16 or 17, current as of the taping of that surviving R. Kelly crying?
I'm saying if he was a predator, that
You saying that there should be
I'm
somebody
saying if R.
current?
Kelly a predator, we should be able to get one 15, 16, 17-year-old right now,
That's
somewhere.
right now. That's that age. Okay,
Yeah,
so that's
because
what y'all,
we
that's what
heard
y'all mean.
Israel Clary say he got two girls in each state. It's 50 states, so that's motherfucking 100 women.
Hey, I'm gonna need y'all to like us up some more. You like us up some more. Hold on, Debo. Like us up some more, please. Please. This is crazy. I'm tired of checking these things.
And I'm
Like us
starting to
up.
question it. I'm starting to question black women now because we get people like Lisa Van Allen accolades. If she slept with a minor, if we're going to believe this story, then she slept with a minor. You mean to tell me she didn't know she was sleeping with? All right, yeah, okay. If she didn't know, R. Kelly didn't know then. But y'all go by her book. Y'all go woman power with her. But in our reality, she a pedophile. If that's the truth.
wow.
Right, right. But let me say this. So let me say this. So I'm going back to because it's kind of difficult to explain this legal process to you, what have you. Not to you, but it for these admission of evidence and things of that nature, because a lot of stuff take place. You said that somebody the evidence wasn't admitted, this that, and third. Here's the thing: with the text message that we're talking about, they could have came in several different ways, right? They could have came in as a stipulation, whatever, nobody used it. They could have came in on an exhibit, nobody used it, or they could have came in as proper evidence, which means that
Or would I
they.
blame
But hold
me?
on, Debo, hold on. They
Okay.
could have came in and was waiting for the judge to say if it's admissible or not. But if the defense and nobody presented those text messages, and I'm saying that most likely they did not, because Jennifer Bojine said that if these text messages were
Man,
used, it
fuck
would
them
have.
text
Hold
messages.
on. So what I'm saying is, we don't know if the judge would have said that they were admissible or not. We just don't know that, or she
Look,
could
look,
have said
look.
that.
Why
We
you
don't have
confusing the
enough
people though?
information.
Why you confusing the people though?
I'm not confusing the people.
You keep
I
on
don't
talking about
understand.
these text messages that's irrelevant. Because them text messages is certified. They came from that lady phone. It is what it is with that.
It ain't certified.
Why you keep on
Hold
ducking
on. It's
around the
not
jury?
certified.
Why
Hold
you keep
on. We
ducking
didn't hear
around the
nothing
jury?
about a certain. We did not hear nothing about those being authentic.
You
There
gonna
was
take me through the
nobody
text messages
that
some more?
talked about the chain of custody for those
Okay,
text
man.
messages.
All right, fuck the text messages. I'm not putting up an
That's what
argument for
I've
the
been
text
saying.
messages.
Fuck the text messages.
Okay.
Just fuck them.
What about them jurors? What about these jurors that was not impartial?
Well, that's a better argument to talk about.
That's why I
But
keep on
what he
going
said,
back to.
what? Because people keep pulling me, asking me about the, well, what about what did somebody say? And this, I don't give a damn.
You
I
got
done said,
motherfucking my victim in your chat. The hell? Talking about I'm not your victim, you my victim. No, you my victim, the hell. I fuck you in your mind every time I get on YouTube.
Devo, I don't want to listen. I'm trying to talk. I'm trying to
That
put
I,
an end on my stance on these motherfuckers. Text me. Hold on. Let me say this without being interrupted. What I'm saying is, people. Oh, thank you. Oh, child, baby, you don't have to do that. Thank you so much. People keep if I put something on the board or whatever, I talk about, then everybody have their different thing. I'm not moving off my stance, because I'm not just one way. You cannot say. I mean, you can if you
If
want
you
to,
think R.
but
Kelly guilty, send us.
Debo, I'm a
Hold on,
mute
let
you.
me throw that
Debo,
out there.
I'm a mute you.
If you think R. Kelly guilty, put $10 super chats up. If you think R. Kelly not guilty, put $10 more super chats up.
Debo, I'm gonna mute you because you keep interrupting with crazy shit that don't have
You
nothing to
keep
do
on
with
talking
nothing.
about them goddamn text messages. I'm not
Right,
gonna
and I'm
dispute
tired of
you
talking
on.
about the motherfucking text messages. Hold
hey,
on, I'm tired of them. Hold on. So I'm muting you. So anyway, stay right there though. So they really irrelevant at this point because as far as the process, because they weren't even used. We don't even know if they were referenced. We don't know any of that. We don't know what did they try to enter her in, and the lady has a ruled on the admissibility of. We don't know none of that. We don't know what were they going to use for. Jean has a theory. That's just her. That doesn't mean how she's right. I mean it's wrong. It doesn't even mean that those text messages have even been authenticated. Just because the prosecution had them, that don't mean that the evidence have been authenticated. When you see somebody get up there and tell you that yes, this, that, and the third, yes, that this is authentic. Yes, it came from the phone. Yes, we determined that the mama did it. Yes, we're gonna ask the child, did the mama send them text messages? Yes, we're gonna have an argument about it. We're gonna have people decide on it. We're gonna talk about it. They weren't even talked about. Define the nature and all of that. So
Okay.
there's no way in the world I gave 5 different possible scenarios. One was that it could be very true that mother sent those text messages for the purpose of what she sent them for when she stated in there, and it's valid because she's the one that did it. It's authentic because it came from that phone. That's a strong possibility. But there's also other scenarios.
Man, you
And it
keep
could
on
end
making
up
excuses
like
for
I
these
say,
unfit ass parents. I'm starting to
I'm not
question
making
your
an
state.
excuse for them.
Man, I
I
think you might
told
be
you I
unstable.
wouldn't do
You
none
might
of
be
that shit they were
unstable.
doing. Are
You
you
might be
crazy?
unstable.
but
Huh?
I think you
I
might
ain't
be
done none of that shit
unstable.
they
You
did.
might be unstable. I
I'm
gotta start.
unstable.
I gotta start doing mental health checks on
No,
parents that make
I ain't
excuses for
motherfucking unstable
unfit
because
parents.
you heard that call
You
my
know what?
child.
I'm about to start putting that
Child
in my
didn't
community
respond
chat.
to me in 5 hours,
Parents that make
and I had
excuses
an
for
agent looking
unfit
for her
parents.
ass. You got
It,
me fucked up.
my parent, the parents that I'm about to Google parents that make excuses for unfit parents, and it's gonna be all
Miss Mo, that
directed
was
towards
mine.
you.
That was mine. God darn, y'all can hear, boy, y'all can hear my shit. It's
This
it's, it's
one
all hooked
motherfucker
up in
right
here.
here
That was
really
mine.
struck me though. Cotton Candy said, Debo, maybe Lisa Van Allen was a real pedophile. Perhaps she was the pedo pusher on a Girl Scout hunt for her own sick behavior. Cotton Candy. Perhaps Daryl McDavid, the person who they say acted
Oh
on
my
R. Kelly's
mercy.
behalf while retrieving these child videos, wanted these videos for himself.
Okay, infamous the snake. Which how do you know that though the text message that's in the Bonjean motion is the ones that they were talking about in the pretrial motion?
Because you should have been there. That's why.
I said in the pre-trial. Ain't got nothing to do with that
Yeah, in the
transcript.
pre-trial, it happened
In
right
the
in the
pre-trial
courtroom.
motion.
It happened right in the courtroom. She told them, "You lost. You can't bring this up. This." It happened way before it started. Lady G and Yellow Michelle was there. This was way before the rest of them got
I
there.
got the transcript. I know what they said. Because I looked in the pre-trial for something that. So you
This before
tell
they
me
took her to
where
the
in
fourth
the
floor.
exhibit.
This
You
before
tell
they took
me
her to the fourth
where
floor.
those particular transcripts were referenced in that pre-trial motion.
Hold on, I'm done.
And they talked about extortion.
It wasn't really
Those
about the extortion. It was saying that the parents
those
cannot be brought up
those
at
text
all.
messages don't say nothing about
No, the
anything in
judge
the
said
line
these
of
are
the
not no
concept of
minors.
extortion.
No, the
Lord
judge
have
said these are
mercy,
not
baby.
no
This legal
minors.
process is getting harder and harder over some fucking text
The judge
messages
said these ain't no
and
minors
that
and do
ain't even
not bring up their
relevant
parents.
right
The,
now.
ju- the judge said these ain't no minors and don't bring up their parents.
Yeah, I know Lady G and Yellow Michelle's there, but I'm talking about the legal process. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm just saying maybe we should go back to the beginning of
They
the
didn't read
motherfucking.
those. They didn't read
Let's
those
just look at
text
the
messages.
transcripts before the
They
trial
didn't read
start.
those
Let's
text
go over that.
messages because that would have been the fucking
Let's
transcript.
go
They
over.
didn't
Let's
read
let's
the
go over
text
the.
messages I'm talking about.
Let's go over the transcripts before the trial started because there was real critical shit in there.
Right. The extortion does not have anything to do with those transcripts, those text messages that we were talking about. You got to. I'm telling you, you just can't just because they appear. Oh, that don't mean that they are. You know what I'm saying? I could write. Let me tell you something. I can take something, say, um, let me see. Let me give you something that would be simple. Because I can be, this is hard. But I can take something to somebody and say, you know what? I'm going to go to the mall tomorrow. They have that they have that, it just say it gets marks for identification. It's admissible. I'm going to go to the mall tomorrow. Does that mean I went to the mall tomorrow? That day? No. That meant that I sent a text saying I'm going to the mall tomorrow. Somebody got to get up there. A witness got to get up there. Then somebody got to prove the chain of custody because it might be a murder case. And they might try to say that and trying to get me off saying that I went to the mall. But actually, in all actuality, I didn't. I actually killed the motherfucker. But somebody got to get up there and verify that shit. Say that, okay, she sent the text. First of all, you got to say, did the mama send her? You got to verify that too. It just simply has not been done yet. About Queen Crystal, about the text messages that we talking about in the post conviction motion, how is that when the lady said that they didn't even use them? It was other text messages that were being talked about. Right. I can understand what the disconnect is. It's like it's more than one possibility of them just being a bad parent. It could be very well they be bad. I don't understand. Well, nobody understand what I'm saying. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, when you have a block or you want something to be a certain way, you just you be biased and you don't rule in all the other possibilities. That ain't what I have. Actually, I don't give a fuck because the shit is irrelevant. As far as what we arguing the text messages for, That's irrelevant as fuck. If that lady would have said this shit was relevant, was not relevant, but was you know authenticating shit like that, that's something different. And I hope the prosecutors put us out our misery. Cause I don't give a fuck. It's a strong possibility it could come back as something the mother did and what have you. I said that was the first possibility. I'm not disagreeing with nobody. I'm saying it could be more than one thing. That's it. And you can't say it's just that one thing. You cannot say it. There's nothing that says they talked about those text messages. Nothing. Am I missing something? This ain't even a legal argument. This is common sense. Show me some. I'm going to right now. I'm gonna read what Bon Jean said about the motherfuckers. 69. I know the goddamn numbers by heart now. 69 and 70. Hold on, y'all. I'm putting you out there. All that clicking and shit, that's me putting that paperwork. Okay, let me put 69 in front of 7, I think. What is it? 69. Let me see. I thought these motherfucking text messages. This is ridiculous. Okay. Okay. On gerondas. Hold on now. I just caught this. Hold the fuck on. Hold the fuck on. Because see, when I talk about strategy, so I can't really go into too deep into the legal process and the strategies and shit, because the strategies and things of that nature, all of them aren't scripted. So you're not gonna know what the fuck I'm talking about. But I just caught something. If anybody go to hold on, let me put this on the screen. What is this? This is this lady's strategy. I'm more convinced now about this is this lady fucking strategy. Nah, baby. What's good with it, fat boy? Yeah, you're gonna have to fuck with me on a bad day. Cause I just caught something. Oh, I knew I was right. This lady fucking strategy. Hold on. And anybody that's got their paperwork or got their go to Racketeering Act number 5. This is the Bonjean motion. This is in document 269. And we read, the government failed to prove Racketeering Act 5 where there was insufficient evidence that the defendant, one, used a facility of interstate commerce to knowingly persuade, induce, entice, or coerce Geronda to engage in sexual activity that violated Illinois law, and that the defendant knowingly committed the prohibited sexual activity. To obtain a conviction under Section 2422B, the government must show that the defendant used a facility of interstate commerce to knowingly persuade, induce, entice any individual who is younger than 18 years old to engage in sexual activity of a criminal nature. And she cite case law. First, the government did not prove that the defendant used a facility of interstate commerce to persuade Geronda to engage in aggravated criminal sexual abuse between May 2009 to January 2010. Defendant contends that purely interstate use of cell phones do not constitute a use of facility of interstate commerce case law. There are limits on Congress' power to create federal criminal prohibitions on traditionally state regulated spheres of non economic activity. So I remember I told you that for RICO, it could be economic and non economic behavior, right? Activity. That's what they call it. Finding that jurisdictional element of Section 2425 is satisfied by interstate use of a telephone capable of transmitting com- communicates between states. Okay. Even if purely interstate use of cell phones constituted use of a facility of interstate commerce, the government evidence that the defendant called Geronda on a telephone is not sufficient proof that he used the facility of interstate commerce. A cell phone, according to the government, to knowingly induce, persuade, entice, coerce Geronda to come to Olympia Field to engage in prohibited sexual activities. The government provided no text exchanges showing the defendant used any words to induce, persuade, entice, or coerce, or nor did Geronda testify that during the telephone conversations or on any text messages did the defendant use words for the purpose of inducing, persuading, enticing, coercing her to come to his home for or studios for prohibited sexual activities. This lady, Jabo, she is relying on text messages, any type of phone calls, or things of that nature to prove that her client wasn't the one that was doing the enticing and shit of that nature. She's and in some cases she using the same methods to prove that was actually the Jane Doe that did it, as which she's doing with Jane Doe number 5. This is this latest game. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Hi,
Miss
Miss.
me. Oh,
Hi, Miss Edge. I didn't want to interrupt
hi.
you if you were reading. Oh, do I have an echo?
No, you can go ahead.
Okay. I'm so glad that you're having this conversation because I haven't heard a lot of people having it about these text messages and why or why not they would be relevant or whatever the case may be. I have thought that from the very moment of them being brought up, and I've gone on record saying that if they were sent from any parent, shame on them. It's morally and
100%.
it's absolutely inappropriate, right? But that is not to me, and I lean on you for the legal. It's not the point of the charges. So what the charges are against R. Kelly is that did he entice, in coerce, whatever, anything that led up, anything that happened prior to those children or teenagers or young women, adult women, whatever people want to call them, coming into his presence, that has nothing to do with if he enticed them when they were in his presence. So that is I would imagine, is the reason why Judge Donnelly was like, even if they exist, they aren't relevant. This is the same as if, for instance, there are individuals who are human traffickers of children. It does not matter. And of course, that's separate to those human traffickers that they would be held accountable for trafficking. But if you then say, yeah, okay, you want to give me a child, let me take this child, and then I continue to move on with this child or do things that are abusive to that child, I'm then accountable. What is described in the
Yes.
transcripts is that once, for instance, if we use Gerondo or even if we use Azriel, once Azriel was in that hotel room, he continued to press her, give me a little kiss. She's like, no, I don't really want to, or questioning, are you sure? And then he continued to kind of coerce her and try to entice her. That was when only him and her were in the room together. Even if her parents had told her, you should go in and strip and get completely naked when you get in the room. It does not matter. When she got in the room and did what her parents told her, and that again, I'm using a hypothetical here, then he still should have said no, according to the government. He still should have
Right.
taken action to say this is inappropriate. So I think a lot
Right.
of people are hanging their hat on these uh, text messages just way too much. Again, it's a separate moral and criminal conversation as to
Right.
if the parents
Right.
did something to them. But what the law is trying to hold R. Kelly accountable to is what did he do once he was presented with a child in front of him? Whatever she did, quite frankly, she could have stripped naked, jumped right on him and said, please, please, please take me. The law says he is required to say no. And instead, in the transcripts, he said, if you keep dealing with me, I'll take care of you for life. What if you just let me lick you on your behind? What if you let me just do these things, when she was clearly saying, I haven't shaved, I'm sweaty, all of these things in that room, which means that even if her parents did to her, suppose her mother said, yes, go over there and entice him. When she got there, she didn't feel comfortable doing that. The
Right.
evidence suggests that that's not what she wanted to do, but that R. Kelly individually tried to press her to do additional things, which eventually she did do some of those. So that, I think, is why, even though those text messages may very well be authentic, it doesn't matter to the facts of why he's being held accountable according to the law. And that's just something I've been thinking about since Bonjean's motion first came out, showing them everybody was getting wrapped up into them and seeing it as such a bombshell. And I actually saw it as it's going to be something else that Judge Donnelly will likely look at and say, yeah, it's not in there because it doesn't matter. How that child came into your presence is not relevant. It's what you did after you were with the child. Another thing I want to say, and then I'll definitely stop talking, but when we talk about, I don't understand why individuals act like it's such a foreign concept for parents to release their child into the custody of adults that they don't really know well.
I don't know.
We do that on little league basketball teams,
Right.
AAU, thinking that they're going to get a big deal. Teachers, quite frankly, we go to a parent teacher conference. We might meet that teacher for 5 minutes. You don't know what they do behind closed doors. You don't know if they're
Right.
alcoholic or we see it on the news all the time after the fact. That oh, this teacher just got arrested for doing things with the child. We never look at that parent and say, why did you send that child to school with teachers that you didn't know well? That's not, they could have very well, as you kind of alluded, seen it as R. Kelly is an expert in music. That is what my child wants to do. I now want my child to have access to this expert. Could they have gotten, mixed up? Could they have possibly had poor judgment? Yeah, but it's not an uncommon thing. We do it very, very often, quite frankly, in society, where we release our child to go to summer camps and all kinds of things because we want them to have certain experiences or be exposed to certain experts who can assist them. So I don't understand as well why everyone is in this case seeming as if it would not be plausible at all for a parent to have released their child or to have had their child around R. Kelly in any way, shape, or form. And that's all I wanted to say.
Right. Right. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, I mean that makes so much sense. I mean that's just what happened. Hold on. Yes, ma'am. Tears.
Hey y'all, I just woke up and I just caught I just caught a little bit. But I want to say that is the reason why we was supporting the Claries at first, because we do understand a parent sending their child with a celebrity to mentor. Bow Wow's mama did it. Most of all the celebrities do it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
We understand that, but you send your child with a predator. Okay, and we still supported them. You know what I mean? But the lies kept coming. When one plus one don't equal two, then it's a problem. So
Mm-hmm.
that's our problem.
Yeah,
Right.
I absolutely understand and agree with that part. Like, if they misled the public, and if I just go off of what I saw, and I've watched Surviving R. Kelly so many times just because I wanted to see the full breakdown, and I follow it here also. I think that if they intentionally misled the public to believe We didn't know she was going to a hotel. We didn't know these different things. And then we find out via these text messages, if they are legitimate, then that is absolutely misleading. And I can understand the frustration towards them. I just think that some of the people, like for instance, the people who are R. Kelly supporters, going, "Oh, those text messages. See that?" I think even I hate to even say the name because he might think I'm trying to be offensive, but no. Mr. Levi said no. They enticed him because they sent a daughter and told her to entice. And I'm like, no, no, no. That's not how this works. Even if they did tell her to do that, this is not the bombshell in these text messages.
Exactly.
Yeah, because even if they told her to do the worst things, possible to entice him, his obligation as the adult in that room with her at that time, and she said her phone was on airplane mode. So that means when she was in that room, it's not even possible that her parents said, "Hey, do this so that you can entice him." That means it was only him and her in that room. Everything that he did is what is being charged right now. So I
And
agree.
that's basically what the judge said.
Yeah, and I don't
But what I'm
understand why
saying,
his supporters won't get that.
but I'm saying what I'm just talking about the legal part of it.
Hmm.
Why? I mean, just I was just trying to explain that just because the prosecution marked them for identification, that doesn't mean that the goddamn chain of custody has been determined on them. Doesn't mean that it said the authentication validity. And I keep saying the same thing, and I'm just
I know,
giving
Andrew.
more
I
than
know what
one.
you're saying, Andrew.
But I'm trying to say that there is more than one scenario than these text messages being from the parent, and she meant what she meant and she sent them. There's just more than one scenario for these text
Listen,
messages. I
I
said it's more
understand
than just
all the
a scenario.
scenarios. I
Right.
understand all the scenarios. But my thing is, if they allowed the letters in, the fake letters in, why didn't the judge allow the text in? Because, you know what I mean? If the text ain't real and the text is like the letters, why didn't the judge allow the text in?
Well, here's the thing. Someone has to request that they be entered into evidence. That's the whole point.
That's what Kenneth was trying to do. And the judge was like, no, you gotta prove that as is involved in this.
These particular text messages, because that's not what I read in the
Well,
transcript.
they don't discuss exactly what
Right,
the text
exactly.
is.
So we don't know. We don't even know if there are more text messages
Oh,
that
it
were
is.
identified that it has. That's what I'm saying. We don't know. So that's why I give. It could be, like I said, it could be very well that they terrible, and if they did this shit. Well, I mean, it's already suspect for parenting, some judgmental shit, and I do know that a lot of the stories conflicted each other, that they were telling.
All
I
the
get
story.
that.
Every goddamn story. Go watch every fucking interview. Go watch every interview.
Well,
It's
it's a
all
lot of,
conflicting. Nothing like we going by Azrael's testimony. We supporting the victims. How in the hell are we going to believe the parent over the victim? I'm not talking about y'all, but I'm just saying in general. How are we going to sit here and say Azrael lied on the stand, but her parents is telling the truth? How? That's not possible.
right, right. And here's the thing. In that case, you're gonna have to go with the person on the stand. But she
Exactly.
did not testify with regards to any of this. And that is the point where, Bonjean is saying, she could have used these to prove that whatever. For whatever reason, Kenneth did not offer this in to evidence to prove anything about his strategy. His strategy don't seem like it was to argue against the enticement and all of that persuasion and coercion and whatever. What I'm just saying is we just don't know the nature of this particular area of the text message because nobody talked about it on the stand. There would have been evidence, that testimony would have been evidence with regards to this. We didn't, he didn't bring them up and offer them up. I mean, you can clearly see that they were marked for identification. It could have been admissible. He just made, I mean, well, I don't know if they asked for it to be admissible. We just don't know. She just Bonjean just says they weren't used. She didn't talk about nothing about the whole chain of custody of them and the authentication of them, whatever. And you got to understand that they be using stuff like this for strategies. You know, like I'm saying. So the
I
fact
know,
that
I already know.
right,
But
but
what
the
I
fact
what
that
I'm
they put
saying is,
uh
no matter if the texts are real or fake, I have been calling them bad parents since last year. The
right.
lies don't fucking add up. Nothing add up. Without those text messages, it was too many lies. The hotel
I can
scene didn't
understand
make
that.
sense to me. Okay, and when I say the hotel scene didn't make sense to me, then I see those messages, then that makes sense to me because Azrael's testimony is conflicting with her daddy's story, with her mama's story, with her brother's story, and her testifying on the stand saying her family knew. All of a sudden, her family don't know. So which is it? I have to believe Azrael because her damn
She
family
said
loves too damn much.
she said her family knew what? Because I
Her,
don't
her
recall.
family knew that she was going to the hotel. But they
Right, her
all
family knew
going
that she was
around the
going to the
world
hotel
doing
for an
fake
audition.
interviews saying that they didn't know.
Right,
That's
I
my
remember, and then
problem.
they found out. Then they found out, right, through her brother or something. Right, I heard that.
No,
Right,
no, listen. When Choke No Joke asked them, like, how did y'all find out where to go? He was like, we just did. I played it on
so
my channel. It didn't make sense because he couldn't even make up a lie as to how did they find out that she was at the hotel. He
I
did
also
not
remember
explain
I
that.
also, I also remember one time in an interview that I watched with Mr. Angelo, and let me go on the record saying I support all of the parents. Anybody who's negatively affected, I think they made some poor decisions, perhaps, but still, I'm not going against Angelo because he gets in his feelings sometimes too, and that's not what I want. But I also remember in an interview that I heard him say, "Well, I have people in the streets, and so I put the word out to ask, where's my daughter?
That was
Can
his
the
second.
streets?" Yeah, he
Mhm.
said something like that. That he
He
had,
said that was his second story in the same interview on Choke. That's my problem.
yeah, like he did,
but
Miss
I
Angie.
did
He
hear him
did,
say
yeah.
in the I'm sorry, I did hear him say either was in Surviving or another interview that his son is the one that told him because they rode by the hotel and saw a car or something like that, and that's how the cops were sent.
I would
I
Okay,
heard
personally,
and then and
different
then
I
stories.
and
can
then on
definitely say
Choke,
that he
it
said
was
he.
something
I've heard him
different.
say three. I've heard him say actually three different things.
Three
I've heard him
different.
on
Thank
at
you,
one
listening
point,
mom.
and I'm not saying how that came to be. I'm not questioning him, but I will say I've heard him personally in interviews say three different things. I heard him one time say they saw a tour bus. Or maybe his son or somebody saw a tour bus, so they found
Yeah, the
out that that's where
son
it
was
was.
involved.
Then I heard him another time say that he put a call in the street. Pretty much, he called out the goons, and the goons
Yep.
all dispatched, and they all found him. And then as another time, I heard him say they knew she was supposed to be there at a certain time, but then she was supposed to wait for them to pretty much take her there. And then
Yep.
once she wasn't, ready for them to, I guess, take her, they assumed that she was already at that location. So those are the three things that I have heard him say, which
Hmm.
is they're all very different. And so I do think to some degree, if I do think that it's likely, like I said, that they wanted her to have access to him in some way. Maybe they thought they were trying to facilitate it. I actually think her
Hmm.
speaking to him in advance is a defense of the parenting, in that the mom said, no, I talked to them so I can assess what's going on. But then I think the other
Right.
text messages suggest that things maybe have went to a different direction. And so I think when they did that, I really kind of wish that Mr. Angelo would realize that I don't think anyone would blame him or even his wife if he said, we wanted our child to have access to the best of the best. She was going to be a musician. She wanted to be. She was great.
Right.
However, we didn't know how to navigate this, and things got out of control, and therefore we
Mhm.
made some mistakes. Every parent will look back and say, I wish I hadn't done X, Y, and Z. And I think everybody would sympathize with that instead of trying to create, perhaps, or at least the allegation is that he tries to create a story that will garner sympathy and make him and his family look totally innocent, if you will, of
Exactly.
any wrongdoing. And I don't think anybody has that expectation of any
Cause
parent.
that's the problem. If they would have came out being truthful, it wouldn't be no problem. People would understand. But you got us up here fighting for you and shit and some more shit,
Yeah.
and we looking
And,
crazy.
but I'm saying, absent these text messages, even with all of those stories and things of that, there is, I always said, there is some question, some parenting skills that need to be questioned. I definitely disagree with all that. I am only just talking about the legal part, and I'm further looking into this stuff, and you can tell where Von Jean, where you could tell where the part where the parents and their involvement was discussed, you could see that comes in hard on an exhibit 233. But when and you it referenced the transcript number, the page number, and all of that, right? And then when it gets to the part where the mother is they're trying to say that the mother is the one that's doing the enticing and all that type of stuff,
Hmm.
then it just only marked for identification. It don't seem like it was well, it could have been entered in, but if definitely it wasn't discussed. And then you read on, and then it jumps back. She's going in and out with this. She's going in and out with evidence that was argued in court, and then evidence that wasn't. She's going in and out with this. So I see this pattern. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. So that's why I can't use these text messages to say, hey, you know, this this is
Yeah, I can't.
they
Let me
did.
say, forget those text messages.
Okay, forget the text message.
I'm
That's
looking at
better.
the patterns of the bad parents and preggers. You exactly. Angelo said he ran
Yeah,
out the fucking back door of the hotel. Yes, hotels do have back emergency exits.
I
Did
heard that too.
R. Kelly run out that motherfucking back door? Hell no. He made up that whole lot for no reason. For no reason. That is my problem. He talks
Yeah.
out his neck and he makes up lies for no reason. Somebody
Tears,
that
can
is
I
truthful and honest with integrity is not going to continue to lie.
Tears, can I, and I'm not challenging you, but I want to ask a question. Because for me, being a bad parent and being a liar are not necessarily the same thing. What for you, and I know and I'm on your channel as well, so I know you are good on Angelo. Okay? But like, what for you feels like it makes what we know about them, the inconsistencies and stuff, veer more towards them being bad parents as opposed to them just being parents who may be dishonest. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I say that they are bad parents because the way that they lied to the public about what happened and what really happened in the background because they feel like they was wrong and they had bad intentions from the start. I Yes, you do send your kid with artists to help develop them, okay? That's what happens in the industry all the time. And even in school, you send your kid to the coach, but you don't send them to go live with them all the time. Not every time you shouldn't send them to live with them. I have a friend that sent her family sent their brother to go live with the coach. What the coach do? Molest them. You can't trust every fucking body. And then somebody like that, you have to be way more protective. Angelo told
Mhm.
Choke he did not send Azrael to Disney because they did not allow parents. So what happened when y'all seen R. Kelly? Did y'all all just get starstruck and forget your whole rules on what you was gonna do with Azrael?
Hmm. See, for me, when
Uh,
I look at that, I think there's two, and I have a question for you, a legal question for you, Miss Angie, as well about this whole thing. But for me, I see it as they are potentially dishonest parents. I don't know enough to call them bad parents at this point.
I
'Cause
call them bad.
yeah, and I know I'm just
Yeah.
that's why I like to, I'm always
yeah,
listening to try
yeah,
to
yeah,
understand like how people get to their conclusions or why they feel the way that they feel. That's just the curiosity in me, and I wanted to
It's
know.
listen. It's so much. I can't even begin to tell you what started for me calling them bad parents. But when you look at everything, it's bad parenting.
Hmm.
Even the text messages from the Mayweathers. one of them that testified said that Azriel's mother told her to shut up before I hit you in your mouth. You are grown. Go handle your business.
Okay, can I now about to as far as when she was sending her to have sexual activity, or was that with the singing, or what was that in reference to?
Yeah.
I don't all of it. Ain't
Okay,
no telling.
because I'll tell you
I
this.
don't, ain't no telling exactly what it is. I would have to go back and read the text messages. Azriel had got smart with her mama, and she basically was telling her to get on and go handle your business.
Well, here's the thing. I
They
can tell
wasn't
you that
trying,
right now,
they
and
wasn't trying to get Azriel back.
a whole lot of black families, a parent will quickly say,
Right.
if you're talking smart, I'm gonna pop you in your mouth, or who you talking to, what, and we wouldn't necessarily say that
Exactly.
bad
But I'm
parent.
not gonna send my 18-year-old off with no grown man.
I, well, I mean, not me either. But
And
again, I think there's a
during that
difference.
time, they knew what was going on because somebody contacted them.
Uh huh.
You know, before
Asante
when
McGee.
I as in 2016, they was contacted before Azriel graduated
Mm-hmm.
about what was going on.
The Asante McGee outreach or what have you.
Yeah, so it's just like I don't know. It's just so much that led up for me to say that they're a bad parent. And a lot of people's opinion of a bad parent is different. Me, I'm very protective over my child. I wouldn't let my child do a whole lot of shit. My mama talk
Me
about
too.
me for not even allow dropping my daughter off at the mall with her friends. I don't do that shit.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm very, very protective. So my opinion of a bad parent may be different than others. But a lot of stuff we cannot overlook what they did.
Hmm. So, am I correct to say that for you, you see them as, yes, they're dishonest people, perhaps, but also you feel like based upon the involvement and the knowledge that they did have after she had contact with R. Kelly, that they then did not do enough
Yes.
to try to intervene at that time. Okay, okay, I understand that. Yeah, I think that's
Right.
fair. For me, I just see those as two different things because I think it's possible to be
Yeah.
a dishonest person, but not to have been negligent to your child. But I hear, and now I better understand your perspective on it. Miss Angie, question I have for you was when you were talking about this whole evidence thing. So you were saying that things can be marked for evidence and then they can be entered for evidence, and you think that Bon Jean might be using some of this to say that there was ineffective counsel. Is that's what you're saying, or what does everything? Because I was thinking, or at least at some point, I thought there was a conversation where people said just because it's marked or that it's admissible, that they don't have to use it. What do you think? What
Right.
angle do you think she's taking?
Right. Well, here's the thing. When they market for evidence, right?
Mhm.
They market for identification. Then you stay, and later on you'll see. If you see them discussing it, whatever. Before when they market for identification, whatever, the other side can object to it because they need to stop it before it gets in front of the jury.
Mhm.
They don't contest it, whatever. If you go on the question, whatever, then they enter it in, or they do it. Sometimes it happens away from the jury, what have you. It's different. It's it's different times. Throughout their whole discovery process, they are um trying to get evidence to be admissible. Sometimes they proffer evidence, right? Means that someone markets for identification, but the judge still has to rule on it whether it's admissible or inadmissible. So they have to talk about the admissibility of that particular evidence. So it's a lot of moving parts or whatever. Then you got some stuff that's entered in as extrinsic evidence, meaning that the person has gotten off the stand, but they've entered it in. They haven't entered in as stipulations, means both sides agree to it, the admissibility of it, and they enter it in. So it's a lot of moving parts. The thing that we have to look at and be concerned with is was it was it talked about in court? Was it argued? Because see, if it was argued, then that's what have to go through the process of chain of custody. That's
Mm.
when you saw that agent get up there and say that he the one found the letters and I guess they try to see if you know who with a letter, who wrote the letters, and this, that, and the third, whatever. Then they have to find the nature of them, the intent. Then that's when they discovered that they were fake. So it was entered in by the prosecutor, but that was a part of their case. They were saying that this is a pattern that he does with with these people, whatever. With those text messages, when anytime you have evidence such as text messages or a phone call or whatever, 9 out of 10 times the defense team would say they could say this: yes, the calls came from this phone, the text messages came from this phone, but it wasn't my defendant who made the calls or sent the text. The same could be the argument for, Miss Alice. So that's what I'm saying. I want to. I'm just saying I accept what Tears and the other people were saying, that this could be totally of this lady's doing.
Mhm. Mhm.
It could be, but it can also be at least four other things,
Yeah.
maybe more if you ask another attorney. It could be, like I said, and I gave an example. It could be turned out just like them allegedly fake ass letters. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And I don't have enough, just because. And Bonjean, she brings them up, but it hasn't been argued in the court, so we don't know. It hasn't been tested to see if they authentic, with the validity of them. What's the nature, the chain of custody? I mean, where did it come from? How they're gonna
Right.
they're gonna challenge that, because you got to know they're not gonna, unless when Ezra get up there and testify as to all of that stuff. What was the nature, authenticate, whatever? That's also evidence. That's
Mhm.
also proven the whether validity of these text messages. What did she? What was the intentions?
Mhm.
Did her mama actually sent them? How were they sent? Whatever. The one thing that kind of stopped me is that when they said that phone, that girl said that she hadn't seen that phone since she was in Florida, which led me to believe, okay, so anybody could have been operating that phone, including the mama. So it
Mhm.
could have been some nefarious stuff going on. You know what I'm saying? That would
Mhm.
say, okay, now her mom is behind all these text messages. I'm just saying we don't know, and it could be other options rather than she did it, they did it, that's
Right.
all I was saying.
Mhm.
How about Dolores? Dolores said, if you can drive, she said, if you can drive, you are not a child. So you telling me if a
What?
12-year-old can drive, a grown man could have sex with her?
Oh,
Please make that make sense.
Well, and if I may also, if that's her opinion of what an adult or is, so be it. However, the law just simply does not support that stance, and I don't support that stance either, for a
oh,
number of reasons. So I don't understand why driving is supposedly the litmus test of what would constitute as an adult. There are far more. There's so many other things that we do and decisions that we have to make as adults that I don't know if that should be an appropriate one. In Virginia, we can drive at 16. I mean, I would not want a 16-year-old paying my bills. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
yeah,
Like,
Exactly. For real. You got to think
right,
of the responsibility of a 16-year-old while you trying to call them adults.
yeah,
Come
I
on.
don't trust their decision making at that age at all.
Exactly.
right, right. It's that
But yeah, Angie,
age.
I agree with everything you said. It could be so many scenarios of all of this. My
Right,
I just want to say my opinion on them did not change because of these text messages. Y'all know I've always had my foot on their neck.
right,
Angela
right.
too.
Yeah, I know that, but I
And
just
and,
people
and
keep
I was
asking
I was
me.
surprised to see that they came from Alice because I always was like, he just making Alice do this and that and this and that. So I was surprised, like, damn, Alice. That
Right,
was the
and
Well,
only
see,
that was the
that's
only
what I'm saying, and
surprising
it just
thing to
don't
me
fit
of
the
the text.
pattern. It just don't fit the pattern for me. So that's why I have to wait until I say, okay, they're gonna have to discuss these text messages, the validity of them, because it just don't fit the pattern of what is going on with, especially when it comes to Miss Alice. It's just it's just out of character to me. I don't know. You
To
know,
me, I thought
Exactly,
the same
exactly. Because
thing.
we do not know these people. Even
Yeah,
Larry was around these people. He don't even know these people. You know what I mean?
but
And
even
right,
that
so,
was my problem is how much of a snake he was. That was my whole beef with him in the beginning, besides the bad parenting and stuff.
yeah. But
You
can I
know,
just say
that
two
just
quick
showed
things?
yes. Uh-huh.
Two quick things about Miss Adams. I was the same thing, and Angie, I tend to be one of those people like you. I'm always looking for what's the alternative theory because that's what helps me decide, which theory I actually think is most plausible, right? So I'm not
right,
always going to just go with the first thing that comes to my mind. I always go to a number of what ifs. And what I don't understand the text messages, another thing that made me uncomfortable, I guess, is that Azriel's testimony said, yes, her mom knew their parents took the number away from her. Her mom then kind of took over trying to communicate, and everything that we know about her initial communications with him were really just trying to introduce her as an artist, and then it seemed like she might have been trying to assess, what can he do, is this a good fit, so on and so forth, based upon when she was texting him when Azriel did not know about it, right? We don't know that
Right.
there was anything inappropriate there, so why then would she go behind there and then change up all of a sudden and go, hey, As, you should entice him and blah, blah, blah. The other thing I had, and that's why I felt like it was inconsistent of what Azriel testified she knew her mother to be doing and involved in what they were trying to do. And then also, we do have the video of her trying to get on stage and all these other things. It to me, the
right,
pattern for her shows that she did more often than not try to pursue her child and try to assist her child, at least based
right,
upon what we know. And so I go that way, and then I go, these text messages seem out of that norm of the evidence that I do have about Miss Alice. The other thing I'll say about the Miss Alice scenario that I find uh I guess I don't know, interesting, or it troubles me a little bit of kind of where were we going with this. So you have Miss Alice that sent these text messages. I don't understand why people don't also realize that, like, we all have text messages in our phones that, if taken out of context, if people don't know the tone and the backstory and the inside conversations that we've had, they would probably look pretty damning, right? So I'm
right,
kind of worried about deciding, just because I'm reading these text messages, that it was sent in this sort of vein. How do you know, for instance, and we don't know this, but again, you have to throw the hypotheticals out there so that you don't rush to judgment. How do you know that she and Azrael hadn't had conversations where she was joking around or saying, yeah, I'm not gonna let you be over there with him because he is inappropriate, and then these other things has some sort of other tints to them, or some sort of uh
right.
some other angle, or it's a laugh. Like me, if somebody goes in the group chat with me and my friends from college, they would be like, oh my gosh, this is so inappropriate. But there's
Yeah,
so much loaded backstory to what we've discussed about
right,
how actually we're so, like, these things are totally inappropriate. And when we're saying it in jest because we know we all agree that whatever this behavior is inappropriate, or we've said, ain't no way I'm going around R. Kelly. But then we start sending messages, oh, your boyfriend R. Kelly called, because it's an inside joke sort of thing. So I think, again, it is very possible that that was legitimate and that's what Miss Alice wanted her to do, but it just doesn't
uh-huh,
line up with what the rest of the information and what Azriel has said about Miss Alice, that she would have sent that and said, yeah, go entice this person. It just doesn't make
Right.
much sense to me.
The
and
only
yeah,
other thing I heard about Alice is her putting her on the speaker. That was something that was in the court. And
Okay.
then
yeah. Oh.
I'm sorry, Angie, go ahead. Was you about to go?
No, no, no. I was like, oh, I'm just saying, oh, I her putting on the speaker.
And then that's the thing. That's another thing. Diva had went live talking about how the parents put her on the speaker. And Angelo went on Whitney D's channel and ripped Diva apart, saying she's dumb, just listening to the letters, saying that what she was talking about was from the fake letters, but it was actually true. It was actually as testimony. And Alice did admit to Whitney D that it was her that put Azra on top of the speaker. But Angelo made this whole big old deal like, you stupid, listening to these letters. None of that happened, blah, 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 blah. But it did.
Well, I don't.
Who
Well,
called
I didn't know
somebody? He
about
called
that.
who
I got to look
stupid?
at that.
You said
Who did
what?
he who did he call stupid?
Oh, he attacked, attacked, he called Diva all out her name. When Diva had went live, calling them bad parents, y'all put her on a speaker, and it was some more stuff that was really true. But it wasn't confirmed that it was true because we haven't read the transcripts just yet, but it was out there. And so she was like, and y'all put her on the speaker and all of this. I don't know exactly what she said word for word, but Angelo attacked Diva on Whitney D's channel. He used Whitney D to attack Diva, another woman, going in on her, calling her, saying how dumb she is, believing fake letters and blah blah blah. But come to find out, it is true. That was actually a testimony. It wasn't a fake letter, and Alice admitted to putting Azra on the speaker. And this is what Whitney D told me, that Alice admitted that she did do that. I'm like,
Mm.
so why
Uh,
can't nobody go back on your channel and apologize to Diva? Because that was wrong how he disrespected her.
oh
I do
wow.
think,
Well,
be
I got to
clear.
look that up because I
Yeah,
don't
I didn't
remember
know
that.
that. I didn't know
I
that.
thought
That
that
was
was
Kenneth tried to milk that, talking about you was twerking. Az don't know how to dance. She probably was just swaying back and forth on the speaker.
Yeah, I know
But
he
Kenna
went
was
in
trying to
on
make it
her.
seem like she was twerking on the speaker, but well, you ain't never seen no video of Az twerking.
And again, irrelevant information. Whether she was twerking, standing, laying,
Right,
whatever,
right.
it's irrelevant. I do wish, however, like I said, I have respect for all the parents. I really do. But I will say I do wish sometimes that Mr. Angelo would change his approach to, I think sometimes he wants to be heard
Yeah.
and wants to be right so often that you can lose his message for his delivery.
And he
I
forget
don't
his
I didn't
lines.
know that he did that. I didn't know he did that to Diva. And that's just a
The
bad look.
video's
Like who you
still up. The video's still up. Y'all can see it.
Wow. Wow.
And then why okay, so the 97 baby girl, and which I think is Asante McGee, reached out to the Clarys in January of 2016. They showed a screenshot. They told them what was going on. They was aware. In May, when she graduates, he comes with a dildo deal. That's just so weird to me.
yeah, it's inappropriate. Yeah, that's very inappropriate.
Yeah, but at the same time, okay, so can we play devil's advocate a little bit? If
Yeah.
it was a situation, and keep in mind I am of age, okay, but if there was a
Mhm.
situation now, even now, and I'm almost up 40, where if I were to be in a situation where I'm with a man or whatever, and my mother is desperately trying to get to me, she's gonna probably still to this day do everything she can, and that includes if she got to play nice, or trying to
Mhm.
figure out any
Like
sort of
Holly
way to,
Calhoun's mama did.
yeah, so find any sort of way to try to weasel her way closer to him so she can get closer to me and get me out of that situation. So if we go the opposite end to another, what if they were like, we know he's sexual, we know he likes these things, or quite frankly, let's just figure out a way to get a way to sit down with him, period. Let's see if we can get in a circle. Like I think Miss Alice also requested to be a car driver. That could those
Mhm.
things have been an attempt on their end with us not knowing that they were trying to say, okay, let's see if we go the business route because we're calling. He's not letting us do this way. Maybe we pretend as if, yeah, we like you. We're going to get in on a business deal with you so we can get
Mhm.
in, get our child, and possibly get her back home. What do you think about those, types of theories that maybe it
I
isn't just
agree.
all bad?
Some
Yeah.
parents can be desperate like that because that's what Holly Calhoun's mama did. That's why
Mm-hmm.
she was in the sauna naked, signing the NDA because she wanted to be closer to her daughter because R. Kelly was slowly pulling her away. So she
Yeah.
had to act cool with him or cool with the whole situation in order to have communication with her daughter.
Yeah, I mean, we often tell people like, "Oh, don't fight against it. Just go ahead and pretend like you like the person that your child is with, because if not, you'll push them
Because
further
that's gonna push
away."
them towards
Yeah.
him. That's
Yeah,
what
Right.
happened. That's what happened to me and my daughter's dad.
yeah.
Oh wow.
So maybe that, and we don't know. But I again, I wish that Mr. Angelo sometimes will realize that people aren't against him or any other parents, and just give it to us straight, and not feel so defensive in his responses, because I think that people would probably, of course, be more apologetic to any errors that he may have made or that Miss Alice may have made, and also be able to, just accept him a little bit more, because he can't be sitting there saying, let's protect black women and black girls and brown women and brown girls, and then cussing out Diva and calling her stupid. Like, that's not
Yeah,
right. That's not acceptable either.
that
Like,
is
don't do
not.
that.
Right. I didn't know that was verified to be accurate. I thought that was just
Yeah, that was accurate. I have proof of that. If Whitney D can confirm that, she will. But we had a conversation about that.
But
and that
Whitney,
was
I
in the
thought Whitney is
transcript that
friends
she.
with them, right?
Huh?
Whitney is friends
Exactly.
with them.
Whitney's friends with him because exactly. So she told me she spoke with Alice, and Alice did admit that it was her that put ass on the speaker.
Oh.
It wasn't
Mm,
nothing that was ever put out publicly, of course. Angelo's not going to go back and say, Diva, I'm sorry. That was actually true. You know what I mean? No. Nobody went back and doubled back and apologized to Diva. They just left it at that attack and left it at that. Diva apologized for something that she was telling the truth about. I think that was wrong. But still, the
right.
fact remains.
But they talked about the speaker in the court.
Oh yeah, they talked about the speaker in the court because Kennick was trying to milk that. Once he found out that she was on the speaker and she got picked to go to the pit or something like that.
Hmm.
Oh wow. Well, I mean, I'm just saying, absent these text messages, I mean, it's still some questions about parenting or whatever. But I just don't want, you know, people to think, oh, these text messages confirm this, that, and the third, and when it hasn't even been challenged, for to see if they are, in fact, legit. And like I said,
Right.
they could be legit, but we just need to know legit for what, though. It could, what was going on.
I think the government is gonna respond about those text messages. Because did you see? I seen somewhere that they asked for more pages.
Yeah, I read
So
that,
they
yes.
about to throw the book at this lady. Like, hold on, you don't even know what we've been going through this whole time. Let me tell you.
For what
So they
it's
about
worth,
to
though,
write her back.
I kind of took them requesting more pages. I assumed that they would do that because if
Yeah,
Bonjean submit with more pages and they have to then
Right.
rebut everything that she said in some way, shape, or form, then to me, I would almost assumed immediately once Bonjean got approved that they would also request the same thing, because they need to
Yeah.
then defend against. Typically the rebuttal is just as long, if not longer, than the initial submission of anything.
That's why
Is
I
that
think
right,
they're
Miss
gonna.
Angie?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what you say now?
Is that right, as far as the fact that that it's common if there's if, like, for instance, because Bond Jeans was over the page limit, that it would not
Hmm.
be abnormal for the prosecution's reply to also be longer than the page limit, because they have to rebut
Right,
what Bonji has said. Okay.
Right.
right,
So
right,
that means that it sounds like they're gonna answer everything she said. So I really hope they address these messages.
I do too.
right. As far as the nature, the stuff,
Yeah, yeah. The
just,
nature, like
yeah, not
if
just
she try to put it in the wrong context, they are definitely gonna correct her.
right.
Y'all think?
Yeah, hopefully. Because the argument isn't about if the text messages are legit or not. The argument is about what they were used for. But they would do themselves a good deed if they go into and say, "Hey, we verified it. It came from the parents, and this is what happened." All of that other stuff I've been saying. They would do themselves
Yeah.
a good deed. So
Man,
that.
I think they're gonna wait till the last minute. They're gonna wait. They're gonna have us waiting Monday all the way to 11 before they submit it.
That was
Ain't
I'm
a
just
Monday the
waiting.
last day?
Yep, the 21st. If they slide and say they need an extension, extension for like some more days to get it together, I'm gonna cuss them out. I'm
I'm
just
be
gonna cut
done.
somebody out. Like we don't
Yes.
waited.
Yeah, the suspense is killing me. Miss Angie, I got another question about a legal question as far as strategy goes. At one point, I had in another chat had mentioned that I thought that it could possibly be strategy for the prosecution to wait until the final hour, like Tier said, to submit, so as to not give the other side because Bonjean gets to reply one more time. Correct?
And she's not
It,
gonna have enough time to.
is it
She's not
possible
gonna
that
have.
you is it possible that sometimes these lawyers will use strategy to say, yeah, I got it sitting here waiting ready to go, but I'm not going to submit until the very last minute so that I don't give you even more time to reply? Or do you all not typically care about that?
Me, I don't typically care about that because
Mm-hmm.
the time frames are the time frame. If you, especially if you got a liberal judge like Judge Ann, she's kind of liberal, giving you the extensions and the things that you need. But if you already know, I mean, I like to get it on out the way. You already know, you know what I'm saying, what
Okay.
it is, and you always got to remember that the other side normally knows what you're gonna say anyway, because it's
Mm-hmm.
all strategy.
Yeah.
Depends
Yeah.
on with certain things, you use the same strategy. And if you look at, I'm telling you something. And then here's the thing: if you look at her brief is filled with case law. Well, you already have you looking at that same case law to build your to build your rebuttal against what it said, what they say. So you already got that, down pat. You just need to, you know, work on your strategy, shape your strategy, and make sure that it kind of mirrors your your uh your original prosecution. Whatever you said in that indictment, this and the third, because that is what she's challenging. So you got to make sure it mirrors what you said in that court and the indictment. So my thing is you already know your case.
Yeah.
That's true.
They
So
did
it
do
might
something
wait
like
till
that.
uh
Oh no, I'm my bad. I was gonna say they did do something like that before the trial started. Y'all remember they like late waited to the very last hour to submit something
yeah,
um
they could do
before
that
the
too.
trial.
Yeah,
I
they could
forgot
do
what it
that
was.
too. But
Mm.
it's crazy though. I mean,
The suspense is killing
mm,
me.
I
yeah,
know, because I know
tears
the
gonna know about them
prosecution
damn
don't
text
play.
messages.
Now they was able to eat up Greenberger them, but her Bon Jean's motion or what was that memorandum, whatever it is
Hmm.
way better than any of R. Kelly's lawyers that have ever been put out this whole time. So
Right. Yeah, that's just to support her her filing. Yeah. So, but man, child, I'm still looking through here, just looking at these text messages,
dang,
cause
somebody going in. Yes, yes, Angelo did call Blade a hoe. Yes, Angelo did lie on me. Angelo said I was dating what 2 or 3 married men. He said I
What?
wanted him. He said it. Yeah, he said so much. Go to malicious conspiracy. Somebody made a video about it because they put together
what?
anytime you speak against Angelo, all of a sudden you want him. All of a sudden you this and you that.
Oh,
He did
really?
the same
I
thing, Nick
can't
and Nate.
stand that shit. She want me. Oh my god! I
I
know I
hate that
don't.
too. And then you got people piggybacking everything he say. They
Hey,
piggyback on what he say. You want Angelo. You want Larry. Like y'all also now y'all believe what he say. Now y'all believe what he say just to go at me, huh? Okay. I'm a sue. I'm a
mm.
sue y'all.
Oh
Well, and
wow.
I okay here. Okay, just ride with me on this a little bit. Here's where that's very dangerous for Mr. Angelo. Okay, because he's trying to support his daughter and saying that she should not be sexualized. You shouldn't use, these things against her. But then it sounds like he might have been doing that same thing against another woman, trying to say, well, you're targeting me, you're giving false reports because you want me sexually. If that makes
Yeah.
sense, which is the entire same argument, no, that people have made against his daughter that he has said that we should vehemently reject. So why would you do that and say that you wanted him or um
Yeah, and
And
threatened
I
to put
didn't.
my information out like the people, like the R. Kelly people
Wow.
did him. So you trying to do intimidation? The same shit R. Kelly people do. He's trying to intimidate me so I can stop talking. That's all. I'm gonna put your information out. I'm gonna do this. All the attacks that he was doing, and but
Wait, he
listen,
threatened to
he
dox
was,
you?
huh?
He threatened to
Yeah,
dox you?
yes. I'm gonna put everything out. I'm gonna put everything out. My wife got family in your city. We gonna be down there next week. My wife gonna beat your ass. Yeah.
What?
Mm.
Yes.
When did this happen?
Man,
Where
I
are
have to
all of
keep.
this?
I can't never catch his stuff.
I used to follow him on Instagram
That's
a while
crazy.
back. I used to follow him on Instagram, but I haven't really seen. I don't even know if I still follow him now or not because I haven't seen him in a long time. He used to go live a lot, but I never knew who or what he was talking because he would always be talking in code and like
Yes. See, that's
I'm
what
not gonna
I
say the names, and so I didn't even know what I would always be like. Sometimes I listen for about 10 minutes. I'm like, look, he talking too much code. He must not be talking to me because I don't know what he's talking about. So I just would just turn it on off because I couldn't tell, but he would always have problems. He would also speak about YouTubers a lot, but I didn't know who he was talking about at all because he would always just talk in
see.
such riddles. It was just riddles. I couldn't understand, but he was always so worked up about it, and I never
Thank you.
understood it. So
Hmm.
I just stopped listening to it because I was like, I can't understand any of this, and if I don't know these people to go back and hear the other side, ain't no need for me to
Hmm.
try to figure it out because I was confused.
Right. See, I'm glad you said that because I was behind the scenes saying that. I said people that follow Angelo on Instagram, when he goes live and acts belligerent like that, they don't even know what the fuck he's talking about. He
No.
just looks crazy. And you notice his numbers started dropping and dropping and dropping each time he did it. While he
Yeah.
was trying to make it seem like Larry was giving him a negative look, it was him giving him a negative look because he's saying the you giving Team Truth a negative look from him on being on YouTube or whatever. But it was really him because you are Angelo and you started this Team Truth, but all everybody see you doing is going live and being belligerent. It
Yeah.
was
I mean,
confusing.
yeah, my issue was that I didn't care for the fact that like the whole concept of Team Truth, which I followed them as well. I might still follow them. I'm not on there enough to remember who comes. It's just whoever happens to pop up on the screen. But
Yeah.
I thought that the whole concept of that was excellent to support the stories
Yes.
of all women and girls who had been
Hmm.
falsely accused and
Hmm.
you know and mistreated and so on, but then it just turned to like a lot of the YouTube versus Angelo. But I at that time I wasn't following enough of the channels and stuff to know who these people were. So I didn't know who he was talking about, and I never heard him say Larry. The last time I do recall posting or seeing a post from Angelo was he had accused Atmos of something, and you know, I'm Team Atmos all the way. That's the only team I might
Okay.
say I'm on. I'm on Team Atmos. I'm on Team Andrew.
Hmm.
Right? Those are the two that I'm gonna say I definitely. And of
Yeah.
course, you know, but like and when he went after Atmos, I was like, hold on, it's hard to come after Atmos because I watch
Thank
Atmos
you.
faith. He's not, you know, he's not an abrasive person at all. And I had heard him prior defend Mr. Angelo. So I actually put in his comment,
Thank
you
you.
know, I said, I've heard Atmos defend you at every turn. I said, whatever it might have been said, I'm sure it's being taken out of context. Y'all know I'm always trying to be a peacemaker down in somebody's chat.
Hmm.
And I put that in there, and he replied back like, no. You know, I love you, sis, or something like that. You know, so you know how he always talks like this whole sis
Yeah.
talk. I love you, but I know when I'm talking about that fat F something. And I went ahead and deleted my comment because I didn't even want that to be up there, you know, like that.
Yeah.
But I was shocked at that. So those are the sorts of approaches that
Exactly.
I just think he should really consider taking another approach, take a deep breath, and realize that these are people that are on your side. You don't want to isolate them.
Look, he don't even realize that we was into it behind the scenes with Atmos about Angelo. Okay?
Mm.
Atmos was defending this motherfucker to the end. And the thing about it is when he went in on Atmos on his Instagram, Atmos didn't even say his name. All he said was bad parents. He didn't
Yeah.
even say Angelo. So that means that you are calling yourself a bad parent because he didn't even say your name. That wasn't
Hmm.
Yeah.
even no reason to come at Miss like that. That was all the way wrong. If he
Yeah.
knew how Admis defended him behind the scenes.
Yeah, and I said it, and quite frankly, not even behind the scenes. He said it on his channel multiple
On his
times
Mm-hmm.
channel too.
because I was actually rooting him on, saying, "Yes, give him, cut him some slack. Understand that he's upset. All that we were all saying that,
Yeah.
and I remember being in multiple streams with Atmos where he was defending him, and then he made that one bad parent blanket statement, and Angelo made that post about him. I was like, "Geez, Angelo, like pipe down." Because this is
Calling
somebody
him
who is,
fat
and
and
then
everything.
yeah, and if I recall correctly, Atmos
What?
came back after after Angelo did that, and again said, "I still support Angelo." He said that then,
He was
you know.
still respectful. I said,
Yeah,
I bet Angelo feels stupid.
Right. And
He had
I
to
don't
have
have no
felt
problems
stupid.
with. I don't have any problems with. Angela. I mean, there's definitely
yeah,
going to be a difference of opinion with what the stuff that he has done. I mean, but I'm just saying, but it shouldn't rise to the level of all this.
yeah. I mean, and I get some of his
It's
defensiveness,
over.
my sympathy, because I'm even a
Yeah.
person, I even sympathize with R. Kelly, and his experiences as far as his abuse and that sort of stuff. But with Angelo, I sympathize with the fact that I can only imagine how it feels actually to be a parent, to possibly have made decisions or question your own decisions that led your child to being with someone who then hurt them and abused them, and then feeling somewhat powerless to help them and get them back.
Right,
And now that they are back, having a strained relationship and so on. But then on top of that, to feel like half of the world, at least, or a
Oh
portion of
wow.
the world, are now attacking me on a daily, calling me a bad parent. Now, I'm not talking about you, Tears. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
in general, there are a
right,
lot of people who then. So imagine you as a parent. I think all parents have places where you go, I regret that part about parenting. I wish I had done that better. But then to have
right,
social media people constantly in your comments saying, beating you up even more, when quite frankly, you're probably living in your own torture in your head, regretting a lot of the things or some of the things that you did, or how could I have done things different. Even if they had, wanted her to go and be successful, I think they wanted her to be a successful, famous singer. I don't think they wanted her to be spanked. I don't think they wanted her to have feces smeared on her. I don't
right,
think that, what I'm saying? Like, I don't
right,
think that that's what they bargained for, even if the goal was for her to be with him so she could further her career. It was just that. I don't hear or see anything about any of these parents that suggest that they truly wanted their child to be abused, and so to then
right.
have this whole corner of YouTube, and Instagram and Facebook and all these other places that then just constantly go in on you, it has to be tough. It has to be
Mhm.
really tough, and that's the part that I sympathize with Mr. Angelo and all of the parents,
Hmm.
quite frankly, because I just don't believe that all of these parents are sociopaths who just sent their children out to be abused. I just have that's just not
But they were
that.
just the only ones that lied to the. I think that all of this could have been avoided if it wasn't so many lies. Because if you telling the truth about a story, it would never change. And
Hmm.
a
Mm-hmm,
lot of people that follow this case, we follow details and we catch a lot of that, you know?
mm-hmm,
And I just feel like a lot of the backlash that they are getting could have been avoided if they would have told the truth.
mm-hmm.
Originally, he tried to make it seem like the backlash they was getting is because of Lifetime didn't show the clip of them trying to get ass, or it was something like that. So he was saying that
What?
they was getting,
We
yeah,
showed them throwing them rocks. They showed them throwing them rocks at the window, didn't they?
yeah, they
Hmm.
showed them throwing the rocks, but it was another scene that they did not. It was something else that they did not show that they put out that he kept saying that they didn't put in, and so therefore they was getting a lot of backlash. This was at the beginning.
I mean, we saw the rocks. I think that was plenty to know that they
Yeah,
had some
that's what
intent.
made me feel sorry for. I'm like I really feel like they was trying to get her. When that's why I was supporting the whole movement, of
Yeah.
supporting Black women and all of this. But then it's like when I found out the true character, I was let down.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I was let down.
So
I was
do some
confused.
of you all suspect then, like, because I still see that throwing rocks at the window scene as, especially and I'm not saying Angela was not, but especially I could see the pain in
I
in Miss
exactly.
Alice's
I seen the
eyes.
pain in the mom as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
same.
And so like I just still see that as a very innocent and desperate moment for those parents. And so do some people see that as, oh, they only wanted to get to her so that they could then continue this whole, you know, sex toy business
No,
and
I,
all
I
that?
feel like I feel like they was trying to get her back because that was their money back. Maybe not the mom, but Angelo. That's his money back. He told me on Twitter that his kids is gonna take care of him. That's his money back. I feel like that's the only reason why he wanted her back. That's his money back.
Oh no.
That's in my opinion.
I hope
Because
not.
you see, when she got home, putting her through all music, trying to set her up with music. When she testified, he's putting out music that she's not even supporting. He got her under a contract deal that he get paid more than her.
What?
Yes.
Who said, where did that
So
come
that's
Wow.
why that's why Azrael, when you seen him posting a new song from Azrael and you didn't see Azrael supporting it, because that's on a contract with him and her, that she ain't really getting paid that much for it. So she's not supporting it.
Why would he
Now
do
she's gonna
that?
release now she's gonna release her own shit. And she probably got a new manager and it's not her dad.
Lord, she's gonna need Miss Angie to arbitrate and figure out how to get her out of the contract if that's true.
Oh
Yeah, that
Lord.
listen, that is what it is. And that is another thing why he
Oh,
was mad at Larry, because he thought Larry is the one that pushed ass to the Africans. Remember when Azra went to Africa? She's trying to get a manager. That's a whole different deal outside of Angelo
wow.
supposedly being her manager. So he's thinking that Larry is trying to set her up with these African people. How in the hell can Larry do that? Azrael's in Atlanta. It's a lot of Africans down there with money. Y'all see
Right.
Portia and all them celebrities
Yeah, with
marrying
them
them Africans.
Africans.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I and as black as JoJo was, I said, you one of them Africans?
Oh, Angie,
You one of them Africans? Did I come up on loop? Do we have some oil or something over there?
don't do
And
that to
baby,
don't
you
do
are
that to
in
Mr.
between.
JoJo.
Do you come? Do you live? Was your house in between the trees and the dirt? Hell,
Don't
I mean,
say it.
what's
No.
going on? The beach? What's going on?
Oh no. Oh no. I didn't know again. Like I follow it, but I tend to follow more about the case, you know, and stuff like that. I
Yeah.
didn't get into the, I guess, the emotional and the social parts of this. I didn't know any of this, and I
That
just
that we
honestly,
only did
I
because we
never
was
even
all in
heard
the
of.
group.
By the time I found Angie before I found Angie and Atmos. Those were the first two. So I started off really just, and then of course I saw other channels and stuff through the chat, or they would recommend and say, let's go over here, or what have you. I never even I think the when I first found Larry was because Atmos mentioned Larry, and it was, I guess, the video he posted was, I guess, the day he was going to turn himself in. So I don't even
Hmm.
know any of those back videos or the dip. Like
Oh Lord.
people bring up
Girl,
Larry
that was
all
good
the
times.
time.
Mrs. Mo, you missed a lot.
I
Good
imagine.
times, girl. Good times.
Well, everybody brings him up so much, like such a prominent figure. I'm not gonna lie, I'm ready for him to get out too, because I said, "Oh, they gonna cut up for real once he comes out,"
Oh, he gonna be home soon.
because
He
I
gonna
Baby,
be
want to be a
home.
part.
baby, let me tell you, honey. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Girl, when I tell you, y'all can hear you. It's I don't know what happened, Miss Mo.
Yeah, I think she went.
When I tell you that's gonna be so goddamn some fun times.
Listen, I tell him he gonna break the YouTube streets. They done kept his
Yeah.
name alive. People that don't even know him is ready for him to get out.
Right.
That's how dumb
Baby.
they are. They don't even realize how they're promoting Larry.
Right. Free promotion. Free when I tell you it's gonna be off the chain, honey.
It's gonna
It's
be
gonna be off the chain. Y'all better duck, baby. Cause we gonna be swinging and banging. Y'all better duck. Swing and bang on your ass. tag team y'all asses. It's gonna be on. And when he get out, he better all this swinging and banging I had to do. He better
Okay.
he better tell me that I'm officially outside. He better deem me as outside, and after and all this bullshit, Lee better tell me I'm up top. And I don't want to hear shit else. All this swinging and banging and doing the matrix and shit. Oh god damn.
But for real.
Right, they trying to kill me. Ew, they trying to kill me. He better tell me, he better officially tell me my ass is outside. My country ass is officially outside. Okay? With a Draco. Okay? I want your shit.
I don't know what happened to my speaker, but I dropped off. But yeah, definitely you can let them know. If nothing else, Miss Mo, who is nobody and doesn't have any of this channel or anything. But I'm excited to see and like to actually get to see the personality that is Larry like in action now because
Girl.
I've never he is possibly outside of R. Kelly himself. And Angelo is another character. Like him, Angelo and Claire and Larry are the three most I feel like talked about people in this whole thing. And I'm
Yes.
like, he's
Yeah.
not even here. He gets brought up so much, and I kind of go, oh, I feel like I missed out. I got fear. I got FOMO because I'm like,
Mhm.
wherever
Yes.
he was, he must have been a real firecracker because people are still so worried about
Girl.
what he's doing and blaming him for so much. I mean, it seems like
Yeah,
he would have
that's
extreme
my
power.
layered background right there. That's my layered background. See how we can see it. Hold on.
You're gonna have to put us on the side or something.
How did I put y'all on? Let me see. Oh God, wait a minute. Nobody can't see it. No, not that.
It won't take you off.
So this Larry person, while she's working on this, so this Larry McGee is, I think, his name, correct?
Hmm.
Right.
Okay, so Larry, he directly assisted Azriel once she got out with her career in some way. Is that what y'all are
No,
saying?
no,
Okay.
No.
he didn't. No, he just he pointed Angelo to the people to help with Azriel's career, but Angelo took over that.
So he was friends with Angela.
Yeah, he was friends with Angelo.
Okay. And then things just went south.
Yeah, because Angelo backstabbed like anybody say okay. So we've all been like really close. We talk to each other every day in Messenger. We have phone calls or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
and we all cool. Like I'm looking at Angelo and Larry like they're brothers. Larry
Mm-hmm.
respects him because we talk to Larry the most because we started supporting following Larry. On the fact that Larry was the first man to show up supporting black, the victims, black
Mm-hmm.
women, or even white, all victims or whatever. He was the first one to step up supporting, and so we was following him from the jump anyway. And so he wanted to help. He wanted to like help get Asriel and Joy home. So he was in contact with the Savages. He contacted Angelo. Angelo so happened to be in Vegas. Angelo went to a stranger's house, Larry's house, so they can to get help getting his daughter. That's how it all started. And it started on Instagram. It was a whole live, like, and then Angelo
Oh,
seen the movement, and then he was like, "Oh, I want to name it Team Truth." Then he's like, "Oh, let me make it a business." He started Team Truth
Wow.
LLC. I was all for it. I'm all for supporting,
Mm-hmm.
victims or whatever. So I joined his LLC as well, aside from Larry's social media thing on YouTube and Instagram. Even when I joined the LLC, at first it started out as where we were supposed to be going to schools or different places and speaking to victims or whatever, about abuse or motivation speaking or whatever. That's how it started out. But it was no organization, terrible communication. The last call that we had, he wanted to set up to have everybody. because it was around during the time when COVID first came out. He wanted to set up a business to where everybody could go to different buildings and cleaning up for the COVID, cleaning up and
What?
sanitizing the building.
What does that have to do with anything?
Thank you. Thank you, Miss Mo, because that's not what I was here for.
Mm-hmm.
So
The housekeeping. What?
that was not what I was here for because I started side eyeing then I'm like, I don't know, you know what I mean? And then they started before then, let me back back. Before then, they was trying to look at on how to help victims because they didn't want to spend their money. So they was looking at stuff on how, like, say what is it like places like the Jesus House, how they get their funds, or how to send people to places like that in their town. Like they wasn't trying to come out of pocket. They were just trying to tell people where to go. Or it
Referral. Make
wasn't really
referrals.
any
Okay.
help. Yeah, because after that Sheena thing, and he brought her to
Oh
YouTube and
no.
slander her and all of that. Yeah, it was he didn't he they wasn't trying to come out of pocket for nothing. So that's why I really don't understand what was the reason for the PPP loans. I don't understand that.
Oh.
So
Oh,
it was
Yeah,
here's the thing.
I've seen
it's just
his
a
I've
lot.
seen it.
It,
Okay.
it,
You seen that?
it's just
Okay,
a lot.
Yeah.
that's
Why
hilarious.
is he
It
I guess
wasn't
his
nothing ever done. It wasn't nothing ever done with it. Even after he got the PPP loans, he took the Team Truth LLC website down. There's no more Team Truth. Basically, after
oh,
he tried to make it seem like Team Truth would be better off without us on YouTube or whatever. When we are the motherfuckers that made Team Truth, he thought we'd be better off. Like, okay, let's change the name. So we changed the name, and he realized he needed us to even push Team Truth. You know what I mean? Team Truth is nothing without us anyway. That's where it all came from. He thought that we would follow if he goes after Larry, but we came in here supporting Larry, and it was just too many of your lies coming up, and you talking about Larry behind the scenes to
Mm.
multiple people. If you call Angelo just to have like a normal type of conversation about something that does not have anything to do with Larry, he's gonna go off subject and start talking hella bad about Larry.
mm.
Mm.
And
So but
that's when I got a bad taste in my mouth about him. And the first time he did it, I didn't tell Larry. And it was a whole 9 months later when he did it again in front of us ladies on a Zoom call. And we like, okay, Larry, this is what it is. I didn't want to tell you before because you respect this man. I didn't want to hurt your feelings. I didn't really know what was going on. I thought it was just some man shit, whatever. He trying to pillow talk with me. I don't know. I just didn't tell Larry because I felt bad. Like, damn, Larry respects him. Why are you talking bad about him? And so
mm-hmm.
that's what ended it. We brought Larry into the Zoom call. Once Larry get in the Zoom call, he changed the subject. First he said, "Who called him in here?" And he did a little laugh. Then he changed the subject.
Mm.
So it was the way he moves. He's a snake. He cannot be trusted. He's not a friend. He's never had a real friend, so he doesn't know what a real friend is. How can if you knew Larry's character, you would just be like, how the hell can you do something like that to Larry?
But
Mm.
that's the thing, and maybe Miss Angie, you can speak to it too, because I know you've openly said that Larry is your friend. He seems to be such
Right.
a he seems to be such a polarizing character, though. What so many people say he snitched or he did this and he did that, and then other people, it's like you either like him or you love him. Like, what is the story of why is it like that? Like, were there YouTube videos that people had where that it came to be, or is that just the type of personality he is that either you like him or you don't?
It's not really that. You got to think about it. That a lot of people, didn't like him because they're saying like, he snitched on R. Kelly, and you got to realize that the culture around here with the R. Kelly thing, you got some people that are just, hey, under, just fanatics, right? And
Mm-hmm.
I have no problem with that. I understand that or what have you. They don't understand the legal part. They don't understand the role that Larry played, which on in the grand scheme of things, which was it was effective, but it was, I mean, this is just one person, so wasn't like And then I asked the question, and I don't have an opinion either way because I believe in the legal system above someone's innocent or guilt. You're gonna have to prove them guilty or innocent or what have you.
Mhm.
So it has nothing to do with that. But in my opinion, if I thought someone was battering somebody, having sex with minors, doing any kind of stuff that is a violent law, I am going to tell.
Yeah.
That is just, I mean, it is, I mean,
Period.
like, it's like, and people don't understand. If you pick up the phone, if you want to call that snitch, stuff like that snitching, if you pick up the phone and call 911, I guess that's snitching too. If you see something happening, I'm saying,
Mm.
something bad happening,
Yeah.
and it's different, and I know there's street codes and shit like that, but
Well, I'm a
he's not with,
civilian.
with
I'm a
regard to his
civilian.
case.
I'm calling it
They
in.
was snitching on each other. With regards to the case, him and his people, they were snitching on each other. So like, hey, what you gonna do? Sit up there and just like, okay, I'm gonna go down with the, you got people that shit, they ain't your brother or sister, whatever. Here, they trying to pin it on you. You gonna pin it on their ass. So
Mhm.
what
Right.
you do?
I see him snitching on me. So okay, let me
I'm
tell him.
gonna snitch on you. That's just
Mhm.
what it is.
Mhm.
Like, I mean, and so, but I get it. Snitching is snitching. I get it. But with regards to the R. Kelly thing, I definitely don't call that snitching. Informant is something told. They use the word informant so incorrectly, and it's such a dangerous label to give people. And I just don't even like to talk about that. So, and moles and shit like that, shit like that can get you killed. You
And
know,
then saying you snitching on R. Kelly is admitting that he's guilty.
right? And
Yeah,
so,
because
it's
to me, when I
crazy.
think of a snitch, for instance, when you talk about two drug dealers, a snitch is when one drug
Right.
dealer go and tell on another drug dealer. Or in this case, what you would be saying is, okay, one, in order for him to be a snitch, it would have to be if Larry were to be with have women, which to my knowledge he did not, he had young girls and women that he was abusing, and then he went and snitched on R. Kelly, who had young girls and women who was, being abused. That's not what sounds like it happened. It sounds like a whole lot of telling was going on. And also he
Mm-hmm.
found out that there was some things that were inappropriate happening. He did, give his report. But that's another thing that I don't understand. The only, quite frankly, it's probably the only part of the R. Kelly trial that I haven't understood or sector is that people still say that Larry snitched, but I never saw Larry's name in any of the transcript. So did he really talk to, like, did he quote snitch or whatever they want to call it? Because I never saw his name mentioned in the whole trial. I was waiting for it because I was like, yeah, I'll be able to understand who this Larry character is and why he keeps being brought up, but they never
Thank
mentioned
you. He
him.
was not mentioned in the trial. So why
He was
why do they
right.
keep
Right. That means that he was neither either a CI or a UI, a confidential informant or an unidentified informant. So,
Okay.
and that's just the particulars. Now, I can understand they were saying, well, it's not only that he snitched on them, like he boasted and bragged them. Okay, I can give him that. Nobody wants somebody to be boasting and bragging about turning, having the person that you love or fighting for turned in. Yes, I
Yeah.
definitely understand that. I get that. I can side with that. I definitely
Hmm.
understand that.
But
You
what
know, but
loyalty? What loyalty would Larry have had to R. Kelly?
Thank you. Thank you. If so what he boasted and bragged about it. So what? If you support this person, keep on supporting them. Because what can you do to this person? They drove past his house. They called his landlord, got him kicked out. They
What?
called and harassed
oh
his
yeah,
judge.
oh
Like they
yeah.
did a whole lot to him just for telling, just for speaking on R. Kelly, just for telling the truth. So yeah, boast and brag. And when you get out, boast and brag more. Because the way y'all keep harassing him and calling down to his facility, y'all might allow him to get out free. So early. So keep on doing it. Please keep on doing it. I ask of you.
Oh
And
wow.
that's what they doing right now. They calling down to where he is.
For what?
They are crazy.
I mean,
No, I
calling them.
mean, no, I'm being
I
serious.
mean,
What are
like
they
That's
they
a
calling
calling
him?
they are terrorists, like Levi said. They are crazy.
Uh-oh.
put in erroneous claims and shit like that. That's
saying that
crazy.
Larry got a phone. Larry
No, now we
threatened.
ain't got no damn phone.
Okay, can I
That's
say something
crazy.
though? Again,
Mhm.
okay, so I'm sorry, and I think I'm able to laugh about it because I'm an outsider, right? So
It is funny. Like it's crazy.
They
if the
crazy as hell.
issue if the
I done
issue
seen
that
some
they
crazy shit in the last 24 hours. I mean, I ain't been asleep. Man, I
yeah,
got them judge.
Like you can't
Lord
miss
have
a
mercy.
day.
You can't, because you'll be behind a whole month.
oh my gosh, it's crazy. So like, here's the thing:
And
if the issue from his R. Kelly supporters is that Larry is a snitch, right, and that's why they don't like him, whatever, then why would you call and snitch on Larry if you all say he does not have a phone? I believe that, but if they believe he
right,
does have a phone and they're calling that in, we know that there was at least one phone call that we heard that suggests that R. Kelly may also have a phone himself. So like,
Thank
is
you.
aren't they then like you can like you can't keep with the contradictions. Like you got to call a spade, and that's just the type of person I am. Whether people like the opinion or not, I'm gonna see it straight up the way that it is. And to me, that doesn't make sense that you're calling one person out for quote snitching, and then you're calling in one thing that you know your person also may has been at least accused of having a phone. What's
Exactly.
happening? That's
Because
weird.
we communicate through him through core links as an email, and like sometimes he'll
right,
put out messages that he want us to tell them idiots, you
right,
know.
right,
And so when we put out the message, they like, "Oh, Larry got a phone."
right.
They just
Like, no,
What?
I
and then
take it and post it on my
facility can confirm it because they see all the messages coming in and out.
right. Like just
So
calling,
really, they
just making
harassing
up
the
shit,
facility
just
right
making up
now.
shit to call, just
Yeah,
making up reasons to call. That's crazy. That is crazy. I mean, I don't know what the hell's going on with the R. Kelly and his telephone. Um, but it does say, what you call it? You got an in call from an inmate. All the calls I
Yeah.
ever got for Larry, it says you got a call from an inmate.
yeah.
You have a call from an inmate. So that's crazy. That's crazy as hell. That is super, super
That's
duper crazy.
harassment.
Also, I don't believe in the whole snitching culture. I think we as a black people need to have that conversation at some point because we should not be holding normal civilians to street code. It just doesn't make
Right.
sense to me. So like
Exactly.
trying to
Yeah.
pretend that there is no integrity and me saying, "Hey, a black girl is being hurt over there. Could you please go check that out?" I think that it's absolutely counterintuitive to what we are trying to do as a people to try to encourage people that nobody talks to the police or nobody gets help for somebody else ever under any circumstances and that you leave it to the streets when the streets are not what they used to be. It used to be a time, especially, we talk about the Black Panthers and even the Crips and the Bloods at times that if there was a situation like that going on, they would take care of that, whether we like that or not. But that's not what's happening right now. These little young kids are not worried about going and defending the honor of too many people, So for us to then try to discourage people from calling in people who are hurt, like with all due respect, even if it is in true that Larry was an informant, a snitch, or what have you, I thank him because it got at least one young lady away from her abuser, and we got another one that's at least further removed from an abuser that probably otherwise would not have been able to. So, like, why would we discourage that? I think we need to be careful about this whole, it's no integrity and telling, don't speak to the police, don't do all that. I don't hold those views at all, especially when I know that there's individuals who are being hurt. Just morally, I can't rock with that.
Exactly. So you're just gonna allow them to get hurt because you ain't a snitch. You're
Yeah,
gonna leave with
no,
that. That's
no,
dumb.
no, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that.
No.
I couldn't go to sleep at night if I knew that, stuff like that was going on and I just did nothing. Or I just, sent an all call out to the streets who are going to do nothing. Or either one of them would end up going to jail. Like, what? No.
Like they done doubled the amount Larry got. Now it's 2.3 million. Listen, y'all, he didn't even get the whole 0.6 million. Y'all are crazy. Y'all need to chill. And it don't matter. Larry is doing his time and he's gonna be out by the time y'all blink y'all's eye.
Will he
Y'all
be
gonna be.
out in time for this upcoming the Chicago trial?
Yep, he sure
Oh my
will. It's
gosh.
gonna be.
Oh,
It's gonna be on and cracking.
oh my.
They're gonna be mad.
Wow. Well, I'm excited for him then.
Yep, I am
We
too.
gonna have some real lives going then, I'm sure.
Yes.
No, I'm sorry, y'all. I have to dip on off. but,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah, but I mean, when I tell you the good times gonna roll, because that's one person that I can tell. I can tell all about the little bullshit, whatever, and have someone that I know, I truly trust, that ain't gonna stab him in the goddamn back. I ain't gonna stab him in the back, and he ain't gonna stab me in my back. What happened to Miss Mo?
I don't know. She probably got disconnected again.
Yes, honey. And baby, we gonna argue, we gonna fight. I'm gonna
Right.
threaten to come. I'm gonna threaten to come to Las Vegas, the kick his ass and all of that.
That's what Larry
and
is.
then,
Somebody that you can trust.
right, and then I'm gonna hang up on him, and he gonna text me to say stuff, and then child, we're gonna go through it. It'd be so damn funny. You know what I'm saying? It'd be so funny because that was like one of the people that I met that closely resemble people that I'm used to, and in my
Hmm.
regular life. Come on back, Miss Mo. Um, so and it's hard because in here I made a big mistake. I thought everybody on this motherfucker was normal. But that ain't the case. So my friendly ass hell. I don't have no enemies and shit
Angie,
like that. No,
Angie,
no,
that shit was your ass is friendly because I could have sworn you knew about that one girl that hopped on here.
girl.
What was her name? I don't even want to say her name.
Sure.
That one with the different careers.
Okay, yeah. She can No, I wasn't logging out. No, no, no. I wasn't logging off Miss Me and Miss Mo. No. Oh, no, no, no. She came up and she apologized, and she seemed to be good people. And I can deal with all types of personalities and things of that nature until they prove to be you know
A little
the
crazy,
addiction.
but it is some people that you can't even get like a real apology from. You know what I mean? They'll
Mhm.
they'll do a fake apology, then they'll come back live with some crazy shit.
And
Like,
get your
girl,
ass again. Yeah, you ain't get your y'all gotta like me up. Y'all gotta like us up because we having a good conversations. But yeah, it's like there she is. I thought maybe you misheard what I said. Yeah, okay, you
Oh,
back
okay.
on Miss Bell. Yeah, it's like but I just thought everybody was regular and normal and shit. I'm like, hell no, they are secret societies and people stabbing you in your back and in your face and like, what the fuck is this? I'm like, oh, okay, all right, y'all think I'm a nice girl. I kept telling people, I said, I get y'all don't understand. I'm probably the most thuggish one on here. Keep on pressing it, cause you won't find out,
please, we already know when Half did show up.
girl.
I get so tickled
Look,
when Half Dead show up. When Half Dead is on the scene, I say, oh, watch out.
honey, girl, it's so crazy because I've been doing so good. Joseph told me you doing good. I've been doing so good. I ain't had to do no,
Uh,
half that
that's
ain't had to
true.
come up. But girl, they just keep on trying to pull me in it, and I'm not. I keep saying I am not talking to trash. I ain't talking
Hmm.
crazy ass people either. I don't mess them up. None of that. I'm not even being bothered. I used to doubt it was free to float in the people's chats and go. I'm only going visiting friendly goddamn people. People that seem like they have good common sense and shit. Ain't be on that bullshit. I got
Yeah,
time for that. I
yeah,
don't have
that
time for these people crazy as hell about this shit. I'm saying, honey, R. Kelly done ran the people crazy. I don't want him to call another damn soul. Because it has turned in the last 48, 24 hours. It has been, I don't want him to email no goddamn body else. Do not call nobody and do not sing no goddamn songs. Just leave these people alone, R. Kelly, because you don't know the elements you're dealing with your fans. You say they something special. Yeah, they crazy as hell.
They crazy because right now Hollywood Next can't sleep because R. Kelly blocked her. Like she
Oh,
is up tripping,
what
y'all.
you
She
doing with that?
you said what?
I was talking to Atmos. What you said,
Oh,
Tear?
I said right now Hollywood Next is can't sleep because R. Kelly blocked her. She tripping.
Why did he
Oh
block her?
man.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I guess
I
somebody
saw that.
told him that she's a terrorist.
You know,
Oh,
Somebody,
I believe somebody called and or sent a message and told him the bloggers probably them sisters. I don't know if it was
yeah, that
y'all.
she's collect. Oh, cause she did say she can't stand the sisters, the fake sisters.
Yeah. And he rolls with them sisters. And you got to look and see who he tight with and what have you. And I think that he had sent a just a mass thank you email and whatever, and I think Dottie posted it, Randa posted it. I think Hollywood had the same one, and I think she thought that it was individual, personalized. And when you get your responses back from Corlins, it don't have all the people he sent those messages, because Larry do mass
Exactly.
messages. It don't have everybody he sent it to. It still comes to you, but
oh,
if you read the body of it, you will know that this is a mass message. But he
Hmm.
kind of personalized it and whatever. It might have been some confusion. I don't know, honey. But when I tell you, she is not going. She don't hear none of that shit. She don't hear none of it. I'm like, oh, okay, this may be
They is
serious.
crazy. So she said they trying to take all my credit. I'm like, whoa.
what?
They trying to prove something to R. Kelly, boy. They trying to be the one. Like I did this. No, I did this. Like they fighting over who did what.
I put that down in the chat earlier when Debo was on, because a lot of times, I know he says that he put money on his books or what have you, which good for you. I mean, you're supporting the person. I would expect people would, but I don't think
Right.
that it should be some sort of competition between the people who support him. If you support him in your own way. Why does it mean that anybody is more or less legitimate in their support because of what they do, or how many emails they send, or how many books and crayons and coloring books they give him? Like, why don't you just say, okay, we all support him. Everybody should do what they feel is best and leave him
Right.
alone. It's not a competition. And if it's your
Yeah, that's
friend or somebody that you care about, you should put something on their books. You should send them something to encourage them when they're during this difficult time. There's no shame or blame in that. But like, it's not, I don't understand why everybody tries to discredit the support of everybody else when they all should be, in my opinion, if that's what they
right.
say they support, like just support your person, ride with your person.
Exactly. They got four different separate sections of the R. Kelly supporters, or probably five, and they
What?
all hate each other.
Why is it so? I mean, it's not a competition.
And that they are in
I
competition.
don't
I feel
know.
like they all want to be the next Geronda Page. You know how Geronda got R. Kelly's attention standing outside. He's seen it on the news or whatever. They was outside the courthouse. So I feel like they all want to be the next Geronda Page. They want to get his attention and be like, "Hey, I did this for you."
But
Wow.
again, they find Geronda's behavior to be unreasonable.
Right.
That's weird. That's
And
contradictory.
Geronda said she was a super fan. She was a fan too.
Wow.
So the lady really upset for real. The lady's really upset about being blocked.
Yes, yes. Listen, I came home last night like 2 something in the morning. She was still up live. Like her title was like, I can't sleep.
Uh,
Yeah, she hurt. She is hurt. She is mad. She
this
don't
whole
know
Man,
what to
sector,
do.
this whole
she's
sector
a
could be a
Virgo too.
sociological
Yeah,
study.
she a Virgo.
Mm-hmm. She is a Virgo too, honey. I was like, oh wow. Yeah, but
People,
you know, she's just trying to get down to the bottom of this shit, honey. She gonna launch an invest. She wants to know what the hell is going on. She don't know if those. I mean, I understand her point because this is some mysterious ass shit. And then, honey, when baby, when she tore off into your girl, uh, Nisimo or Sandra, I hollered.
See, I didn't even catch.
I hollered.
So she did drop the names of who she think it is.
No, she ain't dropped too many names
See,
or she ain't dropped full recordings or anything like that.
I know that's what she do, y'all. She gonna leave people on saying she got this, and she probably won't ever drop it. That's what she did when she said she got a recording of DJ telling her that Lily said she molested Azrael,
oh, oh my gosh.
I won't.
and it
I
wasn't
wouldn't mind.
Azrael's testimony.
Yeah, they kept dropping that lady name, and every time you drop her name, she be on life support.
Yeah, she be.
I ain't listen here. This is only on YouTube. I ain't never seen nobody been on life support about 7 times and live to tell about it. And live to
every
tell about
time,
it.
every time they live to tell the story.
Live to tell about it. I'm like, girl, well, god damn. Girl, I hope you got
Every
9 lives.
time,
You don't need
every
it.
time it gets hot in the kitchen, boy, she is under that life support. She in the hospital.
Yes.
She
Next
about to
thing you
die.
know, you be hearing people, y'all pray for Lily. She don't like support. And then the little niece be talking about, oh, my TT and all in the chat, my TT. Shit, your TT. Hell, the hell. I mean, after a while, I mean, the first 2 or 3 times,
That
I
is
was
so
like,
funny.
yeah, I was like, oh, Lord, have mercy, police. I
Yeah,
don't know
I
Lily.
was like, oh, Lily about to die.
Yeah, but then
But
after
after
the,
it's been almost 4 years now, and
yes,
it happens all the time, at least 5 times a year.
right. Like when? Okay, now when is this gonna happen? Cause this some bullshit now. And I made a
Because the
terrible joke.
last time
I
she
ain't
was
even
on life support when Ass testified.
right. And I didn't know on one. I couldn't make a I think did I make a short of that little call? I could not get it to upload on TikTok, baby. When I tell you, I said, listen. I'm not praying. No, I'm not praying no more until I see some kind of paperwork that's saying she up there in that ER. Y'all got to send me a picture of her on some breathing machines or something. Cause I'm not gonna keep doing this.
Yeah.
Turn around. Oh, pray for Lily. She, it's in the day now. In the day now. And then you turn around, she shows up on her birthday dancing and shit. What the fuck?
Man, listen, she was just cussing me out. She was just cussing me out. She gave me her address and phone number, cussing me out on that one man's live. I listen. I said I had mentioned something about her eating Azrael's booty, and she said I don't eat booty no more. I'm like, okay, I'm
Oh,
done. But she cussed me out the
Right.
next week. Azrael testified that she was on life support. I'm like, that happened fast. She was just trying to fight me.
Yeah. She don't like,
Yeah.
yeah, I be like, I be knowing. She about to be on, she better go on that life support. Here she go. You better be. I mean, and child, if Dana, as you know, Dana ass to be always. Sometimes he be on his Martin Luther King, and he don't be wanting to wrinkle no feather. But if he ever play that recording of Levi on that phone with that lady again, y'all, that night when Dana played that, I was in tears.
What
I
was
was
it?
Levi and asked that lady. You know how Levi talk. You eat ass, don't you? She like, yes, yes. Well, I'm like, lady, you ain't gotta answer that shit. I'm like, lady, stay off that goddamn phone. Leave ain't no goddamn body. You eat ass, don't you? You eat ass, don't you? Girl, when I
What?
tell you,
I
I
did
was
not
on,
listen to that. I did not hear that.
you didn't hear that tears.
why would
Hell
anyone
no.
answer such a question? Why would
Yes,
anyone
I'm
feel?
like, girl, you ain't got an answer, no goddamn Levi. He ain't no police. I gotta ask you a question. I ask you a question. You eat ass, don't you? Yes, I
Because
know.
Miss Mimo, this lady, when Azra got out the shower,
You cutting out tears.
where this lady Lily molested her, attacked her, and ate her booty.
Wait, that really happened?
Yes, that really happened. It was, yeah.
Yes, honey, it was terrible. It was terrible.
You know
Let
what? This
Levi said, "You eat ass, don't you?" Yes, I know.
he did. He
I'm like, "Girl, get your ass off that goddamn phone." Shit, now hang up. Who the fuck is Levi? He gonna arrest you? Eat your little ass. He gonna arrest you.
leave that
Ass
thought he
off
would
that phone.
leave that thought he was Joe Clark. You smoke crack,
Yes,
don't you?
yes, exactly. So, Joe Crack, you eat ass, don't you? Yes, I know.
Oh my God. I need to, how did I miss that? What the hell? I
I
think
don't know.
Mr.
I
Levi should
don't
be
know.
ashamed of
Yeah,
himself.
I said you can't make this shit up. When I tell you this should be a. Let me tell you something. If they ever turn this into a reality series, they would never even think about the Kardashians. They would even no listen. This would be some fucked up shit right here. We would tear down TV. You know what? A long time ago, they wanted to put cameras on me and follow me. Do you? And I was
Wow.
like, You know what I'm saying? Because well, I just dropped the call. I mean, my friend, we was up there talking on that call, that little video call I dropped on the channel. How I used to show my ass on people's job and going from department to department. And showing my ass, telling you what I'm not going to do, and when when we get off work, if I see you in the mall, it's on. So how my ass child disrupted the whole, I changed the whole goddamn, place, as one of the bosses you can. But honey, that shit, listen, they were going to put cameras on me. My child remember that and stuff like that. They got so much footage, honey, on my ass meat. Listen, I'm ashamed to show it to you. Baby, I was in rap. I'm nice now. This is a nice version. Y'all just don't even understand. I'd be to some of y'all house by now, knocking on the door, trying to see if I can get dressed up in a Bruce Lee outfit, barefoot, and stand on your motherfucking porch with war paint on my fucking face, wondering what you said on that online. Say that shit now.
Uh-oh.
But I done got nice. You know what I'm saying? I done got nice. But baby, they should turn this shit here into some type of online reality. I'm gonna see if I can produce that
for
online
real.
reality situation. Cause baby, the shit that go down here, I have never seen in my life, my
No, yeah.
lifetime. That
Yeah.
man actor. You eat ass, don't you? Yes or no?
Infamous Snake. What's her name? Admitted to eating booty. She admitted to me that she eats booty. She said she doesn't eat booty anymore.
Right. That's
Okay.
what she told
So
Levi.
nobody lied on her.
But
Right.
oh my gosh. But okay, how old is this Lily person?
She older than me.
Okay, so and there we are at it. I just don't understand why would any adult feel compelled to answer such a question or to defend their sex? Like, why? Why did you like?
Right.
How did she buy? How did she buy that bait?
Right. I have
Because
no idea.
she knew she was molesting that little girl.
Girl, you should have seen me. I'm like, Lily, and hang up the phone. You don't have to answer him. Levi was acting like his ass was, like you said, Joe Clark. He acting like her ass was on the stand. Her eating and eat
Man,
ass. So,
I need to hear that recording, man.
yeah.
Damn.
And Dana be stingy on his shit. Dana ass be stingy. He
Hey
got
Dana, can I get that recording? Dana,
yeah,
send that recording
he
to
got the damn
Ty.
recording.
He say he was my I was his wife?
Yeah,
I need that recording. I want to
exactly.
hear it.
And he took the video down. He took that video off.
I
I was
know he
like,
did. I know
yes,
he did.
that shit was funny as hell. I couldn't believe that lady was talking, was answering Levi like Levi was coming to pick her ass up if she said, you know, for eating ass. Child, that shit was hilarious. I can't believe
She
some of the shit, some of the
he
shit that just
said you eat booty, don't you?
yeah, yes or no. Oh, honey, that shit was crazy. That was epic. And they just hit record on your ass, and you be fucked up, child. You be fucked up.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
Imagine Miss
you can't call
Louisa.
Dana without being recorded. So
yeah, exactly, exactly. You know your ass. Yeah, your ass going to be recorded. Honey, that
Black
shit.
Girl Beauty, you right. Todd probably do got that recording. She probably tried to show me, and I didn't even watch it for some reason. I'm gonna ask her.
Yes, anybody got that recording, whatever. Please, honey, because that shit was hilarious. Y'all should have heard me in here hollering. It's a been so many. Oh my gosh. Larry has had some times where I done been in here in tears. Oh, I have to back that shit up in tears. I'm gonna tell you who else cracked me up. My the lady who sworn to hate me for life. So when I it was one she did the other day when she was talking about oh gosh, what the hell that lady was talking about? It was some point I kept backing the hell up. That shit was funny as hell. That shit was funny. Even when she was talking about my ass, that should be funny. Oh,
These people are crazy as
they
hell.
crazy. They crazy. Baby, they crazy. I be laughing my ass off. I be like, Lord have mercy. I ain't never heard some of this shit.
Mm.
I never ever heard some of this shit. There's some of the things these people say. But
Like and
y'all,
like Bo Jean said, it's hard to get not to get sucked in. They said
yes,
what she said when they was like, "Why are you responding to them?"
yes, but I'm
Because
gonna tell
these
you
people
something.
are crazy.
I'm gonna tell you something. That lady said that she's gonna contact Jabo about to let her know about that money she collected, and somebody's operating R. Kelly's email account and stuff because somebody is over there blocking people. I don't know. Yeah, I mean they
Can't
blocking
nobody
this
but him have access.
child. They are
She,
blocking. He is blocking people in the middle of the damn morning. He's not playing around. He blocked your ass. I don't know what the fuck is going on with R. Kelly. I don't know. But baby, when I see R. Kelly, I don't want no goddamn autograph. I don't want you to sing nothing or whatever. I just want you to put your dukes up and we're gonna fight strictly over YouTube. And ran us crazy. I don't want to hear shit. I ain't got no problems with R. Kelly. I still like his music and things of that nature. I think, he got into an unfortunate situation, whatever, a lot by his own doing, some by assistance and things of that nature. And the law has to allow for those mistakes, to mitigate those mistakes. But honey, when I see him, I don't want no laughing. I'm trying. I don't know. I don't know autograph. I don't want none of that, R. Kelly. I'm put your ass in the headlock. I'm just gonna be hollering YouTube. I'm just gonna be hollering YouTube. YouTube done by drove me crazy. Got your
Hey,
ass.
hey,
oh,
Dana, I need that recording.
Oh, Dana in here.
oh Lord.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh
What's good
God.
with it? Oh yeah, he did call you his internet wife.
Oh gosh.
Well, Dana, are you gonna call her internet? What you call me? Internet coochie? Or something
Oh
tell her that
shit!
motherfucking
What?
coochie.
What
Yeah.
the fuck,
Yeah, he don't call me internet. I don't tell him I ain't no internet coochie.
motherfucker?
I would have told him my
Dana.
damn coochie. Y'all know I don't like that word coochie. Shit. Tell my ass stank coochie, all that kind of stuff. Tell me my damn coochie.
Dana. What is going on?
There you go. With that goddamn toddler picture.
Righteous
Hold on,
being.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on
What's
before he
good?
gets started. Y'all know I am not, I'm scared. I'm scared.
Scared of Dana.
I'm scared.
Yeah, I
I
got her.
already put out the names of the ones that I'm scared of. Dana, please don't let this be my last time. Take it easy.
What?
Take it easy.
What
Uh,
I'm
happened?
scared. I done already said I'm scared of you. I'm scared of Debo. I'm scared of DJ. Any of the
Why you
ones that
scared of
pop.
me? I ain't no fucking terrorist shit, and I
Dana.
ain't part of the IE ass crew.
Dana. I watch from the bushes, Dana.
I mean, hold on, hold on, Hold on,
And you starting
like,
less
let me
early in
see
the
what's going
morning.
on. Hold on.
Dana,
Huh?
Dang.
I'm holding my breath.
Don't be scared of me. Nah. Nah. I'm not a I'm not that much of a bad boy.
Dana, some of the stuff that I have seen with my own, you done popped up in the midnight hour on this channel sometimes, and you done, and
Hey,
when
baby,
you
he will
show
come
me,
out the Rambo water on your ass if you pop up. Like, what the hell?
yeah, to me, from what I have seen, there are few personalities that can show up for 10, 15 seconds and be explosive to a live. You are one of those individuals, and and you can sit here and try to play innocent today, but we know that can change within the blink
Nah,
of an eye.
nah, I'm a laid back guy until you get me on that other side of the track. Then I mean, you never know what you're gonna get. It's like a
Oh,
box of chocolates. You never know.
okay. All right.
Okay, that's crazy.
But do you have is the audio? Can you the chain of custody says that you had
Yeah, Dana, we
The
Miss
trying to
chain of
get in
Angie,
that
custody, wait a
queue.
Miss
minute. What
Angie
I
said the
do?
chain of custody that says that you have it and can authenticate the recording.
What recording?
They recording with Levi on that phone with Lily asking her, "Don't you eat ass? Don't you eat
Angie,
ass?
don't
Don't
do
you?"
that. Oh Lord.
Dana,
I told
Dana,
you.
I want
I
to hear
told
it.
you
I
what
have
I'm
never
saying.
Lord,
heard it.
Lord,
I've
Angie,
never
I can
heard
talk
it.
about when he said, nephew, put it on record.
Yes. Oh hell no. You ain't that, don't you? Yes, I know. Put it on
Yo,
the record.
Angie about to make me throw up.
Oh my gosh. When I tell you Dana took the video down, I kept
I ain't
backing that
take it
up.
down.
I thought
You
you took it down.
Oh no.
You still got it? You still got
What's
it?
the title?
drop
Oh no,
drop
that's
the
part of my
link. Somebody
marathon
drop the
for
link.
Monday.
Hold on.
That's part of my
That,
marathon
hold
for
on.
Monday.
Infamous Snake. Just hold on. That was my mistake. Infamous Snake. Hold on. You'll be untimed out or whatever. I don't know how that works. But yeah, let me go check. But yeah, that shit
That
was funny as hell. Oh my god. You still got that video up, Dana? Because I swore you took it down.
Nah, but that video up and living color.
Oh hell no, baby. We don't see that video. That shit was funny, y'all. That shit was
Oh,
funny.
you know what? Please forgive me. And my internet wife kids on here, yo. I'm sorry. Good
Yeah.
morning, Google.
she said, good morning.
I'm,
By time somebody else come on through and get these niggas, cause honey, you
I'm proud of you, boy. And Angie, I did not call you internet coochie.
you
Stop.
did tell Joe you in love with
Dana,
internet coochie.
how
I
you gonna
told you I
call
ain't
her
no internet
internet
coochie.
coochie?
No, I didn't say. Did I
You
say
did
that?
call
Wait
me
a
internet
minute.
coochie.
Did I say that to JoJo?
Yes, you did. You called me internet coochie. I'm like,
Lord
I
have
ain't no damn internet coochie. Shit.
mercy.
I'm
You
real
know what?
coochie. I'm real coochie.
Oh my God.
Oh Lord, y'all so crazy, Brian. What's wrong with you? Everybody's spinning out of control. Like,
Yo,
Lord.
but I will say this. There's a lot of stuff about to come out about some people.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, here we go again.
That
Lord
These
have mercy.
dark,
that is
these
What's
always
dark,
the
wrong
accusation.
videos?
I feel like that is the weekly accusation. Is that there
no,
always is something that's
no,
about to come out, it's about to come out, and then it never
no,
comes out.
no,
Just
Yeah,
come
no,
these,
on
it
with
depending
it.
on who it is. But they will say
no.
they will put your ass on.
I'm
Oh
just
shit.
gonna say this. These are the dark days of the R. Kelly supporters.
Oh
Oh
gosh.
And
no.
it don't got nothing to do with the normal folks.
Mm. What does that mean? That's loaded.
Beyond
Yeah.
loaded. For that gun about to backfire. Especially when they copy and paste core links.
But listen. So let me tell you something. So
Oh,
when that lady was showing the phone, she thought thinking the thing was copy and paste when she hit that little button. I did the same thing and hit that little button and it lit up on my phone too. So I was like, okay, well, this is not copy and paste, but it damn sure looked like it, you know. So I just think, you know what I'm
Did
saying?
you see,
I just think once it's settled and whoever she was talking to, they talk again, and she'll have a better understanding of what exactly went on. Now she ain't gonna trust their ass because you know she don't be trusting nobody. But
did you see when I went live and I put the three different joints up there for the three different communication emails allegedly?
because
And the
but let,
font was off, and one font was bleeding, and the name was off, and
What?
yo,
So she added stuff
So it's
in the.
Photoshop.
no, I didn't even have hers, but I heard, but I put up the others. I put up Lisa and Cassandra's. I put up Dottie's, and I put up my communications with Larry.
okay,
And 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 with Lisa and
Larry?
Cassandra and Dottie, it was totally different.
he just
And then
taking for the
last night,
fun.
I just closed it on out and showed them how they copied and pasted from the BOP website.
So Dana's friends with Larry too.
Yeah, everybody, child,
I'm gonna
shit.
say this: that's a loaded gun too.
Honey, you need a map to keep up. You just need a map. Just get
I'm
you a
not
little,
gonna.
yeah, make your little organizational chart, a little map or something, a little Excel spreadsheet. From what I
Okay.
can understand, a lot of
I
Club
need a
Blue.
flow
What's
chart. Yeah,
that?
I need a flow chart.
Yeah, you need a flow chart. Exactly, that's better. A flow chart
Hmm.
because
Here's what I won't
Definitely
do:
a flow chart.
I won't confirm nor deny, but I won't throw him under the bus neither because he ain't here to defend it.
yeah, everybody be back kissing again. Everybody be back nice and sweet again. Okay, Infamous Snake, you back? I see you.
So
And then
Infamous
Dana, are
Snake.
you alleging that these core link emails have been photoshopped or altered in some way? Is that what you're alleging?
he probably is, honey.
That's what it. I
Yeah,
mean,
he
it
is.
seems to me as an impartial party that that's the allegation that you're alleging.
Allegation.
Yeah. I don't what did Miss Angie say? I don't like to speak in absolutes.
Let me
So
ask you
I
this.
would
I
I
see, I
feel
see.
comfortable.
Let me ask you this question:
Yeah, trouble.
If a duck quacks, if a duck wobbles, if a duck swims, is it a dog?
It's the duck.
Mm-mm.
Okay, it's a duck, right?
Mhm.
Mm.
Honestly,
You're
I was the first one to call out the fake communication because actually, for the incoming communication, don't even look like that.
mm.
That's somebody that's typing and to go out.
I wonder, can I?
Exactly,
Let
Jennifer.
me see if I can do a little movie to
And,
show y'all I just did it.
and then on top of that, on core links, and you can't put emojis and stuff in a text.
Mm.
So how's emojis in that text? Then the next thing that get me is let's just
Yeah, you
let's
can't
just
do emojis on core links.
let's just give the benefit
Emojis in the motherfucker.
let's just give the benefit of the doubt, right? Let's just say that they did get an incoming text from Robert, right? Why would Robert say something to the fact that, and I'm paraphrasing because you know how the Dana J haters go, but they say it didn't say that, but it said this. So I'm paraphrasing. It said something to the fact of um, to all my haters and knuckleheads, they gonna say I didn't write this, but even if I didn't write this, it's still how Robert feel. Wait a minute, huh?
What?
It's still how.
So
What
he
is it?
spoke of
Still how he
himself in first
Yeah,
feels or
person?
something like that.
Yeah.
yeah.
Now let me ask you:
That
did
that
Dottie
that's
in
what
fact
Drake.
take
That's what
down?
Drake said.
Hmm.
Huh?
Did Dottie take it down? And where she took it down? Because I
No,
found
I
her
was saying
channel.
that's what. Oh,
Of course you took it down.
I
I
know,
was
but
trying to find her channel. Who is that?
I found her channel here, but there ain't nothing up there. Maybe she posted on Instagram or something. I'm saying, is she posted on Instagram or something?
Mm-mm.
I like Dottie. I like Dottie. You
I
know,
don't have nothing against nobody.
I like Dottie.
I just I just don't understand. Like you have a see 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 when that was posted, when that situation it was posted, it's a three-way smoking gun. And then
Mm.
it's like when when Ms. Bogine said, I can assure you that my client is asking no one for no funds. All of a sudden, here comes this unanimous Sarah person that nobody never seen talking about, oh, you must don't talk to your client. Wait a minute. Everybody sit back and be like, oh, that's a person. Well, look, when when you've been on this YouTube streets fighting and for 3 years, you know how people talk. So therefore, if I can pin your conversation to you, but you in another form, then I'm gonna go ahead and nail it to the cross because it can't be nobody else but you. And that's what people don't understand. Like, how do Dana know who's who? Because I sit back and study and watch her.
But Dana, there's so many characters in this that it seems, as well as there's so many new people being added to the conversation every day. Can
No,
you
it's
say
not people
that
that's new.
definitively?
Nope, it's not people that's new. And what's going on is people are changing their profile.
Then them people that
Like the avatar that be over here at Angie channel.
Yeah, people be changing their profile name, coming back as new people, different characters.
Right.
Sometimes they'll die and come back.
Sometimes they fake their death 3 times and come back.
Mm-hmm.
oh Lord.
Faking that? What?
Man,
Oh yeah,
hold on,
man, it
wait,
goes down, honey. It
wait.
goes down.
Miss me, Miss Mo, and you don't know what's really going on over here, and you got some for them watch. I guarantee you, around like 12:30, 1 o'clock, third eye gonna pop up. And third
Mm.
eye only gonna want to have a conversation with the females this time. Watch, because first time with the guys it wasn't successful.
And what does that insinuate?
Just what I just said.
I'm trying to get you to say it.
No, I said it. You think it's a joke? I said it.
Oh
And
my.
you gonna be live all day because people gonna come back and full pop up. And third eye gonna pop into my. I just want to talk to the guys. He
I ain't gonna go live all day unless some some people want me to stay live or whatever. But I am on spring. Me and JoJo is on spring break. My school is on spring break until Sunday,
man.
and then them kids come back.
I'm just saying, like,
We were chilling, taking it easy. We couldn't even watch a damn movie for all this shit breaking and going down. I was like, JoJo, you got to get home quick, cause baby, it's going down.
Mm.
I'm
man.
trying to explain to him what the hell is going on. Like R. Kelly is really calling people. 'Cause I know R. Kelly voice when I hear it.
Mm.
I know R. Kelly voice. He calling people and he's texting people.
So what?
Not texting, but emailing people. And I don't want her to I
At
don't want
six
that
fifty in the morning?
listen. But you know what? I think I don't know what time they be having access to that thing, but all of the federal prisons, the phone number is gonna come from a 202. That's Washington DC. It's gonna come from a 202. You know, I just don't want her to think that, that wasn't R. Kelly and this because I feel it was. I don't know. I can't confirm or deny, but a lot of times people think they hard work and whatever is going unnoticed and unrecognized. Then it'll be a cruel joke for somebody to play like that's R. Kelly and and stuff like that. And I don't never want nobody to feel like that.
Well,
It's sad.
Angie, it's been, and it's been people playing recordings of R. Kelly when he was in a gym, but they
Uh
let
oh, uh oh. You eat ass, don't you? That was
Oh
under
Lord.
Yeah,
Oh
Welcome
that's
my
back.
what we want to
God.
see, Dana. Oh God, Levi, I just looked
Who
at
the
my
hell
phone.
woke
I
this
didn't even
nigga up?
see you was up here. Hey,
Mr.
Levi,
You should
we
I just
Levi
pop
is
them up.
here.
Welcome back to Levi for Kelly, where the game is to be sold, not told. What up, nigga? What's the deal? You heard?
Man, we
What's up,
have
Dana?
fun over here.
What's going on, Levi?
See,
What's
I
going
just
on?
did this. See, Dana, I just did this. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
it's the same thing. I hit that same button she hit at the bottom, and it did the same thing. And I didn't copy and paste it. That's from Amazon.
Oh
So,
no, but you ain't see what I put up. You ain't see my live that I did the Friday, right?
Dana, you do
I
about
mean
25
Thursday.
lives a day. Between you and Debo, I'm tired. I can't keep up. What's good
Not
with it, Uncle Levi?
Hey, how you guys doing? I want to dip in and dip out because for some reason, whenever I come on Angie's joint, all the terrorists want to run in on me. So,
oh
uh,
no, I'll be back. I'm gone. I'll be back.
and Angie's aware of the fact that I don't sit on platforms with the terrorists, and I definitely don't negotiate with them. You heard?
Yeah,
So,
go ahead.
yes, ma'am. So I just wanted to hop on here and clear my part of this up. Um, for one, what I displayed as far as my conversation, or 1% of a conversation that I had with Robert, I want to be clear that it wasn't about clout chasing. It wasn't about YouTube. Um, Everything that I do and everything that I've done, I've always approached this from a legal perspective. If y'all think back when I first started debating with Larry and the conversations that I've had with Angelo and Larry and Team Truth and as well as Okov, I've always approached it from a legal perspective, removing my emotions, my love for the man himself. When certain points were brought up that I viewed as valid, I would give them that. I would say, okay, I agree with that. I was the one out of everyone who pretends to advocate for Robert. I know Dana's a real true supporter and advocate. I was the one who early on, 2 years ago, said that I don't agree with all of his moral decisions. He and I being roughly the same age, that I myself would not engage in sexual relationships or relationships of any kind with an 18, 19, 20-year-old, having daughters that age. Um, However, I think that a lot of people have misconstrued his lifestyle with the normal lifestyle. He being not only a celebrity, but a superstar, and a rock star, really. If you look at I'm just digressing for a minute. If you look at the Mick Jaggers and you look at the Aerosmiths and you look at all of you show me one entertainer who is over 45, 50 years old, whose wife is the same age. Mick Jagger, Rod Stewart, all of them, they have children by 5, 6 women. And even the woman that's on their arm right now, I guarantee you, is 20 years younger or 20 plus years younger. So that's just part of the rock star celebrity lifestyle. However, my conversation with him was a legal conversation. And what I displayed, what I exhibited, I did it because it is part and parcel of my reports that were sent to Judge Ann Donnelly, to the FBI, to the Homeland Security, to the prosecutors, to the 3 grievance boards, showing I wanted them to show them with his permission. Now, keep in mind now that, which I'm not going to go into that, we're talking about they only got a drop in the bucket of what he and I talk about, what we speak about. However, I wanted them to know, if you listen closer, I want to address Miss Walker because I was listening to you last night. I wanted them to know that he was unaware of what the terrorists were doing. He was absolutely unaware of what these people were doing on the outside in his name, at the permission and with the permission of some of his attorneys. Let's deal with facts, y'all. Let's deal with facts. Shabazz has already pointed out at least one attorney that he say had an X to grind against Robert. According to Shabazz, this one attorney basically had Robert to sign his story over to him. Then I heard that another attorney had him signing up over his life rights to stories and things of that sort, which means everybody that's on this panel, one day we all got to go. We will no longer exist. But what we work for what we do in our lives as a man, everything that I do is to build a future for my children. So
Right.
while we may view it as minute or academic, we may say, that's no big deal. It is a big deal if he signed over certain life rights, because that means 20, 30 years from now, those attorneys' children will be making millions and millions and hundreds of millions of dollars off Robert, while his own children and grandchildren will be somewhere working a goddamn minimum wage job. So that's serious. However, getting back to my point, what I displayed, so many people hate Levi. So many people hate Dana. You understand that their hatred for us, Miss Walker, I must explain this to you.
Well,
Their
hold on. First
hatred.
of all, can you tell me what I said for you before you get into my ass before 12?
Nah. Well, yeah, I'll cut this and then talk about that. You didn't
Okay.
say anything wrong, but from you having a legal eye and a legal ear, you were addressing a certain aspect of what Attorney Douglas Anton was saying to Trent. You were reading you were also reading the response to the
Oh, okay.
motion, right?
Okay.
You were reading that where it showed the conversation of Attorney Anton on the Baby Killers channel, okay? And I expected for you to go into, to at least speak on the fact of how inappropriate it was, how inappropriate it is. Dana, and I know Doug is Dana's guy. Dana and I, over the last 2.5 years, we've had real fallouts. We've gone back and forth, me telling him that none of Robert's attorneys should have been on the phone, on the blogs. None of these people should have had access to them at all. And I'm not singling out Doug Anton, okay? I'm talking about any attorney who allowed these people, these goddamn strangers, most of them with criminal records, 3 of them with violent, listen to my words, 3 of them with violent criminal histories, okay? The Uncle Ben, the baby killer, and the dude in Bolingbrook. These are not just and he'll be on here. I'm gonna get off, but he can say whatever he wants. He can talk all the talk, and I'm not gonna get into that because
Please
I ain't
don't bring
capping.
him.
Hey, I'm not
No,
getting into that.
don't.
I'm not gonna
Don't
do that.
bring
I'm not
him
gonna
in
do that.
this.
I'm not gonna do that.
We
But
have
what
a
I'm
good
saying, this is
conversation.
not about them. This is about his attorneys. His attorneys. It is absolutely unethical to endorse, to embolden, to encourage individuals to do anything or have any involvement in your client's cases. Listen, such to the extent if you read the motions, response to motions, and if you listen, they were absolutely endorsing them in such a way that they were outsourcing Robert's cases to total strangers, some of them with criminal past. I'm not naming names, but the female attorney, according to Uncle Ben, according to him, he said that she contacted him and said, I don't know what we're going to do about the Azriel Aaliyah situation. As if he was some kind of consultant. Listen to me, people. She's talking to a man with a violent criminal history, an ex-felon. She's talking to someone who took the life, allegedly, of a human being. She's talking to someone who it was confirmed that even his credentials as a counselor were not valid. So basically, you have a person who can go to a dollar store, get a goddamn certificate, type something on it, put it on the wall, load up to YouTube with a Gmail account, and sit there and say, I'm a doctor with your hands clamped together. And now you got R. Kelly's attorney referring to him as doctor. So did she vet him? But for him to say and confirm that she was discussing the Aaliyah Azriel aspect of Robert's cases means that he was privy to information. I want to say this real quick. We all
But
know, this is factual. We have it, it's recorded. Okay. We all know that Angelo has admitted, he said it. Angelo, how he rolls, he said shit. He said R. Kelly didn't have loyal people around him. I'm paraphrasing. He said, as a result of that, we were able to penetrate his inner circle. We were able to form relationships and pay people to report on what the hell was going on. He make no secret of that. I'm not revealing nothing. He says that. So what if Angelo, I'm not going to say Angelo, what if anyone from the other side chose to employ, to commission, to pay Uncle Ben or these other bloggers to say, we're going to pay y'all to go in and infiltrate R. Kelly's legal situation. And once we pay y'all get a cell phone, go somewhere to the dollar store, get a certificate and say you're a doctor, put it on the wall. And now you can have personal, in-depth conversations with R. Kelly's attorneys, man. And they will reveal to you what their legal strategy is. This occurred, Ms. Walker, and I'm speaking to Ms. Walker specifically because Ms. Walker is a legal professional. You know that it is unethical. You know it doesn't make any sense for his attorneys to be talking to strangers about his case, forming relationships with his cases. But Shabazz has brought out a point that made me think, it caused me to think. I believe when you have someone, one of R. Kelly's attorneys, sitting on the phone, talking to, forming relationships with the baby killer, and check this out, that baby killer now becomes so emboldened that he goes literally physically up in the courtroom after berating. Tears saw it, Okov saw it, Team Truth saw it, y'all saw it. That man berated and attacked Azriel Clary, her family, her father for a period of 9 months before he went in that courtroom. His assignment, I am alleging, was Azriel Clary. Out of all the victims, that's who he targeted. Now, check this out, Dana, because Dana has the audio, video, and so do I. I want y'all to pay attention to what I'm about to say. When the baby killer was in the courtroom, I'm the one who called the U.S. Marshals on him and had him detained. They should have arrested him. They did not follow proper protocol, but that's another story. The feds will take care of that part. However, if you listen to the audio data, if you watch the video closely, I paid $140 to have it enhanced. When he's sitting in that courtroom, they says, Azriel comes. He says, Azriel, no, the female next to him says, is Azriel coming? And he says, yes, Azriel. Yeah, Azriel, I don't know, she's supposed to be. He's looking around and he's talking about Azriel. And I want you to listen, Dana, and listen closely. Is a part of that, I'll send you the enhanced version. Is a part of that video where he says, up under his breath, he says, they say she's supposed to be going to get. Oh, I'm getting feedback. I'm getting feedback.
Is that you? Hold on. That's your. It's Dana.
Okay, Dana, mute your mic, bro. I want Dana to mute his mic because this is important. Okay. He says that the baby killer says, well, she might be coming, and here's what he said. She's supposed to be right now getting her hair done. Listen, she's supposed, I want you to listen to me, Tears. I want you to listen to me, Okov, Team Truth, whoever. He says, well, she says right now, they say she's supposed to be getting her hair done right now. How would the baby killer know that she's getting her hair done at the goddamn salon? Who told him that? Okay. Right. Then he goes outside of the courtroom and says, I'm going to film everybody that's coming off the elevator. He made it known that his job, that his purpose for being in that court was to intimidate at federal witness or potential federal witness, Azriel Clary. That's a felony. And no one can deny that one of Robert's attorneys formed a close relationship with this man, a homeless man. So I say to Ms. Walker, I just don't want Ms. Walker to get caught up in the YouTube stuff where you remove your legal observation. That is illegal. That is serious, man. That's serious.
I've been saying that these people are paid, like their actions. You can tell that they were sitting here to cause distraction.
No, Levi, when I was speaking on something totally different. I wasn't speaking on their activities and things of that nature, but you have to we don't know what the lawyers knew about the people they were forming a relationship. Unless you could prove it, this, that, and the third. And I'm just giving the legal process. I feel a certain way. Of course, there's no way in hell I would form no relationships with, I mean, that's just crazy. But it's not. Here's the thing, right? Um, Usually it's not against the law unless it uh borders on misconduct, being unethical, interfering with your client's case, things of that nature. So that's just like, you know I can't not fraternize with my father just because I'm an attorney. I mean, he is the person he has been and will be, and that I can do with it. But he's also my father, and I'm gonna be with him. But so I wasn't last night. I wasn't even. I was talking about something completely different. I wasn't thinking about those guys. As far as they, I mean, I
Yes, ma'am.
know who they are, and the things that they done, and the interference with the case, and of course the attorneys should have known better. Because like in the beginning I can see, but I'm pretty sure people were notifying them of the actions and things that these people were doing. Or maybe they wasn't. Maybe they wasn't aware. You have to prove that they was aware, and then they, after knowing who these people were, they continued to go down the line of whatever with them. Either way,
Well,
there
you
you just don't talk to, just don't, you got what I used to call social media sleuths. You have people that on social media that knows how to help you, with getting evidence in the case. But these people know what to get, how to send it to you, and all of that. And they don't be doing all of this. None of this happens. We use those people because one, it could, cuts down, with the cost of investigations on either side, whether you're on the on the prosecution or defense, and and it's pretty much reliable information that no one else, you got to pay people to come out to do, and it's usually admissible. That's the best thing about it. Why you use social media sleuths? They ain't nothing like these people. That's something totally different. These people are different. These are super niggas. That's different.
stay right there. Stay right there, because you're a legal professional. Okay, I want to make 2 points. Let's back up. Someone calls your office. You're representing a client. Say you're representing Puff Daddy, a prominent client, and they say to you, I got secret recordings, illegally obtained recordings of one of the potential federal witnesses in his case, and they send that to you. Is it true or is it not? As a law officer of the court, you have a judicial responsibility to say to that person, for one, you cannot provide me with illegally obtained information, for one. For two, because you have chosen, you in your overzealousness, to go out and interfere in my client's case, that you would actually record one of the witnesses, which is illegal to do, I must report you to the proper federal authorities. Yes or no, Ms. Walker?
Yeah, you have to.
You
Um,
have to.
you Yeah, you may. It's a good idea to do that, because you have knowledge of a crime and you need to go ahead and report it. Now, if you form some type of client attorney a relationship, then that's something different. But yeah, you have to.
Yes, ma'am. And I'm glad you said that. Now, I would bring you to this. I want to bring you to this point here. It is a difference. Now, we got that out the way. The woman in Georgia was secretly recording Demetrius Smith. Okay, that's factual. Now, I would ask everyone listening to this. What if the prosecutors in the case of prosecuting the cases of prosecuting Robert Sylvester Kelly, R. Kelly, what if they chose to form relationships with Larry, Tears, Atmos, members of Oak Cove, and Angelo's group, Team Truth,
Team
whatever.
Truth.
What if they chose openly to go on Atlas's show and say, you're doing a good job, Atlas? Come on, Miss Walker. You know that the judge would throw that whole goddamn case out. You cannot outsource. And see, and something you said earlier, you said your father. You said, well, my father's a criminal, this, then the third. That wasn't a proper analogy, I don't believe, because of this. These attorneys were well aware, and I have proof of it, of what these people were out here doing in the way of doxing, attacking, engaging in witness intimidation, harassment, coercion, and keep in mind that the Uncle Ben was involved in a alleged attempted bribery of one of the federal witnesses in R. Kelly's case. Okay, so how does his attorney end up sitting up talking to him, talking about Azriel and Aaliyah, and we don't know what we're going to do with that, to a man who was named in a goddamn complaint? I'm upset. I get upset, y'all, because
No,
I love that man.
when I was using my father as an example, I was just trying to say that I don't have to like not associate with a criminal, a hardened criminal. That's what I was using him as an example. But
Yes, ma'am.
yeah, but
May I ask a question to Mr. Levi and to Dana?
Yes, you may.
How are you today, Mr. Levi?
I'm always fine. Go look at my pictures on the
Wonderful.
thing. You don't know I'm fine. Go ahead.
Oh Lord.
Now, come
Go
on
check out
now.
my pictures. You know I'm always fine. Go ahead.
All right. All right. Well, beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
That's
So
right.
I
That's right.
want to ask a question because, as you all know, I want to listen to understand the perspective. So both you and Dana hold the belief that R. Kelly should be fully exonerated. You know, he shouldn't, or he has gotten unfair trial, so on and so forth, because he's an innocent man. In that, with that being your core belief, why is it that it seems now to me, as a person from the outside, I don't listen to all the channels and all that stuff, just from the outside, it seems like that the focus has been now turned to, let's find a legal loophole, and or let's focus on the conduct of the attorneys, as opposed to, for instance, there's tons of podcasts where there are people who focus on trying to exonerate people that they believe, you know, are innocent, and they try to find information to truly serve as an alibi to the behavior that is alleged for that person. For instance, Scott Peterson has one, and those people go on there and they try to find things that say he wasn't here at the time they said he was here. This video shows that that isn't true, like things like that. Why isn't there a greater focus, or maybe just help me understand the perspectives that you all carry as to, that ring doorbell got me. I'm thinking somebody about to come in here on me and we're about to have a scene. No, but why is it that it seems like y'all's perspective is more so our best bet for freedom for him is not to be able to prove that his these allegations never took place, but more so to focus on the people on the internet have, you know, really corrupted this case, and he also had inappropriate legal counsel. That's our best loophole, as opposed to being like, why aren't we focused more on, and I say we as in the people who support him, why isn't there a greater focus on, we have this treasure trove of evidence that suggests Azriel was not where they said she was, because here's a video and a picture of her elsewhere. You know, Geronda was such and such. There's video of R. Kelly that shows him, you know, saying opposite things. So why isn't that the focus? Because to me, whenever there's a case where you have to
girl.
start looking for legal loopholes and you know, extemporaneous information that could potentially get them free, I would rather focus on the fact that this is a person, and Mr. Levi, for what you've shared, you have been, and Dana as well, you all say that you were parts of his circle or around him at times. Wouldn't you all have been able to, you know, go back into the depths of your memories and cameras and everything else to say, look, here, y'all are saying he was in California on this day assaulting someone. You know, here's this picture of him in the background, you know, that I had on that same day that shows he wasn't there. So it's not possible. Why isn't there, to me, it would be easier, believing what you all believe, that he is innocent, to say there's so much evidence that points to the contrary of these allegations. I don't feel like that's the focus at all. Why is that? And maybe
Yes,
you
ma'am.
Girl,
all
I'm about
can
to
help me
pass out.
understand that.
Yes, ma'am. Now,
I get a whole vibe
what you
about
just
that.
asked, and I got to say this real quick. Beautiful question, intelligent question. And it's funny to me because I interviewed with a British reporter the other day, and she asked me the same question. She said, "What you're saying basically is that why not address the merits, the merits of the case, the
Yeah.
merits? What? Okay, that's a beautiful question." And basically, what you said was that what she said to me. She said, "So would it be safe to assume that you're trying to get Robert off on a technicality?" And I'm
Yeah.
going to respond to you, the way I responded to her. Everything when it comes to law is technical. Okay. What and Miss Walker, and I'm not gonna give a long explanation. I'm gonna be clear.
Go
And
ahead.
you're an intelligent woman, so you should be able to understand this. Everything that is brought, whether it's a traffic ticket or a person is charged with capital murder in America, must be founded and based and set upon the Constitution of the United States of America. Okay. When someone says to Levi, you're trying to get your cousin off on a technicality, Levi's response to them is simple. Those who brought these charges, the federal prosecutors, keep in mind, when he was charged in a state case, he was allowed bail. But then the federal prosecutors came back, same man, same accusations, even though they added and did, they used loopholes. They denied him bail, handcuffing him so he would not be able to fight. Check this out, miss. You're an intelligent woman. Listen, if it were technicalities that allowed them to sit in their smoke-filled rooms around oak tables, the prosecutors, with whiteboards on the wall, and say how are we gonna get R. Kelly? How are we gonna do it? They were so technical and so unethical that they reached way back and pulled out the Mann Act, a law from way back. So they used technicalities. They used a RICO law that doesn't even apply, claiming that in order for you to charge R. Kelly with a RICO, you would have to say, which they said in their own documents, their own complaints, that he established a music career for the sole intent of molesting young children, young girls, to lure them. Meaning, when Robert was in the studio as a young man, standing in the subway, at the train, and street performing, and walking into plays and trying to get his career off the ground and trying to get his talent heard for the world. They're saying the purpose of him doing that was he wanted to form an enterprise in order to solicit young girls. Check this out. When the mafia, when those who are involved in the underworld, when they construct their organizations from the inception are criminal enterprises. They know this, what we setting up over here, these friends of ours, our consigliere, our captains, our lieutenants, everything that we do is a criminal enterprise. So the RICO adequately applies to them because they set up shop to commit crimes. They put the cart before the horse, switched it around to trick people to say Robert formed a music career in order to commit crimes, which is absolutely absurd. So to answer your question in full, it's simple. You can never accuse, not that you have, but you can't accuse Levi or anyone else of saying, well, you're trying to get him off on a technicality. It's not about me trying to get him off on a technicality. During the Super Bowl, when you have a coach that says, no, he made the 10 yards for the first down, and the other coach says, no, he didn't, what do? They go get the tape. They look at the tapes. They go get the measuring stick. They say, let's measure it. The measuring tape. Did the ball fall at the 32-yard line when he fell, or did it fall at the 31-yard line? Everything, which Ms. Walker will confirm this, everything when it comes to courts are technical. It's statute of limitations involved. No. I want 1 second, Dana. I want this intelligent woman to respond to what I'm saying. See, what you're saying is I'm supposed to be like the rest of these bloggers over here talking about. I'm not saying you saying this, but this is what I'm hearing. That, well, first of all, Azriel wasn't over there, and this woman wasn't over there. I'm not concerned with that. I'm only concerned with eroding, attacking the basic fundamentals of the Constitution by which these cases were brought. That's an intelligent thinking man. I'm an intelligent thinking man, because if I can tear down that table that they put these cases on, I'm not going to attack the cases themselves. I'm going to go to those 4 legs of that table. If you remove one leg from a table, is no longer a table. Who would buy a table with 3 legs? If I can serve to remove one leg from that table, that means all the cases fall off the table. I think that's an intelligent approach. And if I'm able to do that, it only proves that they were inadequate, that they knew that Robert's attorneys were in close connection and concert with criminals. I have to attack the Constitution. So don't blame Levi for being an intelligent man, where I'm going to knock all 3 of these trees down with chainsaws, as opposed to trying to get there with a butter knife and go back and forth with people about Jane Doe 5 and Jane Doe 1. And I'm not into that. Now, Dana, before you respond, can you please allow this illustrious, intelligent young lady to respond to what I just said, please?
Absolutely.
All right, cool. Because you said you gotta go get the receipt, so I did go get the receipt.
Yes, sir. Let her respond to what I just said, please, Dana. Then you could speak to her. I'll be quiet. Go ahead, Miss.
Sure. So what I understand, because that was my question, was to try to understand your perspective, is that you feel as though it is an appropriate strategy and your best strategy to focus on the technicalities in this instance, because it would then cause all of the rest to crumble. My question, or my, I guess, my comment to that, there is twofold. One, to use the football analogy, which I'm a football girl all day, Hokies and Cowboys, let's go. Okay. But I do question a little bit, because, okay, let's suppose that you're trying to figure out, okay, did the ball cross the plane, right? Did we have a touchdown or did we not? And yes, you absolutely get that footage back and you see that. But it's always going to be better when you have 2 different angles of the camera that shows that it crossed the plane, as opposed to when there's one angle, but then all these other angles is still difficult or inconclusive. So the question that I was posing was more so not, should you not also identify constitutional issues that could further assist, but why then would there not also be that piece of the puzzle as well as 2 or 3 others? Because when we talk about the law, we often talk about things like the preponderance of the evidence. And the preponderance of the evidence, and Miss Angie, correct me if I'm wrong, would be 50% of the feather. More likely than not that this occurred. Why not? I always say, don't go in with 50% and a feather. Go in with 50% and a brick. Go in with 50% and a ton, so that it's unequivocal. That's the only question that I was more so posing, is why would you all not, and quite frankly, based upon the earlier conversations we will have, there's so many kind of subsections of R. Kelly supporters. Why isn't there at least one subsection that is focusing on, here's the things that we can say R. Kelly absolutely did not do. He was not there. There is evidence and video that shows the opposite occurred in this instance, that it would just strengthen that case that much more. That's what I was trying to get a better understanding of. But again, Dana, and again, Miss Angie, correct me if I was wrong on the preponderance or anything else, or even what I'm talking about. I guess I'm trying to better understand the strategy or the mind of individuals now who seem to have I haven't heard a single argument in months, if not longer than that, where people have said, boom, I'm going to drop a bombshell tomorrow that shows when they said Azriel was here, that she was elsewhere.
You were wrong, ma'am. You're wrong because you're biased. And Dana points this out with people a lot, and that's why I love Dana, because he will point this out. He'll break. Listen, ma'am, I'm gonna tell you where you're wrong. What you I said this to you during our last conversation. No disrespect. I said you are a very intelligent person, but you allow your personal disposition to cloud your intelligence. What you do, with all due respect, you use a tactic, and that tactic is, if Levi, Levi, if you got $5 in your pocket, put the $5 on the table. I put the $5 on the table, and you'll say, well, it's really $4.04. I asked you to put five. See, you listen to what I'm saying. In our last conversation, you came on here, and it is on Angie's page. You said, Levi, what makes you different than Shabazz or this person? What makes you different? What have
I
you
said
shown?
that.
You said that to me, sweetie.
Oh,
You said what?
I, okay.
Listen, I remember your name. You said, do you remember I said, I'm going to show something on my channel tonight? Didn't I say that to you? Or tomorrow, I said, I'm going to show something on my channel, and I want you to come back on Miss Walker's channel. Tell me if I'm wrong, and I want you to tell me what you think about it. Now, tell me if I'm wrong.
I
I
believe if me and Just V were on at the same time. I don't recall you saying that part to me. You and I had conversations about the mental health stuff. I don't
Yes,
remember us
ma'am.
having conversation
I
about
have.
that, but I could be wrong. Again,
Okay, no, no, no.
I stand corrected if so.
I stand corrected because that wasn't true, and I apologize. 'Cause I don't falsely accuse people. However, I do recall this as it pertains to your methodology, and I don't disrespect you. I understand that's how some people, I notice how Donald Trump and Barack Obama, people have different styles. Your style is this: I can answer your question emphatically, but you'll just totally dismiss it, discard it. I said
Mm,
to you, let me tell you why you dismissed it. All you have seen are people doing on YouTube, Dana has done it, who have offered information, who have offered proof that certain things that certain accusers said were not true. That's been going on for 3 years. But you, when I say to you, simple, the cases were brought due to technical construction.
mm-hmm.
So if Levi chooses to take an approach that I'm going to be technical in order to disarm the prosecutors, I would think that you would say, Levi, what you just said has merit. It makes sense. It's valid, and leave it alone right there. Just
No,
leave it
no, sir.
alone.
I believe you actually. If I may clarify this, I also before I do that, I want to say I say she just popped up here, but I don't take it any offense. I actually take it as a compliment that you could confuse me and Just V because I love hearing her perspective. Also, let me make sure that something is clear, Mister Levi. I'm not in any way. I actually see again in me asking the question and to try to understand your perspective. You talked about those four legs of the table, correct?
Yes,
And so
ma'am.
let's use that analogy again. So I see it as you have a valid leg that you want to yank out of the technicality related to the attorneys. I think that is valid. I am not discrediting or ignoring the fact that I also think it is valid that you have an argument that says I also want to take the leg out from under this table that says this case was brought up, using, stretching Rico to its, furthest extent, and it is inappropriate. I'm not negating that. I was asking a specific question about one specific leg of the table and why there hasn't been a focus on that. Because the
Okay.
Oh,
way I
let me
see the,
hold on, hold on. Let me
I'm
jump in
sorry.
real quick because
Sure.
all right. I did I've said on several lives, and I've actually, as far as my spiel to Team Kells people, that you need to find evidence. So you're both right. You need to find evidence that counters what the prosecution is saying. You do
Hmm.
need to find evidence that is contemporaneously in nature, meaning that, okay, and I gave this example. All right, if Geronda says that she was in at his house on January 12th, and you know that he was over in London in a concert on January the 12th, you
Yeah.
can't be in two places at one time.
Yeah.
That type of evidence to show that he couldn't do it, and that he didn't do it. And so you're right on that. I've asked, you have to spend your time finding that type of information rather than and also it's good if you could find in social media where people have said one thing about a story and has said something different about the same story and this, that, and the third, what have you. Also, when you don't have all of that, or even if you do, technicality is right. That is the correct word when it comes to finding violations and technicalities with regards to rights, legal rights. Okay, that's also a position that you can take. That is one a position that is heavily strategic in nature, right? So you have to find the loopholes and things of that nature. So all of it is a part of defending your client. So you're both right. All of it,
That
but
and that and that, Miss Angie, that's really what I was trying to say. I think Mr. Levi may have taken what I was saying as if I was totally discrediting the argument, because I think sometimes he sees it that way when I'm actually truly trying to understand why. If I'm looking, and again, you got to think of my background, Mr. Levi. I look at things from an organizational, a cultural, and a sociological perspective. So I'm looking, for me, it is actually interesting, and I think anybody who's out there who's planning to get a doctorate in sociology, I think this would be an excellent uh, dissertation, because you could break down
yeah,
like where the focus is and trying to figure out why. And that's all I'm trying to get. And I definitely want to make sure, because I want to hear Dana's perspective, which may be the same or different. But what I'm saying is, I find it interesting that there isn't this part of this particular case. The people who are supporting him don't do have a sector that's similar to the Scott Petersons, the Aaron Hernandezes. All of them have parts of the YouTube space where there are people who specifically spend their time doing the YouTube and internet sleuthing to say, I'm going to find evidence that suggests that this person was not here, could not have done it. It is not possible. For all
right,
four of those legs of the table. I'm not saying that I totally understand and under I totally understand why you have the first two legs that you feel are the most significant. What the question I was asking was more so, when we're looking at this, the support part of the R. Kelly sector, why do you think it is that people don't focus in on finding evidence, like Miss Angie just said? Because I would imagine, and Miss Angie, maybe you can speak to this as well, is that that type of evidence would be the things that attorneys would love the most. And I guess I've been
right.
watching, I don't know if y'all have watched that show on A&E called Accused, Guilty or Innocent. I love that because it shows you what the defense is doing and how they're trying to figure stuff out, and then also what the prosecution is doing. And when they do that, they often, like, the prosecution will do things like they'll drive the trail, or drive the route where that person had gone, to see if it's even possible in the amount of time that they're saying for you to get from point A to point B. And they're like, okay, this is our smoking gun right here, because it is not physically possible for me to get here to here in 2 minutes, like they're saying. Those are things that are still presented. I don't hear that very much, if at all, from that side of the sector. And I
Yeah,
was wondering why. That was the question at hand. I appreciate your compliments on my intelligence, but I also throw out there, I think everybody who comes on Miss Angie's panel is highly intelligent. That's not just a me
yes,
thing.
Yes,
That's a whole lot of people. But
that's
I want to make
absolutely
sure
true.
Dana gets a chance, so I'll shut up. But that, hopefully, that helps you understand what
and
I
the
was
people that
asking and
scroll
why I
up.
responded.
That's absolutely true, Dana. 5 seconds, please, Dana. 5 seconds. Dana got proof. Dana about to put some evidence up here. But let me say to you, you are ultra. You listen. Not only are you intelligent, young lady, you are ultra intelligent. I told you before that you remind me of my daughter, who I taught, who was at the head of her debate class. One thing, which is an impediment, I think, to your intelligence. If I can offer this, you're very intelligent, but I think that you have one chink in your armor. I think that your arsenal of intelligence, you have a hell of an arsenal, but I think your unwillingness to concede, and maybe it's just some kind of verbal thing that I'm expecting. I'm the kind of person where I like for a person to concede to my point. Everybody know that. Like, okay, let's
I know.
let's move on now. We can move on, but I agree with you, Levi. Okay, now I'm done. Okay, let's go. Let's keep going forward now.
Well,
You know
I'm
what
gonna
I'm
say
saying?
this.
Go on, Dana.
In fact,
Well, I'm
hold on, Dana. Hold on, Dana. Let me just say one thing before you answer, because I specifically want to hear your perspective, and this is my first go round hearing yours flat out. So I'm excited. I want to be very clear with something, Mr. Levi. And I understand that you kind of say it's a kink in my armor. I want to argue actually that it's not a chain or an intelligence kink in my armor. It's when logic doesn't align for me. I go back to that logic test, which Mr. Angie, one day I might send it to you. We can bring it up here and talk about like the different types of fallacies in logic. If I hear a fallacy in logic, I want to pick at it a little bit to figure out, is it truly a fallacy or can I reconcile it? I also talked about, which I know you came on later because I've been on for a couple of hours now. I talked about the fact that I like to hear the various perspectives, and often I'll create them myself so that I can then deduce from all of the options here what is most plausible. I also know that you definitely, you like to hear that kind of, I get it, I agree with you, or to concede. I don't scratch unless I itch. And so if I don't feel like it's something that I can definitively say, I side with you on that, then I won't do that. The last thing I'll say is I don't think my question was ever to discredit any of the argument. It was to understand
Right.
where's this this allyship for him, where is it going, and how are you all motivated? I don't have an opinion one way or another. I think that he should absolutely have supporters that support him. I think that there should absolutely be opponents that oppose him. So there was nothing for me to concede or anything. It's me trying to say, okay, help me understand the mind of a full-fledged R. Kelly supporter, because I am not. The same way that I would ask, I was on and kind of talking with tears. That's how she first got up here, because I was making arguments of, help me understand a person who's against Angelo, because I don't get that. Help me understand the mind. And that's what she presented so that I could understand the argument. It is not for me to agree or disagree with the argument. It is for me to better understand your argument, which now I do because of what you've shared. So hopefully that explains. Dana, can you share? Because I know we have talked, and I know you're probably chomping at the bit.
No, actually, I was just sitting here because y'all said I had to go get evidence, and I heard you say something about the supporters, why supporters don't get this evidence and that evidence. Well, for the first thing I'm gonna say is the R. Kelly supporters station has been in disarray, and that was by design from people who don't want R. Kelly out of jail that's posing as friends. But I'm gonna play something, and I'm telling y'all, grab your pearls right now. I'm gonna play something that's gonna show the whole atrocity of it, and it's about 3 minutes. But just listen to this real quick, and this should
Is
tell
it
you
somebody's
everything.
stuff?
This should tell you everything right here. Hold on.
Is it somebody's
Sit
stuff?
out there
Dana?
and black and white. No, it's mine. Because I'm a serious man and I don't play games. Now you, Lily, told me yourself that you were licking girls' asses. Did you tell me that or did you not? I did. Okay. So listen. As a grown ass man, I just want to get that out there when you say. I'm telling you, I want that on tape. So whoever plays this, whoever plays this, whoever's asked it. I'm a grown ass man. I don't give a goddamn whose asses it was. I have never licked girls' asses. Oh my God. Okay? I have never licked girls' asses. This goes to anyone else. I'm on the scene. I'm fighting for my cousin. These debates are going to continue. Fuck Dr. Rogers. Fuck everybody. Don't call me. Listen, I'm a serious man, sweetheart. Don't call me with no goddamn game. Now you. So basically, what you just heard there is like it's a conflict because you have people that's posing as R. Kelly supporters that really is trying to do damage to people that's really fighting for Robert, and because they don't like them personally, which is an illness because you don't know them personally.
Dana, could you tell her what the question was? The reason why I went off like that, please.
Oh no,
put it in the context.
No, I don't gotta tell it. I let her hear it.
Say to whoever was behind the Levi for Kelly because he doesn't know that particular name or nickname.
What? Sweetheart, what?
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'll listen to you.
Okay. So I can keep talking. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Okay. So he just wanted to say who was behind that name to just tell the thank you because he has been hearing from people that have been writing him, not family and friends, but fans and supporters and all of this that have been writing him, telling him about what was going on out here. He doesn't care to hear about social media stuff, but when it's something that's good on his behalf, he appreciates it, and he wants that person to know that he appreciates it. So
Let me know when you want. Let me know when you're ready for me to respond.
okay, he doesn't know your affiliation or if you are familiar with whoever the Sharon Wimbush lady is, but he has not authorized anyone to speak on his behalf and talk about any type of money that he's supposed to have in his account because he doesn't even know if he has any money in his account. So that was pretty much it. And the rest is just a message for me, yeah.
That's it. Let me. Can you hear me real well?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I don't know who you spoke with. I don't know as far as like who you spoke with. But what you just basically said to me, and I'm a straight shooter, really, and I'm a very serious man. And I want you to listen to me, please. First of all, everything you just said sounds insane, and let me tell you why. First, I want you to listen to me. I want to make this clear. Okay, please allow me to make this very clear.
Wait, before you do it, let me get a pen and paper.
Please, and make sure, and get a pen and paper, record it.
I can't record.
Okay.
I don't know how to do that kind of stuff, but I want to take notes.
Okay, please. Well, whoever else is recording it, I want them to record it. But I'm about to. I allowed you to speak. All I want you to do.
I want to say no recording is.
I don't care about none of that. I don't care about none of that. Listen to me very closely.
Okay.
I allowed you to speak, and all I'm asking is that you allow me to speak. Because what you just said, but you keep talking when I'm talking.
I'm sorry, baby. Go ahead.
Please, you push the mute button.
Okay.
First of all, what you said to me is basically, in essence, that my cousin don't know who I am. Which is absolutely insane. It's like someone calling you saying that your brother or your mother or your uncle want to know who is Lily. I want you to listen to me very close. Listen to me very close. But I would appreciate if you push mute so my words will not be interrupted. Now, the whole purpose of this call was to try to create a picture to whoever's listening, whoever's recording, that I came on the scene a year ago with my cousin not knowing who I am. This false narrative was pushed after he was locked up. I was speaking with my cousin at least every other week when I first started Levi for Kelly. My cousin knows my name, for one. For two, it seems to be a concerted effort. Now that I'm doing debates with the grown man, now that I'm moving this movement forward in the right direction where we're discussing Rob and only Rob, getting away from the DJ Tyson, the bullshit, the Boski, all of that groupie shit. I'm doing real shit. And I'm insulted that you would try to actually play me like that. Listen to me closely. Understanding that I was told 2 or 3 months ago that you were asking about my real name. Basically, niggas want my social security number. They want my real name, my date of birth, where I live,
is none of no one's fucking business as long as my cousin know who I am. Okay, it would be no. Now listen, no. You have to let me finish. No, let me finish. I will listen to you after you listen to me. I did not interrupt you. I did not. Okay, I'm not going to swear. I'll say this. I'll say this. I'm gonna say it to Dana. I'm gonna say it to you. I'm gonna say it to anyone who thinks that I'm some kind of fucking fool. My cousin knows me. I know him. I know shit that the sisters don't even fucking know. And you tell phases, if what anything else said about me, I'm gonna put the shit out there in black and white. Because I'm a serious man and I don't play games. Now you really told me yourself that you were licking girls' ass. Did you tell me that or did you not? Alright. So listen. There's a grown ass man. What did you say when you said that? I'm telling you, I wrote that on tape. Alright, well, I'm playing that. Whoever plays that Summer's ass, I'm a grown ass man. I don't give a goddamn whose asses it was. I have never licked girls' asses.
Oh my God.
Okay? I have never licked girls' asses. This goes for you or anyone else. I'm on the scene. I'm fighting for my cousin. These debates are going to continue. Fuck Dr. Rogers. Fuck everybody. Don't call me. I'm a serious man, sweetheart. Don't call me for no goddamn game. Now you tell my cousin. I wouldn't do that. Trust and believe me, I would not do that. All I'm saying to you is, like you just said, your cousin knows your name as Levi for Kelly. So I don't know if he's just trying to see if I'm actually on the right track knowing that you're Levi for Kelly by asking me, do I know your real name? I don't know. I'm just telling you what was said to me. That's all I'm saying. I'm not disrespecting you. I'm not doing any of that. And I'm not going to disrespect you and do any of that. Is he gone?
Okay, so basically,
she wanted my name. She wanted my fucking information, okay? And let me say this, Dana. I'm sorry, Dana. She wanted my name, okay? That's all, y'all. She called. This was years ago. She is affiliated with Tyson. They've been on the phone together. This is when it all started with this terroristic shit. I'm on Levi for Kelly every day fighting for that man. And she called me on some BS trying to get my real name, social security number, and location. And I told her, like I'll tell anyone else, looking for Levi, trying to find Levi is like trying to find your own goddamn funeral home. I'm a serious man. Listen, let me calm down. Listen, trying to find Levi is like writing your obituary. If you come looking for Levi, I told her then and I'll say it now. When you leave looking for me, you better hug your loved ones real tight and kiss them as if you'll never see them again. This is life and death, Miss Walker. This has always been life and death. If I'm advocating for this man, why you want to know where I'm at and my real name? You got the dude in Bolingbrook on your channel threatening me. I'm not the one to threaten. We are preemptive in my city. Okay, this has been a game, a YouTube Tekashi 6ix9ine game to these people. But when you talk about hundreds of millions of dollars, people who have put Robert in that situation, and they see someone like Dana or they see someone like me who are truly advocating for that man, and they want to deneutralize us and neutralize us and try to find and threaten us. I'm not the one to be threatened. So that woman called me with ill intent, like I'm going to sit up on the phone. I'm a said, God damn it, block Bender, all of them. This is when the terrorist organization was being formed and they wanted to know where Levi was, who Levi is, and going to sit there and tell a goddamn lie as if Robert didn't know me. But now you fast forward 2.5 years, you hear the man talking to me. This was a concerted effort from the terrorists to try to find out my location, which is nothing but a goddamn cemetery for them. I live in a cemetery. That's where I live. You come fucking with me. You come fucking with me. I live in a cemetery, motherfucker. Now, I'm sorry, Dana. I need to be quiet.
Matter of fact, right.
Yeah.
I like Dana.
Let me be quiet. Let Dana come back, man, because I'm sorry for cutting you off, Dana. But that's my life. Okay, that's my family's life.
Mm-hmm.
This is life and death. What does that have to do with where I live and my name and these
Mm-hmm.
junior varsity ass niggas threatening me? I'm a pro. Nigga, I've played in the pros all my life. These niggas are junior varsity niggas sitting on a bench looking for a pro. Nigga, I got stuff over here that you wouldn't believe. Play with me. But the threats, all that was sent, what Dana just played, all that was sent to the federal authorities, because this is serious, y'all. This is serious. People want me dead. You know why? Because I figured it out. I unfoiled it. Okay? And I'm sorry, let me shut up and listen. Go ahead. Dana, come back on, man, and talk, bro. I'm sorry, bro.
No,
Let
he
me
said
be
he'd be
quiet.
right back. I don't think that wrong. I think he's in and out. I think he's in and out. Well, yeah, it's crazy. It's a damn shame. You fall out with somebody, the next thing you know, oh, I'm going to hunt you down and see who you are. Like, what kind of shit is that? Like,
Mm-hmm.
you know what? If somebody dogs me, motherfucker, I'm going to look. You say you look for me, I'm looking for you. That's it. I ain't nobody. If I fall out with somebody, I'm having to beef with somebody. I'm finna sit up there and go looking. We are having a verbal, a damn tongue wrestle. What the hell is going on?
Yeah.
And that's why. And when I tell you, they are in for the surprise of their life. I just cannot wait till they put it, because when I tell you, whatever trigger they pull, I got it all situated and set up. Because I'm gonna send that shit to your motherfucking job. You best believe it. I'm sending it to your fucking job, and you're gonna have to explain what the fuck it is you doing. I'm not playing. I don't give a fuck who that applies to. I mean what the fuck I say. You don't start shit with people and call yourself, doing all kinds of bullshit because you don't fell out
Yes, ma'am. Miss Walker,
and
how
trying to
many?
go after your credentials and your character and shit like that. You got me fucked up.
Yes, ma'am. Miss Walker, how many deaths can you trace? Real deaths to social media. Young Dolph, the young brother, King Von, look, the FBG Duck. These are young kids
You're right.
using the internet to get in beefs, but it ends in people being killed. We are grown
Mhm.
adults. Listen, we grown folk. If when grown men don't play with people, okay? JoJo said it himself. He said, I got out my bed in the middle of the night. That's a grown man you playing with. These are grown people. You don't
Right.
start stuff with people. Ms. Walker, how does it get to the point? We're talking about R. Kelly, whether you're pro R. Kelly or anti R.
Mhm.
Kelly. How does it get to the point where someone can lose their life over it? I'm telling you, Miss Walker, you're going to play my words back. It's going to be a tragedy in this R. Kelly situation. Because when you take it that far,
Mhm.
where you're literally trying to accost people, ain't nobody playing with nobody. Okay?
Right.
I'll be quiet.
No, and it's so crazy. They think they get. And here's the thing, right? And JoJo gave me the best advice. He's like, don't disclose that information about yourself because it's on, and it has played lovely. You know what I'm saying? Because these people think that they can sit back and think that they can do this, that, and whatever, and don't have a digital footprint. Don't even realize who some of these people they fucking with. Who the people that and I'm not talking about just not no streets people, whatever. I'm talking about people that regulate these motherfucking internet airways day in and day not, and day in and night. You know what I'm saying? People that can track your motherfucking ass down. And if you going and trying to fuck with people, shit, whether you got the right shit or not, you don't understand that shit can be. You could take them motherfuckers to court because it's like, what type of illegal background search are you doing? Who authorized you to do that? And that's the type of shit they do. I don't know if they hold it over, try to hold shit over their head, this, that, and the third, whatever. But you listen. I'm sitting on so much shit you don't even understand. When I
Yes.
tell you, I don't talk trolls and all. I'm sitting on some, and I'm waiting. I don't give a fuck what it is. When I tell you that shit be sitting, that shit go to your motherfucking fuck up your livelihood. But when I'm not playing, because these motherfuckers they slick. You know what I'm saying? Mm,
I'm gonna
I
leave.
can't get
I'm
into
gonna
it.
leave. I'm gonna leave because I know other people want to get in. I know Dana want to come back here, so I'm gonna leave. But to Miss Mo, Dana was illustrating to you when you asked the question that the reason why the merits of the case were not really explored properly is because it went from us talking about the merits of the case to now people coming on YouTube targeting us. It went from R. Kelly to who is Levi. Let's try to get to Levi so we can fuck his business interests up, so we can dox him, so we can attack him, so we can, which I don't think they're that insane to try to send anyone my way. But they were doing things. This is how it all turned. It turned into that. And it was the terrorist leaders who I have submitted their names to the federal law enforcement. It was them. They chose to create this chaos. But understand something about Levi, y'all. I only contacted the federal authorities for two reasons. One, because Robert, what they were doing was an impediment to his legal progress. Two, as an insurance policy. I'll say it openly, and they know I said it to them. I'm only providing you with these people's names who are threatening me because I don't expect to do an hour in lockup. If my doorbell starts ringing, it's gonna be some slow singing and some motherfucking flower bringing.
Oh,
How do
oh,
I
Mm-mm.
get around
oh
to
Lord,
what we had? The good times, you feel
oh
me? It's
no.
going that Boys to Men song gonna be played. Now you fuck with me now.
Right, right. Three people on each side. Three people on each side. Ain't nobody come fucking around. Three people on each side, baby. That's all we know. Three people on
I'm
each side.
gone. Okay.
Yeah,
That's
Mr. Levi's leaving, and that's fine. But I'll
oh, he
maybe
didn't stay.
I'll engage in this a little bit with Miss Angie, maybe from a lawyer's perspective, because for me, lawyers are ultimately they're debaters with a very complex set of rules about debate. I only debated in high school. I was a state champ that one year. I did do it, then I got done with that. But the
Oh
main
wow.
thing that we were taught when we were in that high school, and that's very early debate, right? It gets more complex with years.
Yeah.
But when you get to debate, the primary thing that we were trained is no matter what, you stick to the topic. You stick to the
Yes.
merits of the case. That's where you're going to win. If you go out now, can you sometimes ask a judge, "Oh yeah, she did something wrong," or "Oh, this person is standing too close to me." Those are the technicalities that can cause, that yes, it can deduct a point from the cheat sheet, but if they are
Right.
actually firing merits at you, merit after merit after merit, even deducting 1 point for them standing too close to you is not going to be enough. So our coach always told us, always go take it back to the merits of the case at every turn. And that was the question that
Right.
I was asking. Is I'm shocked, and especially Mr. Levi, identifying himself as a highly intelligent person. I think he is an intelligent person as well, but I'm talking about
Right.
his self-identification being what I think at times sometimes is the most intelligent conversation, or the person who's presenting the most intelligent arguments in the room. Why isn't there anyone here who's saying, in this debate of guilty or innocent R. Kelly, even if you come to try to dox me, I'm gonna go back to the merits of the case. Even if you come and try to question, who I had, sex with on the internet, I'm gonna go back to the merits of the case. And now I'm gonna find some more evidence for the case. I'm just gonna keep presenting information. I'm not going to become distracted with you in whatever these other things are, as he calls them, the terrorists. Their behavior, as some of the you all have said, and that some people even believe they're paid actors in this whole debacle. If that is the case, why then would you entertain the things that are not related to R. Kelly's innocence, which you all say is unequivocal all across the board? He didn't, I know Mr. Levi has said multiple times he is not gay. I know that for a fact. He said he has not been, with these girls in these way, or some other people. If he hasn't said that, I don't want to misspeak on him. But people have said this is not true. But I've not heard one uh, person here, or even a small subset of this sector, who says, "And every day we come on, we're gonna shoot you another piece of evidence." That is one thing I will say about the lock Kales upside. It doesn't matter. Every single conversation, Diva can come on sometimes and have a live, and they'll be talking about everything, and yes, the drama, whatever. But somewhere in there, I can promise you, Tears, Blade, Truth, Diva, they're going to find time after time to say, and what about that piece of evidence? What about that
Right.
plane ticket? What about this? What about that? They keep dropping merit after merit, or point after point that is evidence that supports he did do this. He's still guilty. That's their point. I wonder why there's not someone who's taken up those reins on the support R. Kelly side, because I think it would be much more impactful. And I think it also would, because on the technicality end, I don't know if people realize it or not, a lot of times the lock kills up people concede. Yeah, there could be some technicality stuff. I don't have arguments for that. They really don't have very much to say about that. And my question was not to to ask to be swayed in one way or the other. My opinions are very firm because I'm going off of the evidence. But what I'm asking is, why then wouldn't you all be having the same conversation, so that when you go to a channel with OCOV people who are saying lock him up, why aren't you able to go toe to toe with them and say, okay, you're saying that he was with Azriel, what about this picture that shows he was in California? You're saying he was with Geronda, what about this picture that shows that Geronda was not even in the same state at this time, or what have you? Why isn't there more of that? And if there is this evidence somewhere, I would encourage all of them on the support R. Kelly side to present more of that, because quite frankly, that would sway me much more than the technicalities.
Right.
I could see the whole thing on Bill Cosby, right? Because it was a technicality. I get it. He got off on that technicality, but I would have greatly appreciated if more people would have been able to come forward and say, here's evidence that shows he never met this person. Here's evidence that shows he could not have possibly harmed this person, or assaulted them in some way. That's all I was asking. So I
Right.
appreciated the conversation.
Yeah, I had to throw up my debate award since you
Okay, all
I
right.
had to
That's what
throw up
was
my
good
debate
along.
award. Yes, honey. Yes, your girl. Lord have mercy. That was what year was that? That was 2000.
Uh-huh.
Oh my God,
And
that was a long time ago.
can you confirm that, yeah, that's you're taught that when you're debating, you stick to the
Mm-hmm.
facts. If you
Stick
go
to the
off,
damn
you
facts.
actually get,
Yep,
yeah,
2000.
you get demerits, you get deducted points every time, and yeah, can you call out, for instance, in my debate in high school, I had this one girl and she threw something at us. She got mad and she threw her pen.
Yes.
And of course, and people do, they get frustrated when I got them up against the wall, right?
Yeah,
but
yeah, you get
and
them
of
up against
course
the
I
wall,
said,
baby. It's lights out. And I
yeah.
like doing singles, and I like doing groups. I like doing both. But
Yeah.
let me answer your question, because like I
Yes.
said, I spoke about this in several lives, right? You best believe that those attorneys look for that evidence, right? They've
Yeah.
looked for that evidence. Of course, that evidence would have ended up in the exculpatory bank of evidence. So they look for that, and if there is none, there's really nothing you could do about it. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, and that's just pretty much what it is. Of course, that is what an attorney is going to, they're going to do it twofold, right? They're going to look for the technicalities. If is it double jeopardy, is it statute of limitations, um, what about the elements, all that type of stuff. We're gonna look for all those technical things, or what have you. And at this juncture, and early on, I said, because when I looked and when they was publishing the discovery and everything, and I saw when I didn't see anything in the exculpatory bank, I said, oh, okay, this is gonna be a heavy strategy forward case, meaning that they're going to have to go for the technicalities, the violations, things of that nature. So Levi, in his, especially at this point, and since the case is over, Levi is really on point with his scope, his logical perspective, right? He is looking to find things that attack and ensure, attack what the government did, and ensure that R. Kelly's rights wasn't violated.
Mm-hmm.
So his what he's doing is actually the only thing that could be done. Like if someone comes up and finds some evidence that one could change the direction, change that could have changed the outcome, and that evidence wasn't discovered at that time, yeah, that would be beneficial. One that would point to he could not have done it, or he didn't do it, he wasn't there, this, that, and the third. Your best bet at this point, you have to evaluate all of this, and all of it. You can do it all at one time,
Yeah,
but
and
at
I
this
think that.
point,
Mhm.
attack those. Find those technicalities, find
Yeah,
those
and I
loopholes.
think that's the
Yeah,
point that I give. I absolutely like, of course, for me, again, when I say I'm trying to understand the mindset and the perspective, because the whole conversation started with us talking about some of the crazy stuff that has happened within the sector itself and how outrageous some of the behavior can
right.
be. And then of course Dana and Levi came on, and even the reason why Dana played that audio was because we had said that Mr. Levi was Joe Clark when he asked her, did you lick, did you do this, did you do that, and all. And so when they came on, I was again getting to
Yeah,
that space of, can I understand, because I understand the constitutional stuff, the lawyers. I don't blame
yeah,
people for using. I think you should use every arm of the law that is available to you. But I then thought about it. I'm thinking, when I think about the sector, I don't know of any channel that people, for instance, and what put it in my mind was Tears. At first, she was like, go to this person channel and go to that person channel. And they had a video of this and they had the video of that. And I was thinking, who is the channel for the R. Kelly supporter section where you go
mhm,
there because they keep all the evidence, right?
Yes,
That shows
ma'am.
that they weren't there. I was looking more so, does there seem to be a silo in that area? I think that absolutely anything that people are doing who support him, like I said with the whole Debo and stuff earlier, anything that people are doing to support him, if they say they are supporters of R. Kelly, I think they absolutely should. Any angle that they feel is appropriate, I think they should. But I just wonder, why would there be such a significant silo here? And I was going to follow that up, that if indeed there isn't a lot of that evidence, as you said, what motivates them to make such grand statements like, I know for a fact he couldn't have done. Because for me, when it comes to anything that anybody is accused of doing in their bedroom or when I was there, I can say that's not the person that I knew, and I still support that person, but I can't speak to what they did in that particular situation unless they gave me some evidence. I was on FaceTime with them, something like that, then I could speak to it. But most of the things that he's being accused of, no one would have been around to be able to vouch or speak against. We're all just having to sit back and hear what the testimony and the direct evidence says. So
But you're
that's where I was really going with it. But I agree with you, and I do think they are doing a wise job, like they did with Bill Cosby, to say, look, his rights were violated. The other part of it is, when I say that Black Girl Magic, I'm about Black people, period. And so if someone is being mistreated, especially by the law, we absolutely need to hold the law accountable to doing what it says it's going to do. If we're the best country in America and we have the absolute best justice system, then the justice system needs to prevail and do what it's supposed to do. And if something happened that was inappropriate, I think when Blonde Jean's motion first came out, Atmos and I were the only two on his channel that were saying, yeah, maybe we need to look at this again because this doesn't look good. I don't have a
yes,
problem with that.
yes, ma'am. I have to go. Let me say I want to jump back in to satisfy your question. Listen, you totally contradicted yourself just now. On one end, you said, well, why doesn't Levi or those who are part of his inner circle? Let me stop you there for one. You've never heard me say I was a part of Robert's inner circle, okay? You've never heard me describe my relationship with Robert as if it was a kind of relationship where I was around him all the time, okay? I am a mover and shaker in my own city of Detroit. When you go back to 2008 and all of that, I said it. I was with the man maybe 2 or 3 days before his trial. I prayed for him. Every time I would depart from Robert, I would give him a hug, say, watch yourself, take care of yourself. I've always expressed to him that I felt he was around snakes. But when someone says to Levi or suggests that I was a part of the inner circle, I've said it emphatically. I was never a part of his inner circle, for one. For two, when someone would be that insane to say that they were a part of an inner circle with someone who has been the object of 2 federal indictments, they would have to be insane to say that. No, I was never a part of Robert Kelly's inner circle. My relationship with Robert was, I've described it as somewhat of a fleeting relationship because I had my own businesses to tend to. I was in the streets part of my life. I had things going on in my city. But when I would go to Chicago, I would see him, what's up, da 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 da. The times he would come to Detroit, or if I was just happened to be in a neighboring state or city when he was there, I would holler at him. Okay, you have some of the most ignorant people in this thread over and over again repeating that Bruce said you're not his cousin. Now, goddamn, Choke No Joke tried to ambush me to no avail because I've never said or claimed to be Bruce's cousin, Carrie's cousin, Teresa's cousin. I've never said that. You cannot find me saying that one time. It is absurd. But this is what the trolls do. They want to perpetuate and promote this sick idea that I said I was related to Bruce. That's insane. Okay? Now, more poignantly, miss, you said it all. And this is what I came back on here to say. No one can ever say what a person is or isn't. When it comes to the gay accusation, I said on Larry the Grown Man's channel, I said if Robert is gay, everybody is gay. That's what I said. I said, shit, if he gay, everybody gay. Because from what my interactions with him, everything we've ever talked about, that man loves women. And like he told Gayle King, I love them all. Okay. But at the same time, I cannot say what he does in the privacy of his own confines. You cannot say, no one can say. There are a lot of married women listening to me right now. You don't know what your husband is doing when he's at work. You don't know what your wife is doing when she's at work. Part of my life, I spent part of my life literally going from state to state. I've been everywhere, not living, but being at some of the most 5-star hotels. I've been to damn near all of them. And most of the time I was there, I was with females. I could get those females on the phone with you right now, and you wouldn't believe how many times we sat in our rooms looking downstairs or going to the ride to go to a restaurant, and there was a distinguished guy leaving one of those nice hotels with a TS, with the man dressed like a woman, sneaking off with a TS. I know entertainers. I know sports figures who deal with TS. TS is on the side and they married. Okay. So you don't know what people do. I cannot ever say what a man is doing in the confines of his own confines. I don't know sexually what this man is doing, but I'll tell you this. When it comes to America and this court of law and our system of jurisprudence in America, it is not predicated. Yes, I can offer testimony as a character witness on behalf of Robert. I can say that I saw him on Grand River when I pointed out a woman who was out there with her children, and he said, go check on her. And that woman was homeless, that he put her in a hotel across the street from the Motor City Casino. I could say the next morning when he knocked on my door at the Anthem Hotel, he asked me, he says, I'm about to go. What happened to her last night? I said, she's homeless. I can say that man went in a bag and pulled out some money and gave it to me and said, make sure she's straight. He never said, tell her R. Kelly did this for her. I can point to his philanthropic charity work where he's done a lot for a lot of people. A man doesn't acquire those millions of dollars and be broke unless you've been benevolent and been charitable towards people. But the problem with Robert is that he did not want to take credit for doing all these nice things for people. So when the charges came, these slew of people were not able to come out and say, no, he put me and my kids in a home. He never tried to sleep with me. That's a good man. He did all of his good works in secret as the Bible instructs us to do. He was not trying to flaunt it. Okay. But as a character witness, you're right. But when it comes to this system of justice, it's about the evidence, the evidentiary facts, and how his legal team should be able to dismantle and refute that. But his legal team was too busy associating themselves with goddamn people who were terrorists, for one. For two, in addition to that, ma'am, when you ask someone and when you say, what about the merits of the case? You cannot deny the fact. Tears, Oak Cove, Team Truth cannot deny the fact that Levi was the one who extended an olive branch to Larry, to Angelo, and I went on their pages to do exactly what you're saying. Let's talk about the merits of the case. Ms. Walker saw that, and we started to do that. But
Yeah.
these same people that you refer to as R. Kelly supporters were so upset they went
Mhm.
crazy. Y'all saw it. They attacked me. He's over there with Team Truth. They did not want a rational, logical, peaceful environment by which we were able to discuss the cases on the merit of the cases and not attacking, calling doghead bitches and Larry ain't shit and Angelo's a pimp low. I wasn't doing none of that. I was doing what you just described. And I came out and I tried to do it to establish that foundation, but they eroded it, they attacked it, they bombed it. Okay, so Levi is all about the intelligent conversation. But
Mhm.
please, Ms. Walker knows that. So please don't attribute that to Levi and never mention me in a sentence of those people. You said you respect, and I used to tell Angelo on them that don't put me with them. I'm totally I'm absent of them what they're doing. But you cannot miss of a person hands you an ice cream cone with 2 scoops of shit and put sprinkles on it and hand it to you. That's not an ice cream cone. You can't point to the things that a lot of those people that claim to advocate for R. Kelly, you cannot point to their good works and not acknowledge it was 2 scoops of shit. You don't advocate for a man. I'm gonna say this. You don't advocate for a man to stand outside of prosecutor Kim Fox's office in your advocacy for a man who's locked up and say fuck you and your office, prosecutor Kim Fox. You don't bombard the MCC where he's at and cause him to be beaten. You don't try to cause a riot at the MCC. You do not put a federal agent's picture on the screen, where she lives, her mortgage, where she used to work at, where she works at now, her children's information in essence, and all of her information, putting it on a screen, doxing her in an environment that can cost that federal agent her life, miss. That is dangerous. The things that these people did going up to Javante Cunningham's job to intimidate her, going into the courtroom and intimidate her. What you're saying to me is, well, as long as they put some sprinkles on the 2 scoops of shit, they were doing something for R. Kelly. Hell no. They weren't doing nothing but destroying R. Kelly. That's all they were doing was destroying him, allowing the prosecutors to point to their actions and their deeds to keep him in there, to deny him bond, where he was made to fight these charges with his hands behind his back. And everyone heard me explain that to him. Everyone heard his response to me. Okay, they can play all the games they want. I'm on some legal stuff to get them prosecuted for violating federal laws when it comes to potential federal witnesses and witnesses. And I'll be quiet.
Sure. I thank you for your, you always have a passionate and, you heard me say as well, a passionate and intelligent response there. I'm not sure where there was a contradiction on my part because I've never said that I support the behavior of anyone who, like the threat. I personally don't agree with anyone who is done any of these things. I think it's ridiculous. And that was part of what we had talked about when Tears was on there. Like, I think all this stuff is crazy. I think the behavior is
Yeah.
crazy. Before that, Debo was on, and I immediately, as soon as he started up with his, I'm gonna do this to this person and that person, I was in the chat saying, enough, get him out of here once he starts acting like that because it's disgusting. This space, this sector should be a place of only a few things: support or disapproval of R. Kelly, opinions, and debate. That's all that we have here, and commentary, right? That's all there should be. All of this extra, the doxing, the threatening, the accusations, the talking about people's children, the sexual comments, none of that should be. And I'm not here for any of that. That's not why I even listen to or follow any of these channels. That's not, and also in no way, I do apologize if I insinuated by asking you and Dana as two individuals who I knew to be supporters of R. Kelly to speak. I just were asking you to pretty much provide your personal opinion as to why there is not more of this merit based argument being stated, and perhaps even maybe if somebody's in the chat, I think Leslie something is in the chat sometimes. I know that person is a supporter. Why aren't you? Someone get a corner of this market going because you would have people flocking to your channel. I'm sure looking for that very perspective. And that's all I was saying. I wasn't trying to say that you were in the same category or vein. I feel like you all stand on your own and have your own perspective. I think your approach is very different from the approach of Debo, is very different from the approach of Dana. I also, quite frankly, I don't follow, and no offense to you or anybody else, I like I said, I only see y'all when you come up on the channels that I happen to watch, which I
Yes.
see them as impartial, friendly territory. You know what I'm saying? Because that's where I like to be. I don't
Yes, ma'am.
support any of that. I have even reported the few videos that I have heard of people threatening people. I report that stuff. I think it's just disgusting. It's in poor taste, and especially to see that it's a lot of black and brown people engaging in it. It's counter to what we need in our culture and in our society. So
Yes,
I'm in
ma'am.
no way. I definitely don't want you to think that I was likening you unto, individuals who've committed those sorts of acts. My thing is, again, if there were maybe more people who were occupied with the facts of the case, legal strategy to either be in support of or against R. Kelly, I think that it would drown out a lot more of this chaos. But it seems that a lot of people within the sector have hung their hat on, let's go the constitution route, and let's go the lawyer route in and bringing in people from YouTube as a part of those arguments, in which case now it's just spiraled out of control that I don't know that there's any way to go in reverse. I'm also very interested to see with the Chicago case, since there are claims of videos and all kinds of other things, will there now be a change in the sector for those who support him to go back to, okay, now we got some merits that we can argue, and bringing those more so to the forefront? Because as you said the last time that we spoke, I truly was a person who is, you called me the silent majority or something of that nature,
Yes.
where I'm truly sitting back going, all I want to see is what are the facts so that I can decide for me, because the decisions and the opinions that I have only stand for me, because I don't
Yes,
know
ma'am.
him. I was not in those bedrooms, but I do know the amount of evidence for me is overwhelming. That is difficult for me to undo. I also know that as some of the things his lawyers conceded in court, I can't undo that. For me, if nothing else, the only thing I know is that his lawyers in court, the people who spoke on his behalf that he hired and kept on board, said they are not going to argue and they concede that he married Aaliyah. For me, and a person who is an advocate, a person who works in mental health and with trauma, that is all I need to
Mm.
know to say that I do not care personally for the decisions that I know this person made. All the
Yes,
other
ma'am.
stuff, that's on him. But I make those opinions based upon the evidence on both sides. The same way that I say, yeah, I think we need to be careful with some of this technicality stuff, whether OCOV likes it or not. I say it both ways. That's all
Yes,
I was
ma'am.
trying to do.
Right.
Yes, ma'am. But I think you did it again. This is what I
Oh,
was pointing out to you. You did it again.
uh-huh,
You totally, and not no disrespect. I'm not offended, but you
uh-huh.
totally did. You discarded. I was satisfying your question with an answer. You totally discarded it when I said to you, there was a moment, a juncture, where intelligent discussion based on the merits of Robert's cases could have been facilitated. And
Right.
that was during the debate, but you didn't mention what I said. I said when I went over there, the terrorists attacked me and turned the audience minds back towards the beefing. I'm gonna kill you. I'm a kill you. I'm gonna kill you. Now you have to acknowledge that first. Now, secondly, Miss, when it comes to character witnesses, if you look at all the interviews from those who worked with Robert in a professional level, all of them, every single one of them, Kelly Price, everyone that was in a professional setting with Robert, they all said, I did not see anything personally. But then they say he never brought that around me. What I'm saying to you is that Robert's cases is not a situation where character witnesses can turn the tide. It is about a person who has been accused of abusing children sexually. And what a person says character wise, see, they'll say, well, he never brought it around me. These celebrities will say it. But then Kelly Price says, where there's smoke, there's fire. In other words, for all of these allegations to be levied towards him, it must be some guilt. But that's not America. That's not how our system of jurisprudence works in America. It's not about what you think or what the propaganda said. It's about what you've seen. So if all of these people can say, I haven't seen anything, even Drea says she never seen anything, and she was right there married to the man. In addition to that, I don't want you to lose focus on something. The judge was able to also grant an anonymous jury, sequester a jury, because of what the terrorists were doing. Make no mistake about it. And I'm going to ask you this, and I'm going to get off the phone. I want to ask Ms. Walker and you. Could you imagine if you notice none of the jurors have even spoken about their decision to, to find him guilty? You don't know none of the jurors' names right now. I want you to ask yourself a question. After that guilty verdict came out, if these people that you just mentioned had those jurors' names, what would be going on right now? Would they or would they not be attacking those jurors' jobs, they kids, putting their kids up there, attacking them, trying to destroy them, getting them fired from work, attacking their business interests? Let's call the Better Business Bureau and tell them that Angelo's companies are fraudulent. Let's put their kids on the screen. Let's threaten their lives. Let's ride past their homes and take pictures. Now, Miss, you know what I just said is absolutely true based on their history. So I'm going to listen to your response because I got a meeting, but I'm going to keep my earpiece in and listen to what you have to say. These are terrorists. Never misconstrue or put Levi in the same sentence as these people. But Miss Walker and Miss Miss Mo, please answer my question. If those jurors' names were allowed to be released, from your vantage point, given their history, would those jurors right now be would there be an all-out assault and attack on those jurors, their families, their jobs, and their business interests? I'm gonna get off here. I love y'all. Peace, peace.
Take
All
care.
right. Love you, Uncle Levi. Oh, before you say something, Miss Olet, I don't know if you figured it out yet, but over here, we have people that like to express themselves, right? Um,
You said you don't know if
so
I
I know
figured it
you
out
say
yet.
it's no place for that. You be like, get them out of here, but that's counter to what my belief, our belief system is. I need them to just don't get it out, whatever, without saying all type of stuff about people's mamas, this, that, there, whatever. That we would have people's kids and things or what have you. But you know, these are some colorful characters. You know what I'm saying? I can't. No, I can't tell somebody. I'll feel funny about telling someone, stop cursing this, that, and third, and knowing, honey, you get me wrong. That's exactly what I'm finna do. I'm finna curse maybe 2 or 3 hours. You
Yeah.
know, do
No, and
everything.
I don't have a problem with the curse. I was saying when I say get Depot out of here, I always he probably sees it in the chat. That I say like, all right, once he gets on that crazy Depot, all right, get him on out of here. Meaning somebody distract him and take him on so he can come on back later. I say
Right.
that I say it in jest. I wasn't saying it
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
block
I
him or
know, I
anything
know.
like that. Yeah,
And the
yeah,
people in the chat, yeah, the people in the chat is equally as vicious. They be saying all kinds of shit. Be lighting your ass up,
yeah,
like my ass. So I'm like, well, goddamn, you came
yeah.
here to tell me about my ass. But and another thing, like you're talking about the very important evidence that probably would have been best suitable for this case. And here's the thing. This is just honestly speaking, if the evidence don't exist, it just don't exist.
Mm-hmm.
So there may not been anything that to counter what the prosecution had put up. So that's probably why there weren't any or very little.
Mm-hmm.
You at
Mm-hmm.
that point, you only can rely on, technicalities and to try to get them on, try to attack attack the prosecutor like on the elements, like for example, what Attorney J-Bo is doing, right? She is
Mm-hmm.
going at those elements. She's using, Lord, I hate to say them goddamn text messages, but she's trying to use those text messages to show where it wasn't R. Kelly that wasn't doing the enticing and things of that nature. It was the other way around. She might have a problem with that because you could easily say if they're saying that she was a minor at that time, a minor cannot induce, entice, persuade, and what have you. That's just one example that just came to my head just now. So
Mm-hmm.
things of that nature. So she Jabo is attacking the elements. She's attacking she's attacking the technicalities, the Constitution, the law, and things of that nature. and if there were any new evidence or things of that nature, she could have mentioned it. She's also attacking the sufficiency of the evidence. So, just those technicalities and things of that nature. That's that's where she could go. That's
So in a
and
case like that, from a legal perspective, so in a case like this, which is some of what I suspected sometimes as well, but I want you to tell me, and then I'll make sure I get to Mr. Levi, because I know he's anxiously waiting for our responses.
hmm
But when in a case like this, so where there's no, R. Kelly, I'm sure his attorneys have said, "Do you have any evidence that can show you didn't do these things, whatever?" And he's like, "Actually, I don't have any." So in that case, the only true evidence that could potentially be available to them would be his testimony. And because it would be too much of a liability to have him take the stand and defend, it's best to just not enter anything at all to try to counter those things, because it's not worth it to sacrifice putting him on the stand to be his own version of evidence to say, no, she didn't say that when we were in that room together, this happened, something different happened, but it's too risky. So it's best to just not say anything, not let him take the stand. So that's why it would present as if there is no evidence, when in fact the evidence all just lies with his testimony, which just at this time, because of strategy, it's not best to present that forward. Is that accurate, or is it a little more? I'm sure it's more complex than that, but I'm
yeah,
trying to.
it's accurate, but I have to extend it a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so testimony is evidence, right? And he can get on there and he could speak to this, that, and the third, or whatever. He could say this didn't happen, that didn't happen, what have you. But if you don't have anything to counter, like any physical, any evidence, any records, you know, anything like that to show that you weren't with Geronda when she said you were with her, you actually were somewhere else. That type of thing. If you have those records and things of that nature, that can be presented as evidence, Um, but if you look and you can't find those things, you just don't have it.
Mm-hmm.
That's not, you can't can't manufacture it.
Mm-hmm.
You just don't have it. So you have to go with plan B, you know,
Mm-hmm.
so to speak. You know what I'm saying? So he could have, taken a stand. I wouldn't have advised it.
Mm-hmm.
That is also evidence. Anytime somebody takes the stand, that's evidence. So it's a lot. But if they don't, find it, they don't have it, that evidence that would counter what the prosecution have, like records and stuff. They had hotel records and things of that nature. If they had hotel records on the same date that's showing he was somewhere in Amsterdam, that would have been beneficial. They would have
Mm-hmm.
had, you know, um, like just even with the tape, right? If they would say, well, this tape was done on May the 5th, 2000. Well, if they would have had something that showed that he was in Amsterdam and on a
Mm-hmm.
concert
Yeah.
on May the 5th, 2000, then you could then really argue that that tape was manipulated and edited and whatever, so I did, I've done several different lives on just different evidence types, different ways it could be just beneficial, what have you. So it's pretty much they didn't have it, so that's why you didn't see it, most likely. They
Mm-hmm.
just didn't have it. Not that they didn't look for it, not that, none of that. All
It
those
wasn't.
lawyers,
It
those
wasn't
investigators,
available at the time of trial.
they probably didn't have it.
Mm-hmm.
Probably doesn't exist.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It probably just don't exist. So
Yeah.
you don't have nothing to counter it. If someone has a picture of you with has a picture of you with the alleged a victim on May 5th, 2000 in a hotel, the only challenge you can, do is just challenge the validity of it, the authenticate, try to authenticate it, things of that nature. That's all that you could do. You kind of limited.
Mm-hmm.
If you another thing could have been if you'd have had people that said, okay, no, I would just say if he had some girlfriends or something, some friends that was said, okay, well, he said, this evidence shows that he was at this hotel with her on this date, and this date shows that she was underage. If he would have had some friends or somebody like that, said no, we were together on this date or what have you. Now, that would be circumstantial. Uh, well, yeah, in nature. However, would have right, would have held up against physical evidence that shows that that person was with you on a picture or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, you know, but because you have to go to the next phase, you have to challenge the validity of that picture. So it's it's a you get what you get. It's pretty much you get something in your hand, and then you start your theory, your investigation, your perspective, your whatever it is from there. Whatever you get in your hand, whatever evidence you get in your hand that you think can help your client, you start working it from there, and then that's just how
Mm-hmm.
it goes.
Okay.
Yeah, but if they don't have it, they don't have it. So that's probably why
Yeah.
you.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
and when I was speaking, I guess to go ahead and quickly address Mr. Levi's 3 points, if I can remember. So here's the thing. My question, the original question I posed was not about anything aside from where the sector, or if we want to, the subsector of the R. Kelly sector that supports him, where they are now. He brought up the fact, yes, I acknowledge the fact that I heard him say that there have been prior debates and prior conversations where there was the focus, but then these people derailed that conversation. But my
Mm-hmm.
question, as I always try to keep us on track. And Mr. Levi is one of those, he's a storyteller in his arguments. So you have to be, and that's actually a tactic in debate, Miss, that
Yeah.
where people will tell a story and it gets you so lost that you get off track. I try to
Yeah.
make sure, and I don't do that. And so I heard him say that, yes, but I didn't feel that it was pertinent to my point, which is the reason why I did not reply to it or say anything about it. And so he mentioned that as being something that I do. He's always accusing me of tactics. I don't have a tactic. I'm just following along. But I think for him,
Oh
he takes
Lord.
it that way. But he's always like, your tactics and all that. I'm not trying to trick anybody. I'm not invested in this enough to, to want to trick anyone. But I didn't
Uncle
acknowledge
Levi
that.
be laser sharp, baby. He be focused. He be like trying
Yeah.
to tear your ass up. Be like,
He
God
tends
damn,
to
I
come
just
with
say
that
hello.
either. And quite frankly, R. Kelly is very fortunate to have him as a support because he's one of those people, you either for me or against me, and anything in between, I'm gonna take it as I gotta get you for me, and you are gonna concede something in my favor. So he got a hound dog, a dog on a bone. But I'm the same
Mhm.
way when it comes to, if I have a question or if I'm on a topic, I'm gonna stick there, and you're gonna have a hard time getting me to divert, which sometimes I think probably happens quite often with Mr. Levi. It's just not something that I do um, easily, at least. So another thing that he talked about the character witnesses and the character that he knew R. Kelly to have. I don't negate that, but here's the thing, Miss Angie. I I want to ask Mr. Levi, is it not possible for someone to be an upstanding person in the community or to certain people and still do harm to other people and need to be held accountable for that? Most of the mobsters that we know of were revered in their those subsections of their community. They helped people out. They did nice things. Sammy Gravano, he talked about like the number of people who stood on his beside and said, "But he helped me." Right?
Mhm.
That happens all the time, but still behind
Right.
closed doors. That doesn't mean that he didn't kill the 19 people he said that he killed. So I
Right.
don't get how for Mr. Levi he's saying, well, look at all this character stuff. I don't negate the fact that R. Kelly may have been very nice, very generous. We've even seen some of that. There's video footage of that that does speak to his character, but it doesn't speak to his character behind closed doors. We also know of a lot of people who go to work They're highly successful. And then we find out afterwards, what was the mommy dearest lady? That she was beating on those children and treating
Right.
them really horribly. And then even put it in her will when she passed away, pretty much gave them another FU, to
Right.
boot. That doesn't mean that just because out in front when she was in front of the cameras and all the people who interviewed her that that needs to be applied unilaterally across the board to everything to do with them. That's where and to get back to my core point here, that I just won't get off of when it comes to this from Mr. Levi, is my core point is, can two things be true for them? And that's a space that I live in a lot, and that's the reason why I don't just get swayed by an opinion or a side. Can two things be true? Oftentimes, yes. Can it be
Yeah.
true that he was absolutely great to Levi and great to the lady he gave the money to, and even at times great to the victims? But it can also be true that at times he was not. Why can't they? Or I want to understand the mentality of one of his supporters that are adamant that it's just not possible. Why is that they can't accept? And I know, Miss Angie, you're great at it as well. That's, I think, why I first kind of got interested in your channel, because you can go there. You can take that mind, that duality of thinking, and go, I can see that, but I can also see this.
Right.
And if any of those negative things happen, you still have to be held accountable to that. You can't say that because his character and he did all these other nice things, that gets to outweigh and totally discredit the fact that behind closed doors, he may have been abusive. Behind closed doors, he may have been with young individuals that he knowingly engaged in inappropriate behavior with. Why is it that there is not at least some concession, or some acknowledgement that that could be? I think Miss Molly did it a little bit towards the last part of us speaking when she was here, where she said, "Look, I can tell you right now, if that's the case, I'm gonna have a problem with that." And
Mhm.
I'm just wondering, why are some of the people who are adamant that he has done no wrong aren't able to see it from a broader perspective? And I want to understand that more from them. I don't have, but I'm never going to be, I think, for Mr. Levi or anybody, I'm never going to be that person who just says, okay, Mr. Levi, you said it. So, and now that you said that, okay, I'm going to agree with that side now. I can't do that. That's just not how my brain works on stuff.
Right. Um, you know, are you still there?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I did a exercise, a defense exercise, and like I was going by some of the reasons why I've heard that why people believe that he's innocent, and it ranged from just he didn't do it to he did it, but here's what happened, or it was due to the the misguidance of others. Others played a part of it, and that's why he's trying to get it, and just other, all types of reasons around here. And there's a lot of people that would say, no, they believe he's guilty of some things, what have you. And there's people that says, well, they feel like he's innocent because how he was maliciously prosecuted was unfair, and they broke the law and things of that nature. And I see all of those points. But
Mm-hmm.
you do have people that have emotions
Mm-hmm.
that have just blinded them with any type of rational thinking, any rational reasoning, logic, whatever. It goes out the window. They don't see anything but anything. And it's on the opposite side too. They don't see anything but total guilt.
Mm-hmm.
You have
Mm-hmm.
people that nothing you can say, nothing you can put out there that would show where, listen, he's guilty, but here's the reasons why. That way, it should be, mitigate. You should consider this as mitigating factors with regards to how he became guilty, what led to his guilt, this, that, and the third. Can you consider that? They don't want to consider none of that. And then you have just the total opposite with people. No, he's completely innocent. Everything you bring up, they have but this happened, this happened, this happened, and it's like none of it is okay. They don't even accept I mean, they get quiet when I say, but listen. Look who's at the other end. Who's at the end, always at the end of the evidence? Who's standing
Mhm.
right there with the evidence? Who's
Mhm.
in the evidence?
Mhm.
Look at the end of the evidence, at the end of the street. Who's standing there when the crime gets completed? Who's at the end?
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
so in that way, that alleviates how they got that way, how I got them, because the law is how a person became guilty is an afterthought. They
Mhm.
dealing with first that the person is guilty. Now, how much guilt should be um attributed to the defendant, whatever, that's another, another a level. But they're only concerned first that you're guilty. Then
Mhm.
you start working out how guilty are you, what were the factors that caused the guilt, that type of thing.
Mhm.
And that is just a complete and fair assessment, according to the law. But according to the law, okay, person could be completely guilty, but you better prosecute them the right way,
Mhm.
or they should be found innocent.
Mhm.
I 100% believe in that.
Yeah,
Now that's something I 100% believe in,
absolutely.
because you look at the law of averages, and you look at you want you wouldn't want a person that's totally innocent that be prosecuted incorrectly and be found guilty. Look at you look at the opposite side. So you have to have strike a even balance. If not, you're doing yourself a disservice, and you're just looking at something from one way, and it often usually has everything to do with your emotions, your personal feelings, that so you have to, and it's hard for some people to take that out of it. And I think that's the that's the results you see around here. These people, can't
And I
act.
think, yeah, and
Yeah.
I think that's why when Mr. Levi said, the potential dangers, because he wants to respond a response to that as well, the potential danger or that someone's going to be hurt. That's my concern, right? Because as you
Mhm.
know, my specialty is emotions, and I know what emotions can do,
Mm.
and that's why
Oh girl, I
criminal
got some
compassion.
questions for you. I got
Sure,
some
anytime,
questions for you.
anytime. But so like, and even if there's some of these characters, I'm happy to have some conversation about the mental health, what behaviors might be there and all that. But
Oh
if,
yes, stay
but
right
the
there.
point, but the point is, I know what emotions can do, and I also know how emotions can cloud judgment. That is the reason why counselors are not, and therapists and psychologists are typically not effective in their own home, because there's too
Right.
many emotions for them to truly be unbiased and to provide
Hmm.
that kind of same level of care in their home, because there's all these emotions that cloud that and quite frankly make it inappropriate for them to care for the individuals in their home. And so I worry quite a lot that if and quite frankly, I don't want to go too far down a rabbit hole because that's where my brain typically is. But
Go
really,
there. Go
I was
there.
thinking more so at a macro and a micro level
Yeah.
of how can we avoid this? How can we find a way to take more of the emotion out of it so that it doesn't get to this point, to avoid kind of watching this train wreck happen. I do worry about that, and so I was kind of going from a solution focused approach to, if we can figure out why it has become so toxic and how it is now remaining as toxic as it is, we can
Hmm.
figure out how to put that fire out, or at least bring it back down to a smolder, to where we don't have to worry about someone being hurt or a case being overturned because someone was hurt, people interfering like that part worries me. And it also worries me from the perspective that I brought up multiple times. It's a lot of black and brown people here. If something
Hmm.
goes left, I think, and especially since there's already so much attention and media coverage on R. Kelly, I don't think that individuals who are having these conversations or a part of these sectors and working out of emotion, that they're thinking about overall what the larger impact could be to our community, and I hope that we can get us back there in some way, shape, or form, or that if nothing else, sparking this conversation will help individuals
some individuals at least to realize the error of their ways or the potential harm that could be there. And last but not least, if somebody wants to get a good idea to say, look, I'm going to corner this R. Kelly Team Kells market, and I'm going to take my channel in a different direction. I'm going to tell you right now, I think that there would be a lot of people who would be very open and welcome to that kind of perspective more so. But I hope more people do that, because the emotions of things can cloud our judgment. We're
Yeah.
not logical when we're in that space, and when you're not logical, you're in the wrong neighborhood when it comes to this sort of crime, this sort of issue, this sort of trauma,
Yeah.
and then of course these sorts of interactions that we're having surrounding it. It's a really toxic place, and I was just wondering I was just trying to get more insight in, like, where are your minds at that are making you and motivating you to behave this way, as opposed to
Yes.
focusing on, let's just talk about the facts. I don't see this anywhere else. I follow true crime all over the place, right? I
Mm-hmm.
don't see this sort of, I see arguments all the
Mm-mm.
time. I see debates all the time. I don't see threats of violence. I don't see people standing on the front porch of people's houses. I don't see JoJo having to ride around at 2 o'clock in the morning. Like, I don't see that anywhere. I don't see that type of that level of motion anywhere else but here. And so I've been very intrigued by it.
You know what? I be putting all types of psychological studies all on the board all the time, because you just have to sit back and you know how you sit back, observe and analyze, right, and
Mm-hmm.
come up with your hypotheses. So check
Mm-hmm.
this out right here. To me, with regards to this case, this man, others on this YouTube streets, it is a lot of obsession. It's an obsession
Mm-hmm.
with these notifications that come through on these phones.
Mm-hmm.
You could be in the bathroom and you hear that doo, baby, you about to you cut it short. You be like, oh, who am I lie? Who am I lie? Then you're damn crazy. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But the obsession with people, the people that you don't know, is to me is so unhealthy.
Mm-hmm.
It makes people, because it has so much to do with such strong emotions of hate and jealousy and all those type of things, right?
Mm-hmm.
To make these people act so dangerously crazy, to you just be like, oh my gosh, is this person really saying that? Is this person really acting like that? Like, it is an unhealthy obsession that I just really cannot explain or understand.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like being around it because I don't know how crazy your ass is. Like, so help me understand, what would cause somebody to be obsessed with someone that you never um met. When I say met, right, this is what I mean met, because you can meet someone, you can pick up the phone, and that's a entry point of meeting someone. But someone that you've never even picked up the phone, you understand what I'm saying? Like, what is the obsession? And you've never been around, but what is the obsession with that? To have like deep seated hate and jealousy and all type of stuff. What is that?
There could be multiple causes for that, and I do want to, and maybe you could clarify, like, what type of obsessions you're talking about. But it can vary to just kind of plain long jealousy. That's a thing that can happen, and sometimes it can take hold, and that's not necessarily a mental illness level, but it can be something where you just like, I don't like that person, and inside you haven't done the work to acknowledge they have the car that I want, they have the house that I want, they have these things, and it's hard for people to come to grips to that. And so that can just be kind of the lowest level of it. On
Yeah,
its, in its worst place, you could be dealing with really severe mental health concerns.
yeah,
Where those individuals may have personality disorders, may have emotional disorders, even having things like schizophrenia and such, where it
yes,
creates this kind of what we call rumination of the mind. I don't want to get too graphic, but cows ruminate when they chew grass. They chew it, they take it down, and then they take it back up and they keep chewing. And that's what happens in some people's minds, is that it can just kind of be your brain chemistry is set up in such a way that it's just going to keep replaying those things. And every time it replays, you get upset all over again. And then that can become, dangerous. So that's my short version
Right,
of what
right,
can contribute
right.
to
Now
that. But I think
let's come up
specific to
with.
this, sector, what I find is whether people want to say it or not, and I'm sure somebody's gonna bite my head off about this one, but whether people say it or not, everybody's looking to be the big YouTube star that can quit their
Yeah,
job, be number one, and people don't want to say it, and everybody claims they ain't doing. Nobody's doing it for the views. Nobody's clout chasing. Truth be told, a lot of these people, if you're on here and you have monetization and you're saying drop cash apps, you absolutely do. And there should be nothing wrong with that, because there are plenty of other people who make successful careers on YouTube and are living on
right,
houses on the hill. Just say that. But I think nobody wants to say it, so then they just don't justify it, but their behavior clearly shows that they're looking
no,
for it. So the person who looks like they're a little out ahead of me, or they have a structure that I wish I had come up with first, that becomes my number one target. The other
right,
piece of it becomes a lot of times to go back to, and I hope one day, Miss Angie, I'd love to come back on here and just talk about a couple of the highlights of fallacies of logic that we see in this sector a lot. A lot of
right,
times it's, I don't have a point to back me up. You're pretty much right. And because of that, I'm just going to go left and say, I'm going to just start obsessing about your house and making you uncomfortable to hopefully get you to stop making these valid points. That's
right,
what I have seen, and that's what I suspect. But I would need to know more. I don't know a lot of the other people, or exactly what they're doing, or how far their obsessions have gone, as well as the rest of their behavior to explain it. But I think those are three plausible, most likely explanations of why individuals would be obsessive in their behavior. The last thing I'll say is universally, and I'm guilty of it as well. Like you said, when those phones go off, uh, you know, we go running, and we're kind of trained like one of Pavlov's dogs. When that bell rings, you start drooling whether there's food in
sure,
front of you
right,
now or not. And I believe
right,
that is, and we also know that there's research, recent research even, and lots of it, that have said the human brain was never meant to consume technology in the way that we have. It was never meant. We also, there's a documentary actually on Netflix. I gotta remember the name of it. I watched it. It was extremely um, thought provoking, but it showed how all these algorithms and everything, they are absolutely set up to have, much more control over our thinking, our patterns, what we do, where we go, those recommendations even that they give, which is actually how I found you, Miss Angie. I started watching Atmos, and then it started giving me more recommendations, and I found you, and look at where I am half of my week. Okay.
right.
you
Okay,
know so I think what
right,
we know is that the way technology is and the control of it, and also, most big CEOs don't even use or allow their families to use, because they know the power of those algorithms and the suggestions and the colors. It's all set up to keep bringing us back. I think technology addiction is significant as well. And I think if you are a person who's already technologically addicted to YouTube, for instance, if that's it, or your phone in general, any little thing that comes up, it's like, okay, I got to get my fix now. You know what I'm saying? Here, so now I can,
right,
which for us would look like obsession, but for them, it's just another way to get a fix. It really doesn't mean much to them at all once that moment has subsided, aside from what's going to be my next moment to get on and get some more of this technology addiction fed.
right.
Yes.
What's
I
up,
wanted to,
Levi?
if I wanted to tell you, I had to jump back in here. I said this young lady gonna make me have a drink early. Shit.
Uh-oh, what
I,
did I do? I didn't do all that.
listen,
I didn't
I,
do all that now.
I don't drink. I don't drink during the week, and I never drink early or even on the weekends. But I said I'm about to go back home and grab me some Hennessy. Behind. No, listen.
Uh-oh.
Once again, I'm not going to accuse you of diverting or intentionally not answering my question. But before I left here, I asked you and Miss Walker a question, which I would like for you to answer. But as far as the algorithms, you are absolutely right. It is some deep stuff going on with these smartphones. I don't know if anyone else has experienced this. The first time that I was forced to come to the conclusion that they're listening to us through these phones is that out of the blue, um, my assistant and I were discussing a couple of months ago her leasing a Range Rover, and we were talking about the Range Rover, and I was saying, what I liked about it and didn't. All of a sudden, Range Rover advertisements started popping up on our phones, and I called her. I said, "Are you getting Range Rover uh, pop-ups?" And she said, "Yes." And we looked at each other's phone because we were just discussing it. So that means that these smartphones, they're listening to what we say. So that's another subject. However, my question to you and Ms. Walker, which was in conjunction with your question to me as it pertains to why hasn't there been a more concise effort dedicated towards discussing the R. Kelly cases predicated on the merits of the cases? Then I talked about the debates, and then I said, in order to further illustrate my point to you, this has always been a chaotic environment. It became a very chaotic environment when those who came in who were less or lesser intelligent, who were not able to discuss the merits of the cases and really offer their intellectual input into what was going on as far as the legal side of it, just like the class clown. Because the class clown is not able to really pay attention and learn and sit in the class and try to learn. Most class clowns, they want to be disruptive. They want to throw spitballs. They want to jump up and keep the crowd, the classroom in disarray. And I illustrated that by asking you guys this question. When you look at the fact that through their actions supported what the prosecutors and the judge agreed, the sequestered jury and the partially anonymous jury or anonymous jury. And I talked about how no one knows any of those jurors' names. That was a kept secret. And I asked you, Miss Walker, and I asked you, Miss, to comment on this. If those jurors' names were made public, given the history of those individuals that you've even named some of them, would you agree or would you disagree that those jurors will right now, as we speak, have their homes, their children, their businesses, their workplaces, that they would be attacked and assaulted, or they would be in a situation where they are being attacked, assaulted, outright putting their pictures up on the screen, attack. If you are willing to attack potential federal witnesses and dox them and federal witnesses, don't tell me that these jurors would not be right now the focal point of these terrorists. Now, if you can answer that, I'm about to leave, then I think it would further illustrate my point and answer your question as it pertains to why isn't there more intellectually based discussions on the merit of the cases. And I'll be quiet and listen.
All right. For me, my answer is pretty short and sweet. I think it's a high likelihood that something could happen. I think that a lot of this case is all in identifying who's who and pointing out, who's this person on the case and, what have you. I cannot say definitively what would happen or if something would happen to them, though, simply because, I haven't heard anyone, or at least, again, me personally with my ears on any channel, heard anybody specifically say, if I find that out, these are the things that I'm going to do. So I don't want to speak in absolutes on that, but I do think it is very likely that their information would have been made available and that, it's possible the individuals would have tried to pursue them as they have other individuals.
Highly likely.
That's what I said. Yeah.
Okay. Based on the history. That's all. That's all I wanted to establish, that the history shows if you're willing to dox and attack potential federal witnesses and federal witnesses, to me, that means you don't give a damn about it. Anytime you're willing to put one of the chief investigators, a woman who works for the Homeland Security, her picture, her name, her address up on the screen. Do y'all remember when that federal judge was, her son was killed and her husband was placed in critical condition when the guy went to her house, a terrorist,
yes,
and took her home, okay, and attacked her and killed her son? That federal judge gave a press conference and said she didn't know the power of social media until this happened to her. Those who are intelligent and understand the streets, you don't wait till these things happen. You must be preemptive. And what they have done is it has placed a lot of people in harm's way. This is a dangerous life and death situation. You have overzealous people, crazy people out there that could have taken that investigator's information off of that terrorist screen and went to her home and tried to kill her. Why? Because she's against R. Kelly. She hates R. Kelly. She's trying to prosecute R. Kelly, so I'm about to go get her. Somebody that don't even know R. Kelly. Somebody that never met R. Kelly. These people never met Robert. They don't know Robert. Okay, they're strangers, most of them. I'm not talking about the true, sincere supporters, the silent majority. I'm talking about those who are willing to go to prison for a man that they never met in their life and dox and attack and put their life on the line, threatening people. Understand that that's a sickness. That's sociopathic and psychotic, that you're going to go that far where you want to actually attack. They attacked Brother Will Eady, the terrorist did, and said he was going up to Brother Will Eady's mother and father's church, where Will Eady had to come on social media and say, bring it. Now, it should never result to that. It should have never resulted to a situation where someone could have been literally killed. JoJo, the brother JoJo, should never have to put himself in a situation being on YouTube, expressing how he feels because he agreed with me. Now is a situation where something really can happen. That should never, that's insane. And that's what that only exists in our culture. If Brad Pitt were being charged with these crimes and white people came on YouTube to advocate for Brad Pitt, who was roughly Robert's age, it would have been a civilized debate, discussion. It would have never been personal attacks and I'm going to kill you and all of this crap. But that's the street element that I've had to deal with and what people have had to deal with. However, these are not street gangsters. These are petty, low-level crime niggas, okay? You understand that? So they injected something into this that should have never had to occur. It should have never transpired, where now lives are threatened and people are put in situations. And I'm telling you, I ain't going to prison for now one of them. That's why I made sure that I documented everything to say to the federal authorities, I got their numbers. I'm going to get this to the arresting officer and have him to give it to his supervisor. And they going to call y'all so y'all can tell them, let Levi out. Because Levi had already reported these people, okay? And I don't even like talking like this, miss. I was raised in the straight hood by straight G's, okay? Streetwise, I was raised in a home where my mama taught me as a child, you never turn black folk into those people. I was raised like Tupac was raised, like how his mother was. You don't turn black people into those people, okay? When my baby was 7 years old, she saw a man putting meat in his coat and his pants at the supermarket. She said, Daddy, he put meat in coat. I said, yeah, you ain't seen nothing. We don't know nothing. You don't turn black folk into those people. I've never lived that way. I've never done it. But when your life is being threatened, I had to go to one of my OGs and say, man, this is getting out of hand. Straight up, what's the deal? And he said, well, didn't the baby killer go to the Houston Police Department on you and lie on you? Okay, well, they've opened up the floodgates. If they can sit and go to law enforcement to try to set you up and lie on you, you have carte blanche. And when I walked out of his house, I was equipped and prepared. And that's when I started my reporting, okay, what these people were doing, because I'm not going to sit in no goddamn prison. Because, let me say this also, y'all. When it comes to these white folks and the so-called justice system, my opinion, it's 2 for 1 with them. You could be minding your business, black person threatening you, and you say, what? And you take care of business. When you get in that court, they're not going to look at what transpired. They're not going to say, nah. They're going to say another black killed another black, and they're not going to pay attention to it as if you were white. So I have to make sure if I have to handle any business is well documented. And I need you people on a federal side to explain to the people and on the state side why Levi did what he did. Levi has not threatened anyone unless they threaten me. See, and this is what I want you and Ms. Walker to understand. I will put $1,000 on the table right now if anyone can prove, and anybody that's been following this will say no. Levi came on advocating for Robert. I never threatened anyone. I never knew them. I never mentioned their names. Okay,
Mm.
everyone saw this is documented. Them coming for me for no reason at all, talking, attacking, and this and that. I didn't even know these people. People would send me videos. What they? I said, man, I ignored it for so long. But when it reached to the point where they were threatening me, yeah, I came back on YouTube and said, nigga, what's up? What's the deal? Do what you gonna do. You feel me? Get down. Let's get down. Let's go. What's up? Because a lot of them took Levi's verbiage and how I speak, my cadence, my articulation. They took that as if I was some square or some nerd or some guy that's just college educated. I don't even have a college degree, but I'm 1,000% street. Even with my intelligence, I use my intelligence to get killers and wolves out of the streets, to get them away from the penal system, to tell them to diversify, open up businesses. I was a consultant for a lot of serious people when it comes to indictments and how to move. But that was my role in the streets, was to consult and to explain to people the life of crime only has two endings. That's the graveyard or prison. Okay. I've always been an advocate for Black folk being productive, living clean lives, and being civilized and, uplifting the hood. But I've never in my life imagined coming on here to fight for Robert that I would have to encounter this kind of crap, man, where people are actually threatening my life. Listen, man, in my city, no one has ever threatened Levi's life in my city. Okay? No, it's never occurred. We don't do that in Detroit. When you threaten somebody's life in Detroit, east side, west side, whatever, it's going to be some preemptive action. Okay? I'm explaining that to y'all now. See, this is the problem with these people, is that they low level people now. They don't understand. Sometimes you threatening people and don't know these people you threatening. Okay? But I don't want to get off into that. I'm sorry. But thank you for answering that question. I want Ms. Walker's take on it also. If those jurors' names were released, what does she think? What is her opinion as it relates to what they would be possibly going through right now? I'm about to get off of here, y'all. Y'all have a nice day. I gotta go. I love
Uh,
talking to y'all, though.
all
All right,
right.
bye.
I love you, Levi. Thank you. You know what? I wouldn't. It is because now that those jurors can come out and make a
Mhm.
statement, say something, have interviews, things of that nature, whatever, and they haven't. So they must be got a warning that it's probably best for you to keep your ass anonymous, because these people are he has some real dedicated fans, some real spirited, motivated fanatics. I mean, that's the only thing I can call them, because I like the support and things they give him, but I like for him to do it in the legal way. You know what I'm saying? Not in a way where it amounts to harassment and things of that nature to ordinary people. You know, I
Mhm.
mean, and it's just really, really, really wild. But I was a part of the debates and things that Levi was talking about, and I do remember him getting attacked. I mean, people even attacked him, talking about, well, why he got to go over there with them, meaning Team Truth or Oko, and why he don't hang um with the KL supporters. I hate when they say supporters. And it's like the same reason why, one of the reasons why you would see like people like Sharon Winbush go over to, take a interview over to Larry's and different things of that nature. It's like these people have behaved in such a way to where it's like, yeah, it would be ideal if, you're on the same side. You'll keep those resources and everything on the same side. You'll be, you know what I'm talking about.
Mhm.
But
Mhm.
the moment when you open your mouth and act like you can't talk to someone with a difference of opinion, right there,
Mhm.
you are already um uh you're already painting a picture about yourself to others.
Mhm.
People won't look at you and say, okay, this person is not a reasonable person. It's not a rational person. They're not going to be able to take any opposition. You know what I'm saying? They're
Mm-hmm.
not, apparently, they don't deal well with opposition and possible negativity in their life. So, they, and then you listen to the intellect, the conversations they have, whatever. Some of them is so remedial, whatever you that you probably shouldn't even be. This is a waste of time, you
Mm-hmm.
know. So you want to go somewhere where someone presents some challenges, present a conversation that is thought provoking and solution oriented and results that just so analytical and detailed, where you could do something with, where you can get something out, where you can work with it. You know what I'm saying? You
Mm-hmm.
don't want to. It's like me going to sit down and go talk to the kindergarten. And I'm not putting nobody down this because it's only a small amount of people that you know think that way. Majority of the people, I have all type of people come through here. I speak, we speak on all kinds of levels. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Up, high, down, low, in the middle, whatever. It's it's the difference is these people are decent. I don't give a damn what their educational level
Mm-hmm.
is, their learning level, this, that, and the third, whatever. I don't give a damn about that. I learn something from somebody just about every time someone comes through here you
Mm-hmm.
know, and I hope it's vice versa. So that's not it. But you have people that are closed minded and they are so just I don't know, closed minded. Then put little illiteracy on there and a little ignorance on there, and then you got a goddamn power cake. You know what I'm talking about? You got something that you just can't really talk to. It just makes a conversation impossible.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Anytime you have people ignorant and say they don't understand my neutral position, I already can talk to you because you stupid,
Yeah.
you slow.
Yeah.
There's nothing that says I got to pick a side.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
a
You're
feel the
not
way
gonna
I feel.
you're not gonna get me to blindly follow any ideology pretty much in any part of life. Like you're just not gonna
Right,
get me to have unadulterated, unquestioning, and unwavering stance on one side or the other for most things. That's just not it's not feasible, it's not appropriate for most things in life. That just is not gonna happen, even in this case.
right,
I definitely have strong opinion that I think some things happened that were deplorable. But at the same time, I can still have other parts of it to say, but that part I didn't like, and that part I
right,
didn't like, and that part he was treated wrong, and this part he was abused, so
right.
people that try to corner people into that, that's a very dangerous place. And quite frankly, it's what cult leaders do, which I've also studied.
Mm-hmm.
Why would we be a part of that? That's not, and I don't
Yes,
understand these people who want to do that. And I think they want that to happen maybe because it would just be easier for them to just always be right and have a bunch of minions around you that continue to push your narrative in that. But like, why would you not? I want to be in spaces, and I'm sure you do as well. I want to be in spaces where you challenge me. I want to, because one, if I know I'm right, I know I'm gonna flatten you, right? But with the facts. But at the same time, if it's something that I'm not, I want to hear that other perspective so that I don't just live in ignorance. Why would they want to just keep living in ignorance without
right.
understanding engaging in a full scope of the conversation? That's not helpful to me.
Yeah, right. It really not. I mean, it's not helpful. It moves your information. It moves your knowledge nowhere.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? It,
yeah,
it it does nothing for you. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
And I'm a type of person. I try to stay clear of fallacies and things of that nature. That's why I always try to qualify what I'm talking about, show you where my point is derived from, my opinion. I try to root my opinion in facts and evidence and things of that nature. So, you know what I'm saying? So that's I can't deal with that.
yeah.
People think it's okay to you know spew out a bunch of fallacies and just continue their day like they ain't said nothing. And like you sitting there, okay, but what about uh that I believe that's where that term make it make sense maybe came from. You know what I'm
Mhm.
talking about?
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
That I mean, make it make sense is essentially the street version of saying there's a fallacy in that argument.
Right. Exactly.
That's what it
Exactly.
is.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's
Exactly.
the version of saying that. I just, you know, I think, and I hope maybe even Mr. Levi can maybe get to the point, or Dana or Debo or anybody can get to the point where they can repurpose what he said he did in the streets, which is to get people who were in the streets out to understand, to be, to hear logic and reason. Hopefully, he can be maybe the leader and bringing it back to that repurpose his ability to do that, because once you know how to ride a bike, you always know how to ride a bike, right? And so
Right.
perhaps if he knows how to convince people who are in deep real world stuff, in a way that relates to them, how to get back to the other side, maybe he can repurpose that talent in this sector to get people back to having, logical arguments and debates that are truly that debates about the facts, and not the
Right.
other way around. I think you do an amazing job of it, as well, as I always
Oh,
say.
thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? But the thing about the key thing about arguing the facts is that you got to read the paperwork. And at
Mm-hmm.
one point, a while back, people talking, I ain't reading those indictments and things and all that stuff. I'm like, huh?
Yeah.
Well, then how are you going to mount an accurate accurate defense? you
Yeah.
know you would want to mirror your you would want to mirror the ideal of defense after the defense team, meaning that they're going to defend their client. They're
Yeah.
going to start with reading what he's being charged with. That is what you should be doing too,
Mm-hmm.
in order to see what you're defending, because
Yeah.
you don't even know.
Yeah. Yep.
You don't even know. And I believe that's why they kind of, a lot of times, they kind of stayed in their little huddle or whatever, because they know if they come out, you may get challenged and you're going to look stupid. Okay.
But that's not
You
what
know what
it's
I'm saying?
about. That's not what it's. I wish they would get to understand that's not what it's about. If you get
Right.
challenged or your point is countered, take a L just on that point. That doesn't mean you lost the war. That means
Right.
you took every single person, even I'm sure you with your award that you had. I'm sure a couple of times during those debates, you took a couple of L's. A couple of points got deducted every now and again because they just had you pegged on that particular point. It's okay to be like, on that point, I can see. However, I still feel the overwhelming amount of evidence still works in my favor, and here's how. That's all you got to do.
You know what? We traveled all over to do debates, and I've never lost. That was that
I know
actually that
that's
final
right.
play. Yeah, that was it. I had never lost, and it was, now let me tell you, it was some, oh my god, it was some nail biting times, and
Yes.
oh my gosh, I mean, if you could remember, and it's like when you go to debate some of the black school,
Mm-hmm.
um, that was the best time, and honey, I had this thing when I know I done got you, baby,
Uh-huh.
I'll look over there at you.
Oh, me too.
You did that, girl. I look over there at you, and I'm like,
Yeah.
baby,
Yeah.
baby, call it today, baby. Call it
Yeah.
today.
Yeah.
Call it today. Get nervous,
Yeah.
Happer.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
I look at you.
nothing, nothing's gonna check a coward's hard on that debate stage is when they got to look you out of eye, and when they start
Yes,
looking all down, they don't got nothing left.
they
You
ain't got
over.
nothing left. You like, baby. Hey, call it, cause it's
Yep.
over. I look
Yep.
that right at you, baby. I
Yep.
hit that point on your ass. They be like, no. If we doing groups, I use either start, and then this guy who converted my resume into a verbal portfolio of my jobs and things. I don't know, just pretty much everything I've done, whatever, professionally and
Mhm.
privately too. Into a on a flash drive. He had on a DVD, but he has on a flash drive, whatever.
Mhm.
We were together the entire debate time, right? The whole entire 4 years, right?
Mhm.
And his only loss was to me. So our team was already deadly. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would either lead or finish, or he would either lead or whatever. We would rotate.
Mhm.
Honey, baby, we weren't playing. And when you know, it's like we had some fearless white people on our team, right? Because
Mhm.
sometimes we go into those those black schools where it's predominantly black. And baby, they be like, they see them white people and they be like, yeah, the white
Mm-hmm.
people, they be having those glasses on, those protractors and shit like that. And they be like, they be having those balls of rubber bands and shit because they got nervous conditions and shit. But baby, when the lights, camera, and comes on, they deadly. They taking you out.
Exactly. Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, because you miscalculated your opponent. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Child, don't play
Mm-hmm.
with me, but don't let me do my look. When I hit that point, I hit that sass on your ass. It
Yes,
was so
indeed.
funny. I took my daughter. I wanted my daughter to go to the same college I went to. So we were in the dean's office. He was just going through and just giving me all these praises and shit like that, whatever. And she was like, "Oh my gosh." I was like, "Yeah," because I don't never have a moment. I'm like, "Shit, let me have a moment." He was like, "How good I was," and all that. I'm like, "Yes." He was like, "Outstanding," and I'm like, "Yes, yes, yes." My
Yeah.
child was looking at me like, "This helper," you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We like to compete in the educational realm. I mean, we are two nerds. We love to take tests and shit. We be here, oh, let's take a test. And
Yeah.
I was just nerds.
Yeah.
Nerds, girl, nerds. It's so funny. That be our leisure time. We taking a test.
Yeah.
And my friend just say, she said, I ain't never seen nobody that be happy to take a test. Like what the hell?
Yeah,
But
no.
girl, I'm telling you, I miss those days.
I do too. I do. And I wish more people, quite frankly, had those experiences, even if you don't
Yes.
get into it. Like I just did it that one year and then I decided I needed to take other classes and it would have conflicted. Plus I needed to do afternoon stuff, whatever. So it was a conflict. I wasn't able to do it
Mhm.
anymore. So I ended up cutting it. But I loved it. And if not, and that's even what I got experience with in K through 12. That still stands with me now. And all it did is continue to grow that in me as I
Right.
continue throughout all the rest of my degrees. That I don't look at anything like a lot of people will look at a news article and say, "Oh, study said this," and then they walk away with it. That's the God's honest truth. The conversation we had the last time, I think, was it's 27 women. Women are 27. It takes up until 27 for a man. I never would look at a one article in the newspaper and go, God's honest truth, nothing else to be said, and I'm gonna carry that with me. No,
Mhm.
I always look at everything with a slight, and sometimes I'm that person as well. I'll say, let me go on because in my work I still have access to academic articles and stuff. I said, let me go ahead and
Right.
look at this article myself. Come to find out, oh, that study was sponsored by somebody who that would have benefited. And also there's 5 other articles that say something different. And it actually didn't say that. So like I don't take anything at face value. And sometimes that's annoying to my friends, to my family, and to my boyfriend. Because he's like, why you always asking why for everything? Because I would I'm not just gonna
Yeah.
accept whatever you give me, and I'm not just gonna accept whatever at face value. I'm gonna keep breaking it down until it satisfies my level
Right.
of accuracy or something that I feel confident in standing behind, and that I'm never too big to hear another opinion and then concede or change my stance after I've gotten new information. That's what everyone should be doing here, but it's just so hard to do, especially in this sector.
Right. It is. It is. It is. It's oh my gosh. I just never encountered some of these personalities, baby. That's just like and it's like I've just become real comfortable with been pointing out to say, you know what, your ass is crazy. You know what I'm talking
Yeah.
about? Your your ass is crazy. Or uh shit, you a little deficient,
Mm-hmm.
and you should be with the understanding and getting them words right, whatever. I mean, hell, I'm lazy with the words, whatever. I mean, hell, not when I'm somewhere in public, or
Exactly.
where I have to be precise and clear with what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah. Yeah.
it is so crazy. But I'm gonna tell you a funny story, and I'm gonna end this live.
Yeah.
Early on when Jojo and I started talking or whatever, he's gonna talking about like he'll take me to task in a de- in a debate. He didn't know. I was like, uh-huh,
You don't want this smoke, Jojo. You don't
yeah.
want this
And
smoke.
I was like, oh, okay. Now, I mean, if you know just basic, you know lawyers, you know that's
Yeah.
pretty much our thing. The whole thing is debates, and
Yeah.
and that's what you're really doing in that courtroom, whatever. And I haven't been in the courtroom, too much because I elected to stay, hey, and
Mhm.
get a guaranteed check, stay in the office, and do the legal work in there, right? But
Mhm.
I still was on the goddamn debate team for 4 years. I never lost a debate and got an
Mhm.
award for that on my next to last debate. Uh,
Mhm.
what next? The last one was it wasn't a debate that counted, so that's why I said my next to last. So it was just we were just challenging each other, whatever. So
Yeah.
and he's like, you know, I know what to do, and and the points he and very confident, man, and smart man, and those points that he was pointing out and stuff like that. But I'm like, I ain't really say nothing. But I'm like, well, do he know? Okay.
Yeah.
And then- Okay, and then I like and I've taught like I think 2 or 3 debate classes. What so
Mhm.
I'm like, what is this man talking about? Is he
Yeah.
crazy? And
Yeah.
I had to shoot that little plaque over there to him. I had to find that plaque. That's why I had it. Because I had to
Yeah.
get it on his ass. Like, are you crazy? I'm a debate champ. Huh?
Yeah. No,
Like,
and
are you
people
crazy? What you
people
are what
underestimated. They underestimated. They think that it's
underestimate
just an
your
argument.
behind, girl.
Mm-mm. You're not gonna
I
win.
be like,
You're gonna truly
I know
debate.
I hadn't shared everything with you, told you everything you need to know, but listen,
Yeah. And
I'm a
nothing
debate
gets under
and
people's skin more than that. Like people, when you're dealing with the actual person who knows debate and can think in those dual ways like that, people
mm,
who are normal in the street normally dealing with other people who get people to concede to their stance all the time will always have a hard time with us because they'll come in
right.
so used to thinking they can win all these things, but it's the difference. It's like a street fighter trying to go against a professional boxer. That street
Right.
fighter is almost always going to go down, even though they done beat up 100 people in the street. When you have a person
Yes.
who knows technique, they knows what they're doing, and they can stay focused even when you hit me with a jab, you're gonna always. I'm gonna back you down. I'm gonna tell you that
Yes. I'm
right now.
right. You're right.
JoJo
And
couldn't
and that
handle it.
dual process, that dual thought
Yes,
process, that's
yes.
how I can apply I'm okay, I can do the process, of course, because of training too. I've done
Mhm.
both sides, but
Mhm.
I can do it in real time. I could think on both sides in real time because of
Mhm.
that dual process,
Yeah.
thought process training. Then I mean that's just what it is.
Yeah.
But it was so funny because girl, you should have seen my eyes on the other side of this phone. That man told me I'm like, huh? I like, okay, well he don't know. He don't know. That is one of you need to stay away from me in that room. I don't give a damn about what all you. Oh, I'm gonna do this to you. I'm gonna do this. I'm like, sir, you're gonna get embarrassed. Okay, I'm gonna tell you that now. I would take your ass out, Jojo. I would take your ass out. You and them little legs.
Oh,
I would. Your ass would be somewhere running back to your car.
yeah.
Like yes, I would look
Yep.
at you like I don't even know you and take you out. Like,
Absolutely. Yeah, it can be
yes, he
lethal.
said
Like
that.
once your brain can work in that way, it's lethal. It's absolutely a lethal way of kind of just navigating. And like you don't even be trying. Like I actually, God rest my soul, my dad, he actually is the person who had to tell me, Mo, and y'all could just call me Mo, by the way. Y'all don't got to say the full
Okay.
Miss Mo if you don't want to. But he would just say, Mo, you do argue and you debate well, but you gotta realize that everybody don't want to debate with you.
Yes.
You gotta realize sometimes just let people have it. It's not worth it. You gotta, if you want to truly be a champion at this, you gotta realize when someone is just not on your level, it's not worth doing it. And I think that's what you do a good job of it. But a lot of more people need to do it in this sector is realizing when it's somebody like you're just not even on my level. And that's not even a knock. Um, but like some people, y'all just gotta be like, look, yeah, hearing that kind of logic that you ain't even on my level. You a D-list debater. I'm up here on this A with this plaque on this wall.
Yeah, I'm like I got a plaque, a whole plaque, a whole big old plaque with oh
Yeah.
my God,
Yeah.
I do know, but he's very confident, honey, baby. You, He's like, and I'm gonna do this to you, and I'm gonna do that to you,
All
and then
right.
I know, I'm like, boy,
Yeah.
I know all those little tricks. Are you crazy?
Yeah.
You
Yeah. You
finna
like,
get it.
yeah, you sit there thinking, don't threaten me with a good time.
Yes. I'm like, boy, I'll be over there somewhere warming up on your ass. I'm gonna look at you
Man.
like I don't even know you. I'm gonna
Yeah.
take you out. Like, are you crazy?
Yeah, you
At
know
that
they
time
can't
was
stand it. They can't stand it if you do it. So you got to take it. You take it a little
yes.
lighter, just enough for them to realize this ain't really what you want.
This ain't what you want, homeboy. This you should have asked me to get out there on the basketball court with you, because
God,
this ain't what
dog.
you really want. Go do bite me into your shit.
Yeah.
Don't come back with mine. Okay, because I'm
Yes,
trying to tell
indeed.
you,
I know
I'm not
that's
trying to
right.
lose. I'm not trying to lose.
That's one thing I
And
noticed. I noticed in your arguments, though. That's your thing. You don't care really, and I'm the same way. If you notice in a lot of the questions and stuff that I pose, I don't care one way or the other whether I'm right. Well, what the stance is that I'm supporting. I care that
right,
what my perspective is that I'm presenting or my questioning is right. Like that's
right.
what I'm more
That's
focused
what
on.
I'm concerned about.
Yeah,
That's
I
what
don't care if
I'm
I'm
the
support if
right
I don't
answer.
yeah. I don't care if my perspective is in support of R. Kelly one time and against R. Kelly the other time or
Right,
anything in between. I just want to make clear that the logic that I'm using to place this argument or the facts that I have are accurate. That's what I put my hat on.
right,
I don't care about the
exactly.
opinion. Everybody got an opinion and everybody has a right to their opinion. That's cool.
Right,
I'm just saying, what
right,
do the facts say and what does the logic is the logic sound? That's all I'm saying.
right. And that's all.
Hmm.
That's what I'd be mostly concerned with. But honey, I don't held these people. I don't held
Yeah.
everybody for 8 hours like a job. This is crazy, y'all. This is crazy. Home of the long ass lives. Home
Yeah. Well,
of the
I
long
enjoyed
ass
it.
lives.
I enjoyed it. Thanks again for having me. I'll go back down into the chat hole. See you
All
next
right,
time.
honey.
Uh,
All right. Not a problem. Not a problem. I appreciate you. It's always a good time when those cast of characters come up here. Ooh, honey, I'm so lucky. I'm so blessed. Yes, honey. Get to have all y'all. Got Club Blue, Whispers, Club White, uh, every goddamn about it. That's what I'm talking about. So listen, make sure y'all do this. Do I have to do all that? Let me see. Once again, thank y'all for all y'all support. Y'all support when y'all show up and do all those things. Make sure you do that so we can do all of this. And we keep it lit, especially when I drop that. And we are always live. Once again, remind yourself to do all those things like, share, subscribe, comment, and what? Check out the community board. And this is Club Blue. Thanks to Club White. And we didn't have to go black today. I don't think so. It's been a long time. So, with that being said, it, it, it. Can you feel me? Can you feel me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Y'all cutting into my goddamn YouTube case. Thanks again to the panelists, the host, the hostess, and the guests, and everybody else. Till the next time, I love you. Be careful. See you on the next live. Peace. Thank you, T Bam.